Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5. And, boy, we got a lot to talk about. Our Astros in New York against the Yankees in a battle of two second-place teams, because the Astros are in second place because Texas won last night. And we've got Robert Flores is going to be joining us at the bottom of the hour to talk about the firing of Dana Brown and what is the future for this Houston Astros team. We've got that going on, and we've got the Kayshon Boutte trade. Let's start with that, Lance. Big deal. We had talked about it. I think we both said, I don't believe it could happen. I don't think New England.
I didn't think New England would help the
No.
Texans out, but they got Jalen Reed. They got a safety that they wanted, and so, I think at the end of the day, it is a little interesting to me though, because Boutte, they clearly, let me put it this way, I don't think they think enough of Boutte to hurt them. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think they think, oh yeah, this is the piece that's gonna put them over the top, or I'm not sure they make a deal like that.
Yeah, but you did help a team that you're playing. If the Patriots make it, if the Texans make it, obviously.
Yeah, that's what.
But two of the better teams in the AFC, and you helped an opponent. Although you could argue the Texans helped them as well with the safety. Mike Vrabel earlier this year said he is not playing any of his starters in the preseason because he's so thin, and so they needed some depth. They needed some depth at safety, and they got some. They are. With the addition of A.J. Brown, they were a little heavy in the wide receiver room, so they gave up a strength to add to a weakness. And I guess it's a win-win for both teams, depending on how good is Jalen Reed, a sixth-rounder, 187th pick overall. You're giving up a sixth and a seventh for Kayshon Boutte. They were looking for a fourth, I think, is what the rumor was, is they were looking for a fourth for Boutte. You got a sixth and a seventh, which may not be a fourth, but Jalen Reed has already got a little bit under his belt. He's not a rookie. He's a second-year player. What do you think of as far as looking for a fourth rounder and getting a sixth and a seventh?
Well, I mean, it's not super. It's not that improbable to me. They don't look at Jalen Reed as a sixth-round pick. They look at him as a safety. Like, you know what I mean? He's not a draft pick anymore. So the seventh. That's just a little sweetener. What they're looking at is they're giving up a backup wide receiver for a backup safety who they think has, who number one they've got club control with him for 3 more years, or actually, no, because he missed first year. He's just got 2 years left, right? When was he drafted? No, he's 25 draft. Yeah, 25. Yeah, so they've still got 3 years left for him.
Yep.
So they're probably looking at 3-year player at a position of need for us. We had a wide receiver that was not going to be a starter for us. I think they don't look at it as Jalen Reed's a sixth-rounder. I think what if they had a fourth-round grade on Jalen Reed when he came out and they just didn't need a safety? You know what I mean? So I don't really look at him from a draft pick standpoint. I look at him from a player standpoint and what he offers them, which is a special teams player and a backup safety. And they're giving up a backup wide receiver for it, somebody who didn't really fit into what they thought their future was going to be in terms of the immediate future. He played a role last year, that's for sure, especially early in the year. I can't speak to what New England gets as much as I can to what Houston gets. Houston gets a viable pro, great hands, elite hands, average athlete in terms of the speed is not great, but he has NFL starting capabilities. He's a better option than Zay Jones or Sterling Shepard, and I really like this pickup. We'll see if it works out or not, but this is the kind of move I thought they needed to make. And I just didn't think it was out there for them because I didn't think the Patriots would look to help them out. But the Patriots made the pick, and I think this is a viable number 2 for the Texans. I'm really happy with this addition.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what's weird? You want to know something really weird? Ooh. The 6th-round pick, 187th overall, Kayshon Boutte.
Right.
The 6th-round pick, 187th overall, Jalen Reed.
Player for player. It was just a spot for spot pick.
Spot for spot.
That's all you did.
But the Texans also gave up a 7th, so we lost in the trade.
Yeah. Well, did we? Because CBS Sports says Keyshawn Boutte trade grades. Texans fleeced the Patriots.
Yep. Well, but here's the deal too. Like you just mentioned, 1 year left on Boutte's deal, and 3 years left on Reed's. So there is that. Now, Jaden Higgins coming back next year, so it makes it more palatable to just get a guy for a year. But you're also, this is go for it time. I like it. I like it a lot. You weakened an opponent, a possible opponent in the postseason. You strengthened yourself in a place where you were weak, and you're showing the team, hey, we are going for it this year. There were 46 targets. You say that, man. I was just watching. There's about a 5-minute clip of every target to Keyshawn Boutte downfield last year, 20-plus yard throws, and there's a bunch of them. He was not afraid to try, and Keyshawn Boutte won some of the battles and separated a little bit. There was the first one that I saw. He's busting it downfield, stops about 25 yards down the field, and Drake May hit him really, really nice. That's a possibility for this team. That Keyshawn Boutte could be somebody that 16.7 yards per catch.
Yeah, that's pretty good. He's not a speedster, but you don't always have to be if you can win the ball in the air downfield. I remember watching the first game of the year with Alonzo Highsmith, who was in town because of his wife was at that time. I can't remember if Denise had passed or was sick at that time in September. No. But he was in town. We went to Knicks. We watched the game, the Patriots game. They lost to the Raiders of all teams. Isn't that crazy? The team that was in the Super Bowl lost to the first pick of the draft.
Right.
They lost 20-13, and Boutte had 6 catches for 103 yards. And I was like, ooh, he looks really good. And that was against the Raiders. The next game he had 16. The next game, and a touchdown. The next game he had 23, 18. But then he had a 43-yard. He had a 43 game against the Saints. He had 5 catches for 93. A couple games later against Cleveland, 5 catches for 75. Against Tennessee, 2 catches for 55. It looked pretty. There's some flashes there. Now over the second half of the season, just became a little bit of a non-factor. 0 yards, 15 yards, 35, 30, 16, 24. Postseason, he did have a couple good games, including against the Texans. 5 catches for 75 yards and a touchdown. He had 4 catches for 66 versus the Chargers. So, look, he only ended up with 551 yards receiving last year, 33 catches, 6 touchdowns. That's not going to look spectacular, but I'm telling you, he understands how to play pro football. Like, this is a viable number 2 for this offense right now. Typically, you might want it as a number 3, but I think what the Texans get, Johnny's a 24-year-old, and so you can take a little look at him and maybe decide, hey, we're displacing Xavier Hutchinson when Jaden Higgins comes back. Boutte will be our 3rd wide receiver or our 4th wide receiver.
Well, and you can use the depth.
Right now for sure, but even in the future, if you wanted to go a little longer with them.
So you've got 2 guys in Boutte and Nico that were top 5 in yards per catch. Boutte was 4th at 16.7, and Nico was 5th.
Yeah.
He might be 15.7, 15.8. So they were 4 and 5. You got 2 of the top 5 yards per catch, which means you can open it up. I mean, at any point, at least it gives safety something to think about. That these guys are coming at them, that they're going to throw it, that CJ's got a possibility to throw it down the field with these 2 guys.
I mean, watching videos of different people around the NFL who study trends and defenses, they think this shell coverage is here to stay, the too high safety look. And if that's the case, the Texans can look all they want, but CJ's not going to make that throw too often. He's not going to do it with much success. So the key to that is beating people up on the ground and forcing them out of it. If you want to play your 2 high safeties, then you have to beat teams up in the box and force them to bring a safety down to help, bring an extra defender. Then all of a sudden that loosens it up. It's just like body punching. If you want to wear a team down, you have to work the body just like a boxing match. And then once they start bringing their hands down, which is bringing a safety down into the closer to the line of scrimmage to help out, Now you can go over the top. But if you don't show that you can be a running threat, like the Texans haven't really scared anybody, so what have they done? They just parked their safeties back and said, you can't run. Run. Run, Texans. You're going to get 3.7 yards to carry? Ooh, scary. And that's why the Texans have kind of taken Nico Collins out of it, because they don't run the ball, and teams just say, we're parking our safeties, and we're going to park the bus, and you can try to run the ball because we're not afraid of your run game. Now, if you can get that run game going, safeties have to respond. Defenses, this is the way they add a player to the box, is rolling a safety down, and now all of a sudden they're out of the too-high shell, and that opens up for Butte and for Nico. So it's on the Texans to run the ball. And look, that's the reason why they went and made the moves they made in the offseason, to hopefully open this up for Nico. It's a whole domino effect. You run the ball, man, such good things happen. Good things can happen for the Texans. It can protect C.J. Stroud. It can give him confidence. It can create better down and distance situations for the play caller. It can open things up for Nico Collins to start making plays down the field again. Run the ball well, and everything can open up for you.
Yeah. We've got Dan Orlovsky. I mean, you mentioned that everybody so far that I've seen thinks the Texans won the trade. You strengthened a weakness. You had a weakness in that you definitely were too light at wide receiver. You needed Sterling Shepard. You're right, Sterling Shepard. That's just not the answer. That's just not it. And here is the analysis of Mina Kimes and Dan Orlovsky yesterday on ESPN.
To me, Dan, this was a home run for Houston. And honestly, can't believe they got this done given how desperate their need was.
Yeah, totally agree. Absolutely love the trade for Houston. I think the next step is, one, can he become the intermediate in-breaking route runner that Higgins kind of was developing to? The frame is there. The strength is there. Two, This now gives Houston two guys that are in the top 5 in the NFL in yards per catch. So for Houston, a team that offensively wants to run the football just a little bit better, now you have Kayshon Boutte at 16.7 per catch and then Nico Collins at 15.7 per catch. That's big time. And so we have two receiving threats on the outside that aren't your possession or get the ball in their hands type of guys. They are down the field types of receivers. I love that for this offense. And to Mina's point, the Nico Collins frame with Higgins was so intriguing because I really felt like it balanced and symmetry, made the field very symmetrical. I think with Boutte there now, it brings that back into the fold, and this is an outstanding move for the Houston Texans.
So, yeah, Nico's 15-7. Is it Boutte or Butte?
Well,
Okay.
they all say I hear everyone say Boutte. I think I thought the accent is on the E. I thought it's Butte. I think it's actually supposed to be Butte.
Listen, I'm Cajun, so I can tell you it's not Boutte. Although there are
An LSU fan. So he pronounced it. Now he was an Alabama fan, but he pronounced it Boutte.
Yeah. No, an LSU did. An LSU fan had stuck his finger in his booty.
Yeah.
But
he mean was he talking about
in
Josh?
Kayshawn?
I mean, was he talking about Kayshawn?
I don't think he played at LSU at the time. That's way before his time.
Yeah.
That clip is over a decade old.
Is it that
Maybe
old
he's
What a banger that was.
Is it really? Is it that old?
I think so. I'll look when I got thrown in the system, but I believe it's a old banger.
So, do we call him Butte or is he
you're
Booty?
Cajun.
Well,
You
we
tell
just gotta ask him.
He is Butte. I'm telling you.
Has he gotten that whole using my name to gamble and I shouldn't stuff under control? You remember that?
No.
Where he was accused of gambling and he didn't do it very smartly because he was using his name to do it.
No,
Like
was
on a
he one of the
gambling
ones that
site?
got in trouble on one of the NFL players that got in trouble,
I
like
bel-
Jamison Williams and
I believe so.
Calvin Ridley?
He was doing it while he was at LSU for illegal underage betting, and he was using like one of it was like Butte 09 or something like that. So
No,
it was
it's Kayshawn Boutte. It's Boutte.
it was okay. Butte 09. It was one of those things where, hey, that's you. I know it's you because that's your last name.
All right, so here it is. This is so everyone's right, but however, Not really. While many sports and answers fans and media members historically pronounced his last name with the French style Boutte, Booty himself confirmed that it is pronounced Booty. So he says it's Booty. So if his mama calls him Booty, if his mama calls him Booty, then we got to call him Booty.
Yeah. Then I'm going to call him Booty.
That's the rules.
I just don't want to be disrespectful.
That's the rules.
You know, I've got respect for people and their names.
Clearly. You've always shown that type of respect.
I have.
LSU fan came, stuck his finger in my booty.
Still one of the best.
How old is it, Del?
So it got put in the system November 2018. So it's not quite a decade old, at least in our system. It's about 8 years old. It'll be 8 years old. No, this happened in 2000. I thought so. This happened in like 2012.
It happened that long ago?
Yeah,
wow.
But I guess either got put in our system or overwritten and then put in again. I don't know. But yeah, this happened in 2012.
2012. Wow.
It was it was during like when they played for the national title. It was around that time. That great game where LSU didn't cross midfield.
You sure? I thought it was in an LSU home game.
Following the 2012 BCS, a cell phone video was recorded inside a restaurant on maybe LSU fans are doing this often because this one is from 2012. So maybe the one I'm reading up on.
It's what we do.
So apparently that it's not the only time a finger got stuck in some Alabama fan's booty.
Well, that's
a real shame.
An LSU fan just came and stuck his finger in my booty. That's great stuff. Robert Flores, bottom of the hour. So let's break here so we stay on time and we get to Robert Flores to talk about the firing. We will have some sound as well. Ken Rosenthal chimed in on it, and it's kind of funny. It's time right now to talk about Dream Rate Mortgage. I'm a big fan. I wish I had known Kent when I was buying houses. We bought a couple of houses in Houston, and boy, I wish I knew him because you just walk in. If you've never bought a house before, if you have, you know what I'm talking about. There's a pile of papers it takes forever. Sign this is for this, and this is for that. You don't listen to any of it. You just sign them. You just sign, and you just sign. And I don't know who put all these papers together and whatnot. Kent does. And Kent can tell you every one of those and what all of those papers mean and how he could have saved you money on all of that stuff that you're signing. I didn't. I probably spent 10, 15, 20, 30, maybe $30,000 to $40,000 more than I had to because I didn't have Kent Jones. If you're looking for a house, you have got to have a guy who's done over 1,400 of them, Better Business Bureau A+. He knows the game, and he knows how to save you money. He's there to save you money. It's not going to cost you money. It's going to save you money. That's what Kent does. So if you're looking to buy a home, you even want to acquire about it, 713-520-LOAN, 713-520-5626, or 975loans.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. I'm looking at a list of best food, media food, and the Texans came in third. Nice, Texans.
All right.
To my surprise, the Texans brought it.
I haven't had media food there since COVID.
I know. They had an elite snacky treat table that included cookies, popcorn, various
Now,
trail
they
mixes.
always have. Yeah, I guess they still do it. They always have had good.
Have they retired Frito pies?
I hope not.
At halftime?
I hope not.
God, we would hope not.
Frito pie is the food of gods.
Is it?
The-
I thought that was ambrosia.
Well, technically, yeah. They consider
The
consider
worst-
coconut and whipped cream and Jello and raisins
Of
or
all
whatever
things.
It is. Yeah.
The
Ambrosia.
absolute
Is that what
worst
God's like?
came in 32nd.
I'm gonna guess.
The Bengals.
Wrong.
Oh,
Okay.
that's not a bad. I'm gonna say the Lions.
Nope. No,
Colts.
this won't surprise you. It shouldn't surprise
Hold
you.
on. Jets.
Nope. Small market team.
The
Packers?
Bengals.
Nope. Packers are okay.
Hold on.
I've been there plenty.
Okay, wait. A small market team.
Not the Jags, is it?
Carolina.
The Jags.
The Jags. What's going on in Jacksonville?
I gotta talk
What are
to
they
my
serving
mans.
in Jacksonville?
Nothing. It's terrible.
I mean, in the in the practice facility, we went down and the food was pretty good. It was all right.
They didn't even fly you in.
That's right.
They did nothing
You
for
didn't even
you.
get flown out.
No.
Gladstone made you pay your own way. He didn't even fly
Yeah.
you out.
Yeah, that's true.
You ain't one of them ones. He made you fly.
Well, if he did, I wouldn't have taken it because then it becomes something where I'm basically in their pocket and I can't cheer for the Texans.
You know how I know you're not a high class one?
What?
Gladstone didn't even fly you out.
You're saying I'm a trailer park one?
Look, I know what owners get up to and executives get up to. I don't know if you're a trailer park
Say
or
it,
not.
John. Just you want to go here right now, John?
We don't have the time because we got to be serious because Robert Flores is coming up. We got to really devote time to what Jed York was up to. We don't have the time for that. We got to save that.
All right, we'll save it for a little bit later. Let's talk about the Astros for a second. So Dana Brown was fired. As we were on the show yesterday, Dana Brown was fired. They said a mutual parting of the ways. Bob Nightingale said that's not true. He was told he wasn't going to be back and that he was going to be gone. Now, Bob Nightingale also said that what didn't come out until a little later was that Joe Espada faces the same fate. And Joe said, I'm gonna ride with the team for the rest of the year, which I would expect him to do. Dana said, I'll take my money. I don't know if they made Dana the offer, but I don't know that Dana got that offer. But according to Bob Nightingale, Joe Espada got the offer. He said, "Hey, you're not getting a contract next year." Which, no kidding. Once you get to this stage, nobody gets a contract once it gets to in their last year. Player, executive, whoever.
No.
Ask James Click. But Joe Espada was given a choice. You can leave now, and then Omar can take over, or you can stay. And he said, I'll stay. So Joe Espada is officially dead man walking, but he does want to finish it out. Kudos to him, trying to win the division and get into the playoffs. But
Well, we've got
he will not be
conflicting
back.
reports on that as
Oh,
far
do
as
we?
who said what.
Okay.
Chandler Rome is reporting that Joe Espada has had no conversations about his future. So his reporting is that
I would tend to believe Chandler Rome on this one.
Chandler's usually
And
pretty
why
close.
would you go up to him and say, do you know that? And that's not Jim Crane. Listen, Jim Crane just lets it go right up until it's over, and then you're done. That's it.
You don't think Joe has been told that you're not getting a contract
I
next
don't
year?
believe that.
Okay.
No, I don't believe that. I just I saw how it happened with Reed Ryan. And it was, hey, Reed kept going, hey, can we talk about this? And we'll talk about it after the season. No, don't worry about after the season. After the
After
season.
the season's that's
and
a
then
bad
after
sign.
the season's a terrible thing.
Jim-
And that's probably exactly.
Does Jim-
I highly doubt they said, you want to stay or do you want to go?
Does Jim Crane treat everyone like Milton from Office Space, where they just, hey,
Just
you
keep
stop getting
moving
checks? Yeah,
You
once-
stop getting
you stop getting checks. That's how you
Well,
know.
listen, that's business,
Every day,
man.
got
We've got a
your budget.
contract. The end of the contract is here. I don't have to give you another contract. I mean, we got a contract, and you are here until that contract is up, and I expect you to work until until we're done.
And then when the end date is the end
That's
date,
it. That's it.
We
It's
wave
the end
goodbye.
date. That's
Yeah.
all. And that's fine. He's not. Listen, he ain't paying nobody just to sit around. You finish out your contract and then beat it.
Hey,
That's
Joe,
all.
if you just want to hang out and instruct guys while not getting paid, we could do that for you. I mean,
Yeah.
and your stapler. We'll give you a stapler, too. Just hang out.
He's Milt.
Yeah.
All right, we got a break. We'll hear
people.
from Ken Rosenthal a little later because we have got Robert Flores joining us
Jeff Bagwell's the Bobs.
in three
Hey, Dana,
minutes right here on
what's
ESPN
happening?
97.5. Right now, though, I got Houston Powder
What
Coaters.
would you say you do
I've
here,
got the
man?
greatness that is what Robin does. I mean, not only just greatness. How about the best in the world? There was a TV show that came and said, we're the world's best. And they fly around the world and find the best of everything. And the best powder coater in the world is Houston Powder Coaters. Now, I shouldn't be surprised by that, but I was like, wow, that is, I mean, it's amazing. They've all the powder coaters in all the world, and they picked Houston Powder Coaters as the best. And I can see why. Listen, free pickup and free delivery. And when you see the operation, how professional, how unbelievable, how they primp and prime, how they care, how every single piece is going to be taken care of no matter what it is, no matter what metal that you have, car part, boat part, grill, just trailers, whatever it is that you need powder coated that's looking kind of shabby. And, oh, by the way, it'll last a lot longer with Houston Powder Coaters. And, oh, by the way, when you give something new, bring it to them first, and it'll last for almost ever. HoustonPowderCoaters.com, the best in the world, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
I don't know that Robert's ever heard this before.
No, be quiet. Let him hear it. Pump it up, Dale.
What the hell was that?
Oh, it's just a banger.
Are you kidding me?
Hitting body balls on the run.
I'm outfielded by any of my son. Making big plays is their thing.
Listen to the train whistle coming up, Robert.
Yeah. Robert, listen.
Watch this. Tell Robert
Is
the
that
story
a banger?
Tell Robert the story about how you got the song.
Robert, I'm walking into Minute Maid, or it might have been it was Minute Maid.
Enron.
It was Minute Maid because he says this is welcome to Minute Maid Park.
That's right.
It was just turned to Minute Maid, and I'm walking in, and this guy who's on an air tank, pulling an air tank into the stadium, sees me and he goes, "John, here," and he gave me a CD. And I was like, "Oh, okay, thanks." And I brought it the next day, and I listened to it. And I said, "Lance, this guy gave me this," and we listened to it, and I was like, "This is awful." And Lance goes, "Oh no, this is gold." And we've been playing it
and over
for
20 years.
20 at least.
This has traveled through 3 radio stations.
Yes, 20 to 25 years.
Yeah.
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 It reminds me of the old school Astro fans would recognize or remember they used to have a fight song, the "Here Come the Astros,
Breathing hot fire." Yeah.
Right.
"Here come the Astros, burning with desire."
That's right.
Yeah,
That was did they used to play that on Home Sports Network or Home Sports Entertainment or whatever the
HSC.
HSC, yeah.
I don't remember. I just would, go
remember
at
the song.
old Astrodome. It would definitely be playing either before every game or after wins or something like that.
And you're somebody who grew up here, so you'll have a special affinity
You
for
grew
Bill
up on that.
Bill
who was
Worrell.
on HSC at the time?
Bill Worrell did everything back
Lisa
then.
Milosky.
Bill Worrell is the GOAT of of
Yeah.
Houston
It was Bill
broadcasting.
Worrell.
Bill Worrell. But Lisa Milosky was there, too.
Yes, she used to do Rockets games on Channel 20.
Yeah,
KTXH.
Yeah, she didn't do. I don't think she did
Vision.
any baseball. But Bill Worrell did baseball, and then Brownie and one Deshays at the time. Brownie who took over in '91. Bill Brown came, and I'm trying to remember who was with him. But yeah, that's when it flipped.
With Jim Deshays, that was much later. Jim Deshays.
Deshays was awesome, though. He still
Yeah.
is. He's
Still
still
is.
great. Hey, so Robert Flores, MLB Network, hosts Emmy-nominated MLB Central weekdays live at 9 a.m. Central Time. What would that Emmy mean to you in your life?
Well, I do have 4 of them already. So.
just another.
No,
one.
but in all
It would mean 5.
It would be really great because it would be to win an Emmy or any kind of award like that with this particular group and the people I host with and the production crew and all the people that work on the show. That would be definitely extra special.
Robert's like, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4.
Not 5.
Not 5.
Not 6.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I disrespect. What would you mean my 5th? Oh, yeah. I mean, Robert Flores here. Let's talk a little bit. Ken Rosenthal called it a hissy fit by Jim Crane. What the timing is, and I don't think it's weird. I want to tell you the truth, Robert. This since Jim Crane got here, that might have been the most embarrassing homestand that we've seen. That was awful, this homestand. So maybe it's not just a hissy fit. Maybe it's I can't take it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that was I think that Sunday was the worst loss of the season, especially when you consider who they lost to. Right, that is a team. The A's have been one of the worst teams in baseball since basically the summer began. They don't have Nick Kurtz. They don't have Brent Rooker. They don't have Jacob Wilson. Yet they still found a way to score 7 unanswered runs against this Astros pitching staff. I was surprised, but then again, not surprised. So I think we are entering not only obviously this offseason is going to be a very important one industry-wide, but I think this is potentially we're getting into a very interesting time with this franchise. Because for years it's been the golden age. This is not the golden age of Astros baseball any longer.
No.
So I think we're about to see something that potentially could be very, very crucial and important.
One of the things that concerns me, so I study a lot. I've always studied team building. I find it fascinating. And there's different ways to build teams. And then every organization, when you have a run, there's different eras of that run. And, like, for example, Daryl Morey did a really good job at one point of taking players, flipping them for better players. And he would incrementally improve until he got James Harden, which triggered a lot of really great runs for the Rockets. But the area where he really struggled with was trying to figure a way to get over the hump, is finding that last move. And then he started to kind of fall apart with getting old guys, and it just didn't work out. The Astros have done a good job of building, through youth and building through their organizational, through the organizational structure. But now I really wonder if Jim Crane and this organization really understand they're in a new era and how to deal with this new era of replenishing the minor leagues. I don't know if this is a big enough priority for them.
Well, I think it really just depends on, and to the notion of studying team building. No matter the sport, the owner and the person that's in charge of putting together the roster or the organization, they have to be on the same page. This offseason, then in basically just a salary dump, Mauricio Dubon for Nick Allen.
Right.
That was purely a salary dump. Okay, well, we want to be more fit. We want to tighten things up fiscally. We want to be better in terms of the dollars and cents and get under the luxury tax. Okay, well then, so if that's the case, then how does that reconcile with Dana Brown? His idea, sounds like his marching orders at the deadline were, hey, we needed starting pitching, but I got to keep these prospects. We've got to build our system up. So I can't afford to give away the prospects if the asking price is too high. So I think that it's going to, like I said, I think we're entering a very crucial time period for this franchise, and I am really fascinated to see who the next person is going to be that's going to be running this team from a general manager or baseball ops.
Well, he's got to trust him. He didn't trust Click. He even though Click put together maybe the greatest bullpen ever, postseason bullpen ever. He still
at least for a 1 year run.
Yeah, right. He still didn't trust him though. And then when you pick up this offseason, Roddery Munoz, Ryan Weiss, Nate Pearson, Tetsuya Imai, Mike Burrows, Kaiwei Tang, and Kaiwei Tang has been okay, but otherwise none of them. I mean, let's face it, he did have some ability to go out and get some stuff. He just made a lot of bad moves, Robert.
Well, it's tough because I think you either have the money or you don't, right? And the asking price for starting pitching in the free agent market was too heavy, was too high. They could have kept Kyle Tucker. They could have kept Alex Bregman, but that's not who this franchise is. That's not who this owner is and wants to be. And I get that. I understand that. But, there's part of me that's like, well, you can't have your cake and eat it too, right? We all know what the price of poker is, right? So you can either be the Los Angeles Dodgers or the Philadelphia Phillies. And I believe the Astros are still top 10 in payroll, I think.
Yeah, so, I think they're 8th.
Yeah.
So is it just the money, or is it making the right decision?
These are numbers, but these are guys who are ineffective.
I think it's a combination of both. It's a combination of both, right? The Burrows deal didn't work. The Pearson deal didn't work. The Imai deal definitely didn't work. Weiss didn't work. Trading Kyle Tucker and getting 3 contributors, that worked.
Mm-hmm.
I think Cam Smith has the potential to be an all-star. I love Isak, and I really like Hayden Wisniewski. So that was good. But you're right. There was a lot of things that just didn't work out. And I give Dana Brown credit for, he talked about at the deadline, the asking price. It was too much. And he was I mean, he could have easily said, "Look, my contract expires at the end of this year. I need to win now." But there was a discipline that he displayed, and I think he should be commended for it.
Well, and not only that though, but Jim, he put the kibosh on the Trevor Larnach trade for Brian Abreu. I thank God he did that, but because Dana Brown was going to get Larnach for Abreu, and that would have been awful because you've got two guys in the bullpen that you can count on. One's Abreu and one is Hader. But this is very much, to Lance's point, building. They lost a couple of draft picks with the scandal. They've been picking late every year because they've been a great team, right?
Yeah.
So how are you going to build that up with top end talent? You're not going to. This is very much, I think, like the Carlos Lee era, in that you're just putting Band-Aids on stuff. Christian Walker and all of these guys that you're so either you're going to be mediocre there or you got to tear the whole thing down.
Yeah, I mean, I think and you're talking about they're always picking late because they've had so much success, and that is definitely true. And while it's not exactly apples to apples, the Dodgers always pick late, and yet their farm system remains out among or near the top of Major League Baseball. But the key difference with the Dodgers, in addition to their finances and their ability to spend, they have the technology, the scouting, they have the infrastructure where they are keen on developing and more importantly, identifying talent. Look at the players that they flipped for Tarek Skubal. 2 of them were 11th round draft picks that they got from other teams. Zaire Hope and River Ryan. Mm-hmm. Where is this Astros franchise in terms of the infrastructure in scouting, in development, research, et cetera, all of it? I don't know.
Do you know, Robert? I mean, we don't know. We do know that there was some, for as much as we love Jeff Luhnow, I know that he kind of started to, and I don't know if this came from Jim Crane or what, but we know that he started to eliminate some of the scouting side. And, so there was also some attrition just because some people went on to other jobs because of the success with the Astros. But do you know where the infrastructure is? I don't know.
I don't know either. I do know just from some limited, very, surface level type conversations I had with Dana Brown. I know that was an area of focus, an area that he wanted to firm up a little bit. I don't know where he was in that process before yesterday's announcement. But if you're not going to be able to spend like the Dodgers, and again, the Astros are top 10 in payroll, which I think that's very admirable. But if you're not going to be at the very tippy top, then you better scout and develop like the Dodgers, like the Brewers, like those teams.
Like Tampa. Tampa's 23rd.
Like Tampa.
Milwaukee's 19th in payroll.
But you also have to move the Jeremy Peñas and get 3 prospects and have 2 of them hit. Like, this isn't a brand new, this is not a brand new methodology. This has been around a long time.
And I think the biggest thing is I always hear from our analysts and people that have worked in front office and scout, you have to know your own team better than anyone else. The self-evaluation is probably the most important part of a franchise's success in terms of how it builds its roster. And a month ago, my co-host Mark DeRosa talked about, even though when the Astros were flirting with first place, may have even been in first place, he said they should tear this down. Mm-hmm. And he had a whole list of possible trades. Send Jordan and Jeremy Peña to the Yankees. Get Spencer Jones and Will Warren and some other prospect in return. And people went ape bleep over it. What is he doing? And now, and look, things can change. There's still a month left of the season to go. But there's really only 5 Sundays left of the regular season.
Yeah.
John,
I need you to let me ask Robert a question. This is very important. Robert, are you pretty? You know a lot of baseball insiders around the league, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's a baseball insider locally named John Granado, and he has for the last couple of months has said, watch for Jeff Luhnow to return as Astros general manager. Now, I wanted to see if you've heard any rumblings, number one, and then number two, now he doesn't have a blue check mark, so do with that
Can't
what you
trust
will
him.
with his comments. But also, like as an Astros fan, how would that make you feel?
I would be, look, selfishly as an Astros fan, I'd be like, hey, yeah, let's see what this looks like.
Yeah.
But I would be very, very surprised. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if both parties would be interested in that kind of reunion, right? I think Jim Crane is in some ways a very different owner than he was when Jeff first came on board. When Mr. Crane first came on, the idea was, hey, we're going to have to lose, and we're going to lose a lot, and it's going to be historically bad. I don't know if he could go through that again. So I would love to see. I would be intrigued by it for sure.
I just got some insight that I'm just saying. I believe that is what is going to happen.
That's
will
usually
see.
how Ken
We'll let you.
That's usually how Ken Rosenthal always says things. I believe I've just got guys. Trust me.
I got a feeling. That's all I'm saying. Robert, we know you got to work. You're an Emmy Award winner.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you got an Emmy-nominated show to get to.
Emmys don't just jump on your shelves by themselves.
And that's right. MLB Central, it starts at 9 Central, right on the MLB Network. It is great, and it is always awesome to talk to Robert Flores, Houstonian, right here on ESPN. Big star. Came right from the city of Houston.
Thanks, guys. Have a great week.
How many Houstonians have 4 Emmys? And maybe 5 now.
Dell's putting his headphones on. He's got an answer.
No, I was just going to ask.
Who's got
since we have an insider, John, are you going to give the national conversation a banger like this?
The Astros are the cockroaches of baseball.
Since you are now in that world, we're going to need one of those from you now.
Yeah.
At some
So
point.
we've got actually 2 insiders now. We've got Jeremy Branham, football
Well,
insider.
not a
John
report.
Granado.
He'll
he
tell
said
you
he's
not reporting.
Not reporting.
He's a take
Well, he
maker.
got picked up as a report. He got picked up as
yeah,
a
he
local.
takester.
He got some journalism
He got
lessons
picked up
too
as an
after
insider.
that.
He did. There were people giving him journalism lessons.
No, he's a takester.
Yeah,
He's
a take fountain,
Take maker.
or whatever he called himself.
I like to call him a takester.
Okay,
Rage baiter.
possibly, sure.
Engagement farmer.
Oh,
There's
definitely.
he was called several things the other day.
Yes,
we just called John insider and the problem.
Yes.
Okay. All right, two. I'll take those.
2 very different nicknames.
Yeah. Oh, we got a break. 713-780-3776. Don't go anywhere.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN. Always great to have Robert. Are we up against it already, Del, or did you combine? We're up against it already. We had Robert on for a while. Good stuff. Good stuff. 713-780-3776. We got time to play Ken Rosenthal. Ken Rosenthal, is he the one that said cockroaches?
He is.
That's Ken Rosenthal.
Yeah.
The Astros are the cockroaches of baseball.
Although it also sounds a little bit like Ian Rappaport to me.
He does?
A little bit. I don't know. Who broke that? I felt like Tom Pelissero broke that Butte story. Not that it matters. I mean, we in the media
Tom
make a big deal about.
Pelissero, is he still employed by?
He is Netflix.
Apparently,
Oh, he's on with Netflix. Okay.
Netflix,
he
yeah.
did break it. That's what I heard, too.
Yeah, he was one of the ESPN reductions just because they had redundancies. And he's good. He's a good insider. I used to think he was kind of smarmy. I wasn't a big Tom fan. And then because he just kind of felt a little standoffish when I was at NFL Network with him.
That you pieced it up?
Well, then we rode in we had a car ride together to the airport when we were leaving the combine, and he realized, like we were talking about the Texan stuff with Jack Easterby, and I think he realized I knew a lot of the back end stuff about what was going on, and I don't know. After then, we just talked about the Texan stuff,
so
and after then we had and then I was on the
So
NFL
you realized
Insiders.
you had some stuff to you, and you go, I'll talk to this guy.
Yeah, I said, oh, okay. I thought he was a total schlub,
And he wouldn't deign to dare speak to you.
Yeah,
but now,
so,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
so,
did you bother him like you bothered Bobby Slowick?
I'm sure he did.
Well, no, it wasn't to that. No, we didn't fly on a plane. I wouldn't have talked to a writer for that long. Bobby is different. I had to get some licks in on like what I thought they should do.
Well, right. He needed that.
Bobby, let me ask you a question.
the great Bobby Slowick.
The great Bobby Slowick, who is now
who will turn Malik Willis into
your guy.
actual
He's got
quarterback.
Literally the
starting
most
quarterback.
impossible task. Ooh.
He's got Devon Achane.
Yeah, he's got Achane.
He got.
Give
Ooh.
H in the ball.
Yeah.
I had somebody tell me the other day, you know who's going to be not very good this year?
Quinn Ewers.
Well, I mean, no one told me that, but I'm anticipating. No, the Panthers.
Ooh,
I've heard the Panthers
they
have looked
spent
bad.
a lot of money.
I know. I've heard they've looked
By
bad
the way,
all
this is a Lance
preseason.
special. This was supposed to be about the Astros.
Oh,
and
yeah,
Ken
and
Rosenthal.
also Ken
And
Rosenthal.
He turned it into a personal
And also
relationship he
Ken-
had with Tom
No, I'm just
Pelissero.
telling you, maybe-
And now we're back in the football talk.
Yeah, this happens sometimes. This happens. The caffeine's kicking in.
Is
But
that
Tom
what it is? Is
Pelissero
that
is a
what
good
it
guy.
is?
Yeah, Tom Pelissero is a pretty good guy.
Okay, so
Okay, because he talked to you. Great.
Yeah.
here's Ken Rosenthal not talking about Panthers football, talking about the Astros.
Not exactly a surprise that they're moving on from Dana Brown, and enough of the mutual partings already, please. It's a firing. And Dana Brown, we all know, Chandler Rome has been writing about this for The Athletic all season. Last year, his contract in trouble. What is surprising about this is the timing. Now, obviously, the Houston Astros have had somewhat a disappointing season. But at the same time, they are currently in first place in the American League West, albeit under 500, and albeit coming off an incredibly disappointing homestand. This is largely, in terms of the timing, symbolic. The general manager doesn't have all that much to do from here to the end of the season, and I guess Jim Crane just figured we're going to do this anyway. I'm ticked off about this homestand, and let's do it now. In case you missed it, the Astros blew a 6-0 lead to the A's yesterday, one of the worst teams in baseball. They had a 3-6 homestand against Seattle, Los Angeles Angels, and the A's. Three teams that have struggled in their division. Every team in that division is under 500. So from that perspective, okay, yeah, Jim Crane's upset. Jim Crane once fired a general manager after winning the World Series, and he's perfectly entitled to do whatever he wants to do. But this, in some ways, seems to be a hissy fit coming to light. Not
Something about the way he talks. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know
you
what-
didn't let him finish.
What else is he going to say? He just kept. What was he going to say?
Nah, he was done. He was done.
No, he wasn't. He called it a hissy fit.
Well, we heard that.
We heard that.
oh,
Not
That-
exactly a hissy fit, but Jim Crane has the ability to do whatever he wants with this team.
He sounds a little like Woody Allen.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Jim Crane can do whatever he wants with his team. There's no doubt. He bought it. But there's not a lot of work to be done late in the season from a general manager.
Coming to light.
There it is.
Coming to light.
Coming to light. But Jim can do whatever he wants to do with this baseball team. So, you know who started trending on Twitter yesterday? Jeff Bagwell. It's never a good day when I see Bagwell on Twitter.
This is why, Jeff Luhnow, you better reconsider. Look, right now, a living legend for Astros fans. You come back and it don't go right, that reputation down the drain. Just like what Bagwell's suffering from.
That is true. Like, he's got legendary status right now. Let me ask you, in Office Space, who were the two guys with the same name who came in to evaluate the whole thing?
I believe they were the Bills, not the Bobs.
They weren't the Bobs?
No.
Okay. Whatever they were two first names. I thought it was the Bobs. But if they're the Bills,
if you're
that's
talking
fine.
about Gary Cole, he was a Bill, and I think there was another Bill. Because Gary,
it was the two
Gary
Bills.
Cole,
It's two Bills. These are going to be the Jeffs. Jeff Luhnow and Jeff Bagwell. Okay. So what is it exactly that you do, Omar? Because they'll talk to Omar Lopez, and they'll talk to, they'll talk to Miller.
Oh, you're right. Let me. Yeah,
Is it the Bobs?
It was Bob.
Two Bobs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Two Bobs.
I'm looking. I remember Gary Cole as the guy who held a coffee cup. And,
Oh, hey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's Lum.
Lumberg. Yeah,
Lumberg.
Yeah, you're right.
Lumberg.
Two
Bill
Bobs.
Lumberg. What's going on? Yeah, that'd be the manager.
Yeah.
So I
I'm
don't
gonna
know that
need
Jeff
you.
Luhnow, because you're right. Jeff Luhnow, was Jeff Bagwell involved with the team when Jeff Luhnow was there? He was just sitting behind home plate.
Wasn't he the clear? Hey, change. We're going to do things differently now. And Jeff Bagwell came in because
Yeah,
he's
I
a
think
baseball
Bagwell
guy.
came in when, yes, he was. That's it. We've done these World Series runs are ugh. We're going to want a title with Luhnow, who's a numbers guy, and then Click is a numbers guy and win another title. We got to get some baseball guys in here. We got to start getting eyeballs on people, baseball people making decisions, a Reggie Jackson, a Jeff Bagwell. Enough of these title runs, okay? Let's just get baseball guys in here who know what they're doing. And then Jeff Bagwell immediately starts trending. Like, when I see the name Bagwell, it's always bad. It's never good on Twitter. And it's always going after him about the Astros. It's a real shame. One of the great Astros of all time, a Hall of Famer, and his second act as player personnel is not great. And he was mentioned yesterday by Nightingale that it will be Bagwell and Jim Crane.
No, it was mentioned by the Astros organization.
No, but also.
In
got a
the
mention as
release.
That's right.
Bagwell.
In the release, it said
But Bagwell got a
Crane.
mention in the report. I don't know if it was Nightingale or someone else who he could be considered for the general manager role.
So that felt like a guess. I saw that, and I immediately got fearful. And the more I read it, I was like, that feels like a guess. But let's spitball that. If Jeff Bagwell is a general manager, I think it will. Well, it will not be met with it will be met with derision around
Yes,
Astros
it will. Is
fandom.
Osmus back in the mix because of his ties to Jeff?
He's gonna throw that. He took his shoe off again.
He
took his shoe off again.
Actually, you know what's weird? Is Osmus doesn't even make me want to throw my shoe. It'd be Bagwell. Well, and we're at a point now where back then I was hopeful.
Why not both?
Back then I was hopeful, like, okay, we can't screw this up. I mean, he had a lot more good players. Now it's to the point where, like, we're past the point of no return.
Why
We're just
wouldn't
headed
Jeff hire his boy to be the manager?
We're like Cape.
Unless
we're Widow's Bay, it just feels like we're kind of. We can't get off.
You
this
can tell what
jinxed
show
island.
Lance is watching right now.
We can't get off this jinxed island now.
Yeah.
So
who has to die?
I think you know what. To Robert Flores' point earlier, I think we're at a point where you got to tear this thing down again.
Well,
and I'm not sure Jim's ready.
No,
to do that.
I'm with you. Obviously, I've been the one talk, but I do I make it Hader and Pena, and try to move Paredes, try to move Walker. You try to hold on to Jordan as long as you can.
Yeah,
Jordan brings you. Well, you can't miss with Jordan, or it's a disaster. You just cannot miss if you move a guy like Jordan.
Well, this would be but this would be like Trout with the Angels. It'd be almost identical.
Yeah,
you've got one player.
One guy. Yeah, I think you have to move. You have to move on from Pena, and I would move on from your closer, Josh Hader. Too. I mean, I love Hader, but if you're not going to be a good team, Jim Crane's the one who said we're not. For what? You don't need a closer if you're not a high win team.
No, yeah, right. All right, we got a break. We're up against it. 713-780-3776. Anything about anything we said. If you want to get in, you're more than welcome. Come on. Boom, 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 boom. All right, we've got. Do we have a couple more tickets to give away for the listener appreciation party?
What'd you ask?
Listener appreciation.
What about
do we
it?
have more tickets?
Oh,
Yeah, this is our final day for giveaways.
This is our final giveaway day.
Yes.
Final.
There have been questions about if we're going to have dances there. They're calling them lap dances.
What?
Listener appreciation party dances. Lap dances.
We didn't do that last time. Why would we do it this time?
It's just-
Listener
Are you
appreciation
giving the
party
dances?
dancers.
They're called lap dances.
Lap
Are you
dancers.
giving them?
No, it's out there.
No,
Who asked that?
It's in the streets. They're asking.
Stop it. It's
but
not
we'll have girls there.
Well, women will be there.
Well,
yes,
yeah,
because they'll be.
Abigail and Sam will be
Well,
there, but I don't want to put that on them.
I wasn't even talking about them. Just women will
Lexi
be there.
will be there.
Men will bring their.
Lexi,
Their plus
is
one.
Courtney?
Yeah,
is
bring-
Courtney going to be there?
I don't know. She usually
Can
is.
we nip this in the bud
You
right
think
now?
that's where he's going? When he's
I-
trying to expand?
I don't want him to suggest that the women we work with can be involved in
No,
this.
you're just dancing at
Not
a listener
dancing.
appreciation party.
We didn't dance. No one danced last time.
There was no dancing.
We
no
did.
music
We
played.
sang a little. I sang a little bit, and I think people were
You
dancing
sang the
when I was
national
singing.
anthem.
That's not a dance.
No one dances at the national anthem.
Yeah, you're supposed to stay still to show respect. You don't dance.
I do kind of a little bit.
A
I
sway,
kind of
man.
play to the
Dance,
crowd.
they
I play to the crowd
You
when
walk
I'm
around
singing
a little bit.
the
but
anthem.
Yeah, bring your wives or girlfriend. Well,
What?
after what you did to Paul Gallant, I'm not sure that they should.
well,
I didn't
Guys.
do anything to Paul Gallant.
guys,
He's my friend.
If you can detect a general difference between the tiers between you and your wife as far as looks are concerned, don't bring them because John will point it out and suggest,
he will detect it.
and suggest that
Yeah.
there should not be a relationship.
well,
at least
and
not
even
one without
if you,
money
especially
being
if you have a
involved.
really ugly wife.
Well,
Well, no, that way it usually
You would-
goes.
you
No,
would have
that's
the-
usually fine.
you would have the ability not to
Yeah,
mention
you
that,
don't
right?
say that.
You
Well,
would
no, I
say
would
that.
probably point that out too.
No, you
No, you
wouldn't. Are you
wouldn't.
that bad a person?
Yes, actually. I
Are you?
think.
I've just given you way too much credit in the
You
past.
wouldn't
I
point
guess.
out a wife that is not
You
attractive.
accidentally pointed out that your professor's wife was pregnant. You congratulated, and then you found out she wasn't pregnant. But that was an
Well,
accident.
That was an accident.
That was an accident.
Look, guys, just leave. I don't want to put it this way, but leave your women at home
Yeah, now you've changed.
to keep John
Well,
out of the.
now
out of
wait
it.
a minute. Maybe some guys, the girl he brings, maybe they want to be lap dancers.
No, it's not lap dancers.
Just dance.
Oh well, actually, it would be. Yeah, it'd be
they're lap
listener
dancers,
appreciation
listener
party
appreciation
dance.
party
People who
dancers.
dance at a listener appreciation party are considered lap dancers.
Lap
no
dancers.
one danced.
That is
lap.
true.
We didn't have any lap dancers.
Well,
last
we got to
year.
add to the entertainment,
Is there
Del.
live music being played?
Just because we didn't do it last year.
no.
Will there be music?
No,
So, then why would anyone dance?
no,
I'll
it's
sing.
not.
That's not
And
going
we'll
to
have
get the
lap
people
dances.
moving.
Fly me to the
That's
moon.
not a song
Not a
people
dancing.
dance to.
Well, you can
Not at a
dance slow.
party.
It's a slow dance.
Look, guys.
That's a slow
you know
lap
the deal
dance.
You're
here.
gonna have La Raza slow dancing with
No.
with Tony, like no, and Tony should not. Tony,
Jason?
and Tony's got a good looking wife. I'm not sure that he's. Yeah, just bring her. Just bring her.
Yeah,
I don't
bring
know,
her.
man.
Tom.
Bring her.
I don't
I'll
know.
point that out.
Just bring her.
What is she doing?
You're
with
gonna
you?
like it. There's a little age difference between Tony and his wife.
I know. I've met. I think
Like
I
there's
met her
pictures
at
of
the
him.
last.
There's pictures of them like at Burning Man.
I think I met him at
together.
A,
I'm like, what?
I think I met them at a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
She wasn't his wife at the time, but I think I met them at a Super Bowl party. At
They better have kids right away. Otherwise, she's going to be putting diapers on the baby and on Tony.
wow.
I think. Oh no, they had a baby.
They did?
Yeah, Tony had a baby right away.
Okay, good. Well,
So, I met my wife at a listener appreciation party. Well, it was a listener. Yeah, it was a listener appreciation party, or it was a fundraiser when we had one of the floods or something. But it was at BW3's down the village, which
Look
is
at
now
that.
Buffalo Wild Wings. You could maybe meet your future wife. One of you guys, Dell, you might meet
Who's
your
looking-
future
yeah,
wife.
Del, you're going to meet your
At,
wife there, Del.
at the
looking
listener
for a
appreciation
future
party.
wife. What kind of prize?
I
is
wasn't
that?
looking for it, and I just found it. I didn't.
Now
I didn't
Dell's
know I was
not
gonna
going.
find it.
Yeah, why are you threatening me? Don't threaten me.
Yeah, it wasn't meant as a threat.
Yeah, that doesn't sound appealing. Your future wife.
Your future wife,
you could've-
Del.
If you would have said your future Friday night, I'm like, okay, fine, I'll show up. You can meet your future Friday night.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah,
or Tuesday night.
Yeah,
Whatever.
whatever. But
Whatever.
I'm coming from I'll be in Lake Charles that day. It's gonna be a long day. I'm looking for a wife on a Friday night at
You
St.
ain't looking
Arnold.
for you ain't looking for no wife ever.
Yeah, but particularly after a day of driving, a show, and then we're going to the party. You know what I'm not looking for? A future wife.
I met her on a Friday evening. It was
Okay.
that was a crazy day story-wise. But my craziest of my whole life about some of the stuff. But then on Tuesday, she had sent an email to me that Friday night. I sent one back. I told her, yeah, Jim Barr, let me see if I can get you some tickets for one of your concerts that you like to go to. And then before you know it, we went and saw 2 movies, Chocolat and Crouching
you
Tiger,
had
Hidden Dragon
a
on a
relationship
Tuesday.
already, though.
On a
You
Tuesday.
guys were talking before then.
Well, not really. No.
Aren't you online talking to
Oh, arguing about Chris
Yeah, but-
Sims
but
and
you-
Major
yeah,
Applewhite.
but you knew her
No,
at
I
least
didn't.
a little
I just
bit
knew
already.
when she said, "Oh, I'm Longhorn Nikki. I'm the one who." I'm like, "Oh, you're the one." And she had an email address where she worked for. I mean, she was an ADJ. They hear workman's comp case or the benefits cases when people have unemployment benefits. So she was a judge who would hear those cases. So she had like that kind of email. I'm like, oh yeah, I recognize. Yeah, you're the one that thinks Chris Sims is good.
Yeah.
So I didn't really know her. We had never talked about anything other than
Understood.
that. I knew her name.
But this wasn't a random happenstance. Like you had a bit of a back and forth before.
Yeah, but nothing more than that. And then she made fun of the Aggies one time.
Wow.
She made fun of the Aggies, which was actually pretty funny.
But
that was it. And then by Tuesday, we're going to see
sick.
Chocolat and Couching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. And before you know it,
that's the first movie you guys saw together. Chocolat?
We saw 2 the same night. We had a date that lasted like 8 hours. Then we went to Copeland's and had a piece of cheesecake. It was my favorite dessert, so I took her there. And then we talked on the phone when she was driving back to Kingwood. So we had a really long date.
And history was made.
And
Look at you guys.
At a listener appreciation party.
Yeah, she actually...
she didn't even dance for you.
No.
Dance.
Nope.
I don't think any
But
dance
there were
will
some.
be
you
done.
could meet your future
there were some
wife.
promo girls there who were a little handsy. I can tell you that. Yeah.
With you?
Yeah. They were a little handsy that night. We were taking pictures like we were taking a group picture, and something's happening behind me, and I'm like, what is this? And it's 2 of the promo girls, and I was like, oh, this isn't what I want.
All right.
Okay.
I'll tell you a different story. And there's another one who just kept showing up in pictures
groped.
all the time.
You say you got groped at a
I did get groped.
party. Okay.
Yeah, I got groped.
All right.
And it wasn't good.
No bubble though.
No.
I know. Well,
no, you don't have a bubble.
That's what people are saying. But
that's what your wife that you just told that wonderful story
your
about.
Wife told you don't have a bubble.
No. She
so
does.
At 6:30 exactly.
8:30.
Yeah, that's 8:30. It's 6:30 here. At 8:30 exactly. At 8:30 exactly, you call in, and the third caller is going to be coming to the listener appreciation party. And if you're a girl, just expect to dance.
No, don't expect to dance. There's no expectation of you
You're gonna
dancing.
have nothing but sausage at this thing. Can
Well,
you not?
We know what you like.
Don't threaten.
Well, let's just make it for women then.
Hey,
Let's
give me
just-
some of that salchicha.
I know you
I
like.
knew you were gonna play that.
Let's just make this one for women then.
What do you?
You
Okay.
can't win unless you're a woman.
Yes.
She's just gonna
Good
bring.
call, John.
Are you going to guarantee that she doesn't bring a guy with her?
Doesn't
Well,
matter.
that's okay, but
Doesn't
at least
matter.
we know one woman is coming.
We got female listeners too.
I'm aware
We
of
got
that.
female listeners too. If you're a female listener, we'll give you a chance
Females
to win.
only at 6:30.
No,
females
8:30.
only.
8:30.
Caller number 3.
8:30
is coming. 8:30, not 6:30. 8:30.
Women. If you decide you want to come to this thing after John's certainly laid it out how appealing it would be for you to be there.
Yeah.
The expectation that you have to dance.
And expect to dance. That's
Don't
all.
expect to dance. That
Whatevs.
is written nowhere.
Well, listen, if you're expecting to have bad sinuses, that's a problem. And we got the solution.
Yeah, Dr. Kaplan. Just yesterday, I got a video from Dr. Kaplan, and I saw a man and woman in the background, and they're listeners. The listener, I can't remember the guy's name. I wish I could. He is a listener of the show, and he said, "Man, I've heard." Dr. Kaplan said, "Hey, Lance, look, I've got, they're here, and we'll call him Daniel. That's not his name, but he heard you talking about this, and he goes, he's going to get the procedure, or we're taking a look. It's a consultation. He goes, yeah, Lance, I trust you. I heard you. You should trust me. It worked. My balloon sinuplasty worked, and I had heard about it. I know there's some other radio hosts who had done it. I heard really good results even before I knew Dr. Kaplan. I know he does a commercial with Jeff Blum where he's in the car with him talking, and it really did work. I mean, I've had sinus issues my whole life. My son is coming back from college here. We hit our deductible for the family like we do every year, so he's going to make it back before year's end so he can get the balloon sinuplasty with Dr. Kaplan. I'm telling you, it clears out your entire sinus passage. And your sinus passages, your sinus membrane is way larger than you think. And you get all that stuff impacted in there, and it can cause you headaches. It can cause you a hard time breathing. It can mess with your sense of smell. It just makes you miserable. And Dr. Kaplan can help to alleviate those problems. And it's a procedure that you come back from very, very quickly. There's no black eyes or blood, brown eyes or anything. There's none of that stuff. So why don't you just give them a call or go to the website and book an appointment and get your consultation done. They'll do a scan of your head. He'll see what's going on with your sinuses. You'll be able to see it too. They fix deviated septums like they did for me. And they also work on ear issues and throat issues as well. Full ear, nose, and throat office. KaplanSinusRelief.com. That's KaplanSinusRelief.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, the Texans traded for Kayshon Boutte, okay? So, Dell, you put in here Bourne. We don't need Bourne. We need Boutte. That's what was throwing me off here. The Texans traded for Kayshon Boutte, gave up Jalen Reed, safety. They're pretty deep at safety. Pretty good at safety right now.
Well, so I'm thinking, that's what I was wondering. They like Kamari Ramsey. So yeah. I'm guessing, I actually saw some things that I liked from Kayvon is it Kayvon Merriweather? Yeah, it's Kayvon Merriweather out of Iowa. Kind of a run support, get downhill, hit you hard safety. But they also have MJ Stewart, who they've liked a lot for a long time. He's out right now. So I think they figure, we got a fourth. I mean, we feel good enough that we got a fourth. And obviously, a fourth safety if you're dealing a fourth, you could argue that Jalen Reed, who I didn't think is very instinctive, frankly, when I studied him at Penn State, but he's also a good special teams special teams type player, cover guy. But you're basically giving up a fourth. Think about this: you're giving up a fourth string safety for a second wide receiver, at least for your team.
Mm-hmm.
So, man, done. Where do we sign up for this? And a seventh? Nick pisses seventh rounders to move up the board. He didn't give a crap. 7, 6, 5. Nick ain't drafting where he's going to say he's going to draft anyway. You already know he's going to trade like 5 times in a draft.
Yeah, no.
Seventh rounder. He treats Daryl Morey treated second rounders. Like, get out of here. I don't want this stupid. Well, actually, Daryl treated first rounders.
For a guy that might not have even made the team or would have been just a teams guy, probably not on the field much at all this year, you get a second wide receiver?
Well, he would have definitely made the team, but but yeah, you got to.
I mean, they like Ramsey. They've got.
Yeah, you get depth, but that's what happens. Like, well, I don't know, maybe yeah. Well, you got depth. You got an expendable depth piece for an emergency second wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Great job, Nick. I don't even care what his stats look like. That was a good job.
Yep. So that was good. It wasn't all good yesterday, though. It wasn't all good. These are the dog days now.
It wasn't all good for the Texans?
No. Here's D'Amico was none too pleased with and here's the deal is this might just be I'm going to light a fire in their ass. I'm going to, you know what, we're getting complacent. We've been out here for a long time. We're still, weeks away from playing our first game. We it's not acceptable. The guys are just walking through stuff that they should be, that we need to, we're not hitting a brick wall anymore. Here is D'Amico after practice yesterday, none too pleased.
As a team, right, for us, the way we practice, it's not good enough. Today wasn't good enough from the standpoint of how we moved the football. It wasn't good enough, and I challenged our guys to make sure we pick it up and operate that way. So we got a lot to improve upon. We're not there yet. Still got a lot of work to do. And for me, I think it's a culmination of guys coming off an off day. You're trying to get back into the swing of things, and it starts with us as coaches. Our coaches got to have the guys ready to play. They got to have the guys ready to practice, got to bring great energy so we don't waste days, right? And so we got a lot, again, to improve upon, a lot to make up after today.
It's got to be difficult when you're still a little ways away. You've had 2 preseason games, and you got one left. There's a bunch of guys that aren't even going to make the team. No, they're not going to make the team. It's got to be difficult to keep everybody focused and everybody enthusiastic. And that's, but you can't get complacent right now. You've got to be, D'Amico, he's a big believer in we got to be better every day. We just got to get better every day. Mm-hmm. You got to focus every day. And, he put the onus on the coaches, but, you can't waste these days. These days can't be wasted. So that was, it's got to be a hard job, though. It's got to be a really hard job to get that, to make sure that everybody is as focused and enthusiastic as they can possibly be.
Yeah, so, it was. I love it. I love when you just say, yeah, you're just rolling right along. You say, yeah, this is a bad day. This wasn't a good day. And I liked that it was acknowledged in a practice because he'll tell it to the team, but I liked that it was in the post, in a press conference, he just said, yeah, we had a bad practice today. Kind of nice that just go out there and just give you insight in the fact that that's what coaches do. I mean, John, just being on the team. Sometimes you just have a bad day, and it was nice to see D'Amico Ryans come out there and just say, yeah, this isn't good enough. This isn't our standard. You always want to keep reminding them that if you do set a standard, then you want to keep saying, yeah, this isn't the standard. It also lights a fire under a guy he did specifically mention the offense.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it lights fire under Keelan Rutledge. I don't know. I guess C.J. Stroud is the leader of the offense. I mean, it's natural that the quarterback would be the leader. Maybe that's something that Nick Caley has to hear something like that, and he knows, all right, I got to be better at what I'm doing. But it's good. It's good. There's no reason to rest on your laurels. And what is your laurels anyway? You're 0-2 in the preseason. Okay?
Yeah.
Guys, you got to snap it in Game 3. So they're going to need a big game out of Brett Rippon and Jarius Pinkerton and Starney McNarney, the 7th-string wide receiver, the wide receiver 9.
Starney McNarney.
And Gary Blart, the tight end out of Norway
Those
State.
are some unathletic names you're throwing out
Yeah,
there.
all these 3rd and 4th and 5th team guys are going to have to really step up to break the cycle of losses.
Yeah, Starney McNarney is going to be. I'm hoping he catches
What school
a
did he
touchdown.
go to?
Kennesaw State.
Kennesaw State. How are you going to make it in the league at Kennesaw State?
Probably not. That's why he's playing Game 3.
Yeah. Yep. A bunch of college players. That's all you got.
Game 3 used to be the game for the ballers. This is where the ballers came out. Game 3 was like, oh, yeah, starters are playing a full half. Game 3 now is like, who are these tricks? That's disrespectful. I shouldn't say
Tricks?
that. There's actually real dudes playing
Who
for
are
real
they?
jobs.
Is Jed York going to pay one of them? Tricks.
Are we going to do it now?
No, we got to go
Okay.
to break. We should do it
Are we
when
going
we
to
come
do
back.
Jed York next? This is wild. I couldn't, like, every bit of that story that came out, I'm like, wait, what? No. I had to double check. Is Jed York still an owner of the San Francisco 49ers? Like, I had to make sure this was a real thing.
Yeah,
And
it
it was a real thing. And then where was he? Where did he get arrested? What? Wait until you hear this coming up in about 3 minutes right here on ESPN 97.5.
At ESPN 97.5. And don't you, my friends, go anywhere.
2 and 2.
And in the meantime, I am going to tell you about Champion Energy, about your electricity. If you're paying more, and it's probably nuts right now what you're paying for your electricity because of you got to have the air conditioning going all day long. It's awful. You're looking for the best way to get that electricity at a better price. You will love Champion Energy. I love Champion Energy. It was awesome. You will love Champion Energy too. Champion.energy/1560. I mean, I'm just telling you, if you're tired of paying more and more and more and more, check out what they're doing. Try them. You got nothing to lose. I mean, honestly, I paid less than you are when I was there. You will pay less. Champion.energy/1560.
And a reminder, caller 3, but no boys allowed, according to John. Caller 3, women only. You get in, and you get to go to listener appreciation party.
Right.
You can
Caller
get in.
number 3.
713.
But you got to be, a biological woman.
Okay. 713-780-3776.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 737-803-3776 to get in with us here on ESPN 97.5.
No, let's give it away to, look, female call. Don't, you scared people away, John.
I did not scare anybody.
Listen.
I appreciate a man with ambition, but I think you're out on a limb too far with the whole
You have
women
to
only
dance
can
for people.
call.
No.
Not one woman. I reiterated. You left. I reiterated it before the break. And
Okay,
still not a call.
I'm gonna once again reiterate. First female call, not fourth. First,
it was third.
Okay, first female caller right now. If you're a listener, you can bring your girlfriend, your husband, your son, your boyfriend, whatever you want to bring. Your daughter, whoever you want to bring. And I promise, we're actually good people. We're really good guys.
I wouldn't stamp that.
We're a really good guy.
Stefan Diggs said it, and we didn't believe him either.
I can't stamp all the listeners, but no, our listeners are good
I'm a
people.
great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
No, we really do have good listeners. People have a lot of fun at the parties. So 713-780-3776. First caller, first female caller. We know we have listeners. Don't be scared. It's not. We just joke on this show.
No, you don't have to dance.
No, and we have beer there. We have food there. Tiff's Treats, Terry Black Barbecue. We've got Ninfa's. We've got OMG Hamburgers. We've got
Republic Boot Company.
Republic Boot Company. Are not really doing food, but who else? We got another food place too. OMG Burgers. We got Ninfa's. We got. I have to think about it. We have
Ducky McSweeney's.
Ducky McSweeney's is going to be there, serving food.
Yep.
So there you go. We may have one brave caller right now.
Yeah. 49ers owner Jed York responded to an ad on a prostitution website.
See?
What?
I got a call from Enos Cantor.
No. See?
See what you did?
See if there's a real one on line one. I'm not getting Enos Cantor going to our party as a woman.
He didn't even disguise his voice. He goes, I'm Enos Cantor.
No. This is not what we're doing.
And Royce White, you're not allowed either.
Yeah. Don't even call us Royce White. See, and then line one.
I'm sure that person had a joke.
Line
along
one
those
had
lines
yeah,
too.
like damn, they stole my Enos Cantor bit.
See?
Dog it. It's just gonna be a bunch of dudes.
It was always going to be that. It's going to be guys who
I don't
bring
care
their
for
wives
me.
or
My wife is
girlfriends.
coming, but for some of the guys,
What
like
are you
for it
trying
to
to
be a
set
mix.
a guy up?
Well, no. I mean, it's nice to have if you have a party, have a mix.
Well, it was never going to be a real
Well,
mix.
even our listener. I mean, but how about Christmas party? We have a pretty good mix. I mean, it's guy heavy.
It's always guy heavy.
Yeah, it's always guy heavy. But the women who come are always really cool. Their listeners are always really
no
cool.
No one is saying they're not cool.
Team mom, the team mom Joan.
But it sounds like you're trying to bring available women to this party.
Well, it wouldn't hurt for our listeners.
Well, the listeners.
Of course, you can't just come to the party. You got to have an invitation.
Yeah, so it's a little difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and this is a high school football Friday night. My buddy Michael said, "Hey,
I
tell
didn't think
Angel
about
to
that.
call," and he's like, "No, our kid's playing he's playing on Friday night." So
Wait, is that first game? I think it's first game.
Well, for some, depends. Well, they've been at school for weeks now, right?
Yeah, but they're working. I think this is the first week.
I think last Friday might have been first week.
I don't think
high
so.
school in Florida, they've played football for
Not
at least
here,
a week
not
or
here
two.
in Houston. I don't think. My brother at Tomball's got his first game this week. I know my dad's coming to town for it.
Well, whatever. Jed York. Listen, you own the 49ers.
Right.
You went to a website and arranged a $140 sexual encounter at a mobile home park. What in the F is wrong with you? I mean, you can afford a high class, really nice. You were doing $140 mobile home in East Palestine, Ohio?
We can get to the pay for sex portion, but you're Jed York, the owner of the 49ers. You don't have to look, in some ways it's always an exchange, but you don't actually have to explicitly pay for sex, right? When you're the owner of the 49ers, there is some woman who is going to find your position attractive and go, you know what? I want to be around.
Is that
Jed
what
York.
you want if you're him, though?
You want to pay it in
I'm
East
just
Palestine?
saying, maybe you don't want somebody. I'm just thinking like somebody who wants a relationship.
No, but you just want to hang out. He can take you to, I don't know, San Tropez. That could be part of it, but it's not a real thing, and you don't have to pay or be in East Palestine, Ohio. What about that? An NFL owner deciding the best course of action is just to pay for sex.
Well, that's okay.
What?
I mean,
that's still illegal.
It's still illegal, but the gross part is you're going 100. You're Jed York.
Jed York ain't got no swag. Forget about looking at him. But if you're the owner of the 49ers and you can't just have a woman on your side who you maybe don't take seriously, that's an indictment of Jed York's game. He ain't got no juice.
Listen,
I know he's recently divorced, right?
He filed for divorce in May,
and this is the actions.
And she's probably laughing.
Of course she is.
Oh my God, but yeah, you're right. I mean, he ought to be able to have friends.
I've seen
benefits. I mean, I could see where you don't want to have a relationship after 15 years of marriage. That's fine. But $140 mobile home park?
Yeah, that didn't match up with, that didn't match up with, okay, who the person is, what the action is. That didn't. I couldn't, like I said, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was like, is this the same? This is 49er owner, right? I'm not wrong here. He's still the owner, isn't he? At Google, yeah, he's still the owner. It's still Jed York. You're like, wow. And then I saw they had a picture of the trailer park. Like, what? I don't know. Well, a lot of people said the same thing about Deshaun. About, what are you doing?
But I think he wanted a specific experience.
Yeah,
so maybe Jed York,
somebody from direct messages on,
and he wanted the massage aspect of it. I think he wanted that particular experience.
Yes,
I don't know. Did Jed York just want to slum it? Is that why he did it? He goes, you know what? He's from Youngstown, so he's back in Ohio. He goes, you know what? I remember the good old days when I did stuff like this. I want to do this again. Is that what this is about?
Well, he grew up 20 miles away from there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I thought maybe he thought he was back in his hometown. He thought, you know what? This far enough away. But goodness gracious, how embarrassing. I mean, it just doesn't get any worse than that. I mean, listen, at least Kraft went to a massage parlor, right? And that's, and it's known for that. A mobile park?
I'm sure there's a lot of people who work in massage like, yeah, we don't really want to be known for that. We want to actually do the job that we do.
It depends on what a parlor. You call it a parlor.
Well, when you call it a parlor, okay.
Yeah, but if you go to, I don't know what the correct term is.
Like there's lots of, I put you on the good one right there, the Thai massage where you got a crick in your neck. I promise you, the elbow strikes is like you're in a UFC fight. It's painful.
Sorry,
but there's real massage places. Yeah, parlor is.
You give the word parlor.
Parlor immediately seems like ooh, not a parlor.
I'm just thinking of the difference. We got Jed York in East Palestine, Ohio. Out of a long-term relationship, and he does what he does. And meanwhile, we got good old Cal, wholesome as hell, and Hannah.
That's true.
Doing the South Side. It's just the exact
opposite.
Skirt,
real fit, trim, real.
This is my point. Like maybe he didn't want to be in a relationship, and fine, and maybe we can make.
Cal just keeps winning. What you're saying is Cal keeps winning. We can make our
jokes, but Cal has a beautiful wife who's very smart, who we can point to in some way and say part of the Texans' turnaround, maybe laid at her feet, and Cal. The owner of an NFL team can pull a woman of that stature if they want to.
Cal keeps winning.
And no one, and look, Cal may be the most humorous, charismatic person in the world. That's not the assumption we have of him. And yet, this is the woman he was able to marry. That speaks to something about being an NFL owner. Jed York, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Why did it just get super scary on John's video?
The lights went out. I don't know what happened there.
Okay, there he's back.
My lights didn't go out though. I don't know what happened there.
All right, so yeah, it is. But Cal continues to.
He keeps winning.
Keeps winning.
You can be a Jed York or you can be a Cal McNair.
Just flipping burgers, and people have Cal McNair T-shirts.
Yeah.
With
You're
his
right.
face
I mean,
on
that's
it.
just.
Be a Cal is what you're saying.
Yes, be a Cal.
Be a Cal.
I mean, Jed, you're a York.
Be a Cal.
Be a Cal. Be a Cal, not a Jed. Yeah. Do not. That's so gross. He was pulling up. What is he driving? Is he pulling up in his Lambo?
I'm guessing it's not a Lambo.
What was he being driven? I don't. Does he?
No.
Did he have a
surely
driver?
you have a driver drop you
Well,
off. Although that's something you might have seen on House of Cards or something. You know, some driver somebody who's really discreet. Something, one of those things. But I gotta assume you just rented. What's he doing there? What was he there for? He's in a rental.
I don't know what he was there for. John pointed out
he's in a rental.
He's from the area. I'm not sure why he was
so
there.
So the NFL
Probably
gives
has
us
a car there.
Like we get mid-size cars.
He pulled
when we
up
rent.
He pulled up at the trailer park in his Mercedes. You think you're getting out of there, Jed? Now this might not have been the first time that Jed was.
He may have gotten out of there.
I
before.
mean, out of nowhere, Jed just decided, you know what? Let's go to a trailer park and get some. What? Oh my God, Jed, that stain ain't going nowhere. That stain is with you forever. And you know what's with me forever? I hope Coors Light, cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. I'm coming to Houston, baby. Listen, I saw beers by states at California, Coors Light. Texas, Coors Light. I just feel like I'm doing my part. Are you doing yours? Because in Texas, Coors Light is the most popular beer. That's what we're known for all along the South there. In Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, California, all along. That we are all big enthusiasts for Coors Lights. And I love it. I love it. It's what, and I feel like I get a little bit of credit for this because listen, and not doing the commercials, how much I've drank. Okay, that's what I love about it. I'm leaving L.A. They're like, what happened to Coors Light sales? Coming back to Texas, hey, Coors Light sales are up. That's right. And wherever I go, I want Coors Light sales to be up, and I'm going to do my part. I'm hoping you do your part. Those Blue Mountains are waiting for you. Cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. It's so hot out there. Make sure your beer is refreshing. You can see it with the Blue Mountains. Blue Mountains mean it is cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. Coors Light.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Okay, welcome back here on ESPN. Tony makes a good point. You know how married guys fantasize about getting some strange? Maybe rich guys fantasize about getting some poor. Maybe. You don't know. You don't know. That just is so gross. What are you doing?
Maybe she has a heart of gold.
Oh, my
Maybe
God.
It's you know what? We don't know the age of this woman. Maybe this is a woman Jed York couldn't pull when he was back in Ohio. And he goes, you know what? Now's my time. Maybe they went to school together. And in school, Jed was a nerd. Clearly, as you can tell, at what he's up to now. And he could never get this woman. I'm trying to find a way to make this make sense, honestly.
It's just not going to.
Yeah.
Well, he went to a website and found a strange one.
I'm just going to assume Jed recognized that woman, a woman he knew, and goes, you know what? You wouldn't ever have anything to do with me when we were going to school together. But now, I'm Jed York. And look at where you are at. I'm going to meet you in a trailer park.
Ugh, gross. Andy wants to talk about Jed York. What do you say, Andy?
Yo, what's up, guys? If you really dissect the situation, I totally agree with Jed York because I feel like the trailer park has the real eaters. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're like looking for the real eaters, you're not about to freaking go to the higher ups. You know, you gotta find those ones that are still hungry for the game and stuff like that.
That's true.
So I totally agree with Jed York. If I was Jed York, I'd be looking for the meters too.
Hold on. Have we given away? Hold on. Have we given away our listener?
Do you want to give away tickets
to
a guy who keeps saying eaters?
Yeah. That's the reason I said hold on. Yes, that's absolutely why. I don't know if you can go to the listener appreciation party, but if you want to, we got a ticket for you.
+1.
A +1.
Because we did not get a woman to call.
All right, bring an eater.
I wonder why. I wonder why a woman wouldn't call this show.
Yeah.
There is something to
Hold on, Andy.
There is something to that. In that, if you're getting it for $140, she's working. She is going to work for it.
Also,
she needs $140.
Butte got traded here also. But go ahead. Now, what were you saying about eating and? She's working for her 140.
She's going to work hard for her $140.
You know, you could pay the high end to do that as well.
You think there's enthusiastic?
I don't know if they got good reviews. There's a good review.
John's right. You know it's fake the whole time.
Well, it's fake no matter what.
Well,
maybe not.
So you think the woman
Let me ask you a question.
in the trailer park is going to convince you that it's real?
There's an old saying in baseball scouting that you don't get off the island by taking. You got to swing. And if you're trying to get off the island, you're trying to swing. You're trying to make something happen.
If you're
trying to get some base hits,
you think
baby.
there's a level of progression for the trailer park woman that if she keeps giving effort, she's going to rise up the ranks?
If you land one,
What?
What are you talking
well,
about?
it depends on.
Like
at $140, it's volume.
It's like Dominican baseball.
What do you think is happening here? You think You think her effort's gonna change her status, her tier?
Well, maybe she's cool too.
Yeah. She's gonna
if she's cool. Maybe she's like one of these guys says, you know what?
No.
Are you doing anything next Friday?
If you're working your way out of the trailer park at 140 a pop, there's a lot of tread going to be off that tire.
I
don't feel like I'm scouting players
you're
now.
Talking about baseball. She's not
I feel like a running back who's taking a lot of reps.
She's not going to go from high A to the majors. She's
what is
capped.
this, Ashton Genty?
She's at low A now.
Like 400 touches.
It's going to be hard to get to double A at 140 per.
But we are making the assumption the reason this is going down the trailer park because the woman isn't exactly of a caliber where there is growth potential as far as her tier, right?
Well, you don't know. She might be in a bad situation.
Yeah.
Pretty girls find ways.
That's true.
What are we talking?
What Dell's saying is
He's
true.
talking about?
Yeah, no. They get opportunities.
She's not some undiscovered gem.
No.
I mean, you found
that was probably. Let's be real, John.
Jed York ain't out there scouting and found himself one.
Well,
what are you talking about here?
But maybe
Mickey Mantle was in
funny,
the Oklahoma
has a
farm
great
field.
personality.
You don't
super
know.
Funny.
You think she's Mike Piazza?
178th overall pick.
Yeah. What do you think this is Tom Brady?
Isn't Tom Brady of the trailer park?
This is some camp tryout. It's not even you.
Unless it was
She's
like
an
she was
undrafted
like,
free agent.
Unless this
invite.
was like, you know what? I'm tired of dating these guys. You know, I've had one boyfriend for a long time. I'm done. I'm just going to do this. My friend does this. I'm going to do this one time. Maybe it's just her only time.
Hey,
Stop it.
Cinderella was stuck, you know what, as a housemaid.
And
wait a minute. Wait.
Cinderella was cleaning.
Wait,
she
how
wasn't
did
meeting Prince
hold on.
Charming
We're
or whatever
doing
the hell
this
that
all.
guy's name
We're
was
doing
in a
this all
trailer
wrong.
park.
We're doing this all wrong. He got arrested. If this was a sting, there was nothing there. It was just a
the charges.
Yeah, but
honey
no,
trap.
but what he imagined he was going to get.
Okay, well then we're not even talking about a prospect then.
Well, but no. There are trailer park there's trailer park prostitution going on. Maybe not this one, but there's trailer park prostitution going on. So, I mean, you might find a diamond in the rough.
Do you know the worst thing I've ever heard? One of the worst things I've ever heard. It's nothing that John said.
That's surprising.
No, it's a phrase that I heard, and I've never been able to get it out of my head, and I don't remember. It was a girl who told me about this, of all things, and like a Midwestern girl, I think. And she said there's such a thing for truck drivers. Like, you know, you have the whole truck driving thing. I just heard some stories, and it's called lot lizards.
Oh, I heard that before.
You've heard that?
Yeah.
Have you heard that, John, that phrase?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That phrase is just, that doesn't seem like a good thing to be called a lot lizard.
No, of course.
This doesn't sound complimentary.
Complimentary.
That's not complimentary.
No, well, there's a lot of names. Hood rat. I mean, there's all kinds
Chicken
of.
head.
Also, Booty got traded.
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Is it Keyshawn?
Well,
or
Booty
Keish-
makes more
is it
sense
Booty
now.
or
So
Booty?
wait a
Keyshawn
minute.
Booty.
Keyshawn
Which is a
Booty.
bigger story, Jed York?
Stop.
Which is a more fun story?
It's Jed York.
Which is a more fun
You
story.
got a receiver the Patriots didn't want anymore. It's going to be important, you hope. Fine, cool. Football, we get it. Important.
The Patriots gave up the Booty.
If you want to put it that
They
way.
did.
I don't think he would like that term.
But they did, though.
That's true.
Why isn't that a headline somewhere?
Because people are
Patriots
professionals.
give up booty.
People want to keep their jobs. You
That's
can't
true.
write that as a headline anymore.
But it would be a banger.
So shout out to you guys for turning Jed York's, incident into something where he was scouting an untapped gem. she's you never know.
You don't know?
I was just conferring, and I was just
Diamond in the rough he found.
yeah.
She
You
ain't
don't know?
She ain't Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman.
You don't know?
No, she's more like Erlene.
Did Richard Gere
Warnos.
know? No,
What do you-
he
what
didn't
do you-
know.
What do you? He knew. He looked at her. He knew. What do you think? Is she more Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman or Charlize Theron in Monster? What do you? Which one is
Monster.
close? Yeah. Okay.
Mon-
What do you think?
I
she looks
saw
like?
the actual, for some reason, it was on TV the other day. I don't know what they were talking about, but I saw the actual woman who Charlize Theron played from
Eileen
Monster.
Warnos.
She looked exactly like her. Charlize Theron looked exactly like her in the movie. Exactly like her. I was like, oh my gosh, this is crazy.
That's sad. Well, except you want to look like Charlize Theron, except when she's dressed up as Monster.
Yeah.
Right. All right. At the top of the hour here. 713-780-3777.
And most of those female monsters, that feel like the ones who you hear bad things, there's always a guy doing something bad in the background that kind of triggered all
Well,
that
yes. Yes. That's how
So
prostitution
listen,
goes.
ladies, we still have another
Andy
listener
hung up.
appreciation party.
Andy hung up, so he didn't get
He
his.
hung up?
Yeah, we got into our conversation. He hung up, so we didn't give away any.
Oh.
We did well, and where are we going, Lance? We're going to St. Arnold.
Yeah, St. Arnold is the spot where you have, I always forget the name of the rooms, because there's a smaller room and a large room. The smaller room, which is called I have to see the name of it. I just know that it's got space for 20 to 300 people, and then they've got that's smaller than 100. Smaller than 100 is the Investors Pub, and then the larger groups that are up to 300 people, which is what we use. That is the beer hall. So the beer hall is awesome for us because we have all these listeners in there. If you have a big corporate event and you have, everyone, the workers at the warehouse are coming, everyone who works in the offices, you've got the executives. I'll just give you, let's just say, you're going to have 108 and everyone's bringing a plus one. You got 180, 200 people coming. You get the beer hall. And they have an audio-visual capability, so that if you want the microphone and you want to make an announcement, you want to have, it's a big party. You want to put some slides up there, some PowerPoints, not slides, but PowerPoints up there with your computer. They can do that. They're going to cater the whole thing for you. They're going to have nice drinks for you. It's going to be beautiful. You're going to have a beautiful party right there. St. Arnold will handle it all. So whether it's a smaller event or a larger event, you're always going to have a great time over at St. Arnold. Maybe you have a big, you got a big 10-year, 20-year fantasy football draft coming up. You know what? Why don't you see if they can accommodate you in the Investors Pub, which is 20 to 300 people. It's a smaller, 20 to 100 people. It's a smaller location. It's more quaint, but it's also awesome. And as I said, the food and drink there is incredible. The service, outstanding. St. Arnold is your spot for your private events. I don't care what time of the year. They are awesome. Go to the website, starnold.com, click private events in the upper right-hand corner, and start to dial in on getting your event locked in at starnold.com.
We're going to get Drew in here. He wants to talk Astros, but before we do, I was just thinking about you said it earlier. Keishon Boutte had 75 yards against the Texans in the postseason. Remember the diving one-handed touchdown catch? I mean, he got 75 yards against the Texans defense is a big day.
Yeah, five for 75?
No, 3 for 75. He had 5 targets.
Oh, 5 targets. Oh, 3 for 75, yeah.
3 for 75, 25 yards apiece, and a touchdown. And remember, I don't know if you can see it. Go see the touchdown catch again.
It was a great catch.
Diving catch. Yeah,
so
over Stingley.
So I reached out to Alonzo Highsmith and said, hey, what are we getting with I just said, I think I can read this. It's not that big a deal. I said, what are we getting with Booty? I got to get used to calling him Booty. I mean, I've been calling him the French version the whole time, and apparently it's Booty. He said, elite hands, great body control with average speed, good dude, a little misunderstood because he says very little. So he's not much of a talker. But he said elite, good body, great body control, and elite hands, just average speed. Average speed, but he still averaged over, 15 or 16, 15.7 yards a catch?
15.7 per catch.
Yeah, so, sometimes speed is not the ultimate deciding factor. Sometimes you can get open because you run a good route. Deep. Sometimes you can win in the air. If you have great body control and elite hands, you can go win contested catches down the field. So I just know that it gives you a viable wide receiver 2 headed into the season. Great job by Nick. You give up safety depth, special teams depth, and a 7th-round pick for a 1-year rental in Kayshon Boutte. He might be around. You might decide to offer him another contract next year. Who knows? But I know for this year, this is a really fantastic. I'm so excited that the Patriots decided to make a deal that helps the Texans. I didn't think that would happen, but here we are. And I hope the Texans make them pay by using Boutte. I mean, Nico is still the guy, but this makes Nico more valuable in fantasy football, in my opinion.
So
yeah, you got your intermediate receiver, right? And Nico can
go
stretch
level 1,
the
level
defense.
3.
Maybe he you know what? Boutte goes deep and he goes in intermediate routes. I think both of them up the sidelines and Dalton Schultz or Marlon Klein in a skinny post. You got a lot of opportunity here.
I listened to a podcast that said this acquisition would allow the Texans to move Nico around, so he won't have to be stagnant as an outsider. So they can move him in, get him off the line a little bit, use him as you talked about the big slot that Texans like sometimes, but give him the opportunity to not just be on one side in one spot all the time.
I forget, was Nico hurt for the New England game?
Yeah. He got hurt, remember? He had to leave the game. He was hurt the game before against the Steelers, right?
Yeah.
I think he missed the whole game.
He didn't have a catch.
And it's not really breaking news because we knew this was coming, but the Texans' rivalry uniforms are out. They're a white helmet, a white jersey. You can see him. Aaron Wilson tweeted out a picture. It's CJ and Stingley in the jersey. It is a darker blue than Columbia blue. They're calling it H-Town blue, but it is an all-white jersey with blue and red accents. And the Texans, for the first time ever, will wear a white helmet.
Ooh. Let me see. I don't know how I feel about this.
I like it. It's different. It's cool. Let's get Drew in here. Andrew, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, I kind of want to talk about the Astros at first, but hey, Bill, you already know, man. You don't know, a woman don't know her own work or whatever, so you might get lucky sometimes if they don't have a P in the background somewhere. Hey, but I know it's not news of the weird right now, but have y'all seen that story of that lawyer or whatever? She caught her husband doing stuff with the dog or whatever because she had a camera up just for the contractors. But she found she doing stuff with the dog, and the dude is like a principal of some law firm or something from 97 or something like that.
So the attorney is Steven Tyler Swain, and it's on Fox 26 Houston right now. Actually, it's I guess.
What did she do?
So in November 2025, she installed a camera to just keep track of what was going on, what the contractors were doing. And when she reviewed the footage, it showed her husband engaging in acts with the dog, Shipley. The name.
Oh, not Shipley.
Yeah. She identified her husband in the video and removed Shipley and their children from the home, and then turned the footage over to the Houston SPCA. And then
this is here?
And yes, and then the SPCA turned it over to the cops.
Oh, and he made it on TV.
Well, it's at least on the website, Fox
Oh,
26.
Wait a
Shipley.
minute. What? He's doing stuff with the dog.
I gotta
Yeah.
say, we wouldn't have had this show. That's another good call. Let him go to this party
You want Drew in the party?
if he wants to.
Drew, do you want to go to the listener party? It's this Friday at St. Arnold.
Yeah, I definitely go.
All right, we're gonna put. You get a plus one too.
Hang
so
on,
bring
we'll
someone.
get your information.
Oh, he had Astros.
He said
he's
he
a
wanted
lawyer?
to talk Astros, and now you got to that.
Well, he was a lawyer.
Stephen Tyler Swain is the name, and
Are you going to represent yourself here, sir? Yes, I will.
He's facing felony charges.
I don't even want John to comment on this story.
No, it's not great.
I'm glad this isn't a News of the Weird. Would you? No. Do you? No.
Well,
No.
it says severe criminal charges. I don't know if it's a felony, but it feels like it should be.
That's terrible. Just think you're like, I'm going to set this camera up to make sure the contractors do what they're supposed to do. I don't want them going through our drawers or anything. Shipley! The wife had to see that happen to Shipley? Good Lord.
Oh, and the mugshot is out, and it looks like I don't know what happened.
Not a mugshot shawty?
But no, not at all. I would assume that the dog bit him on the nose for what he was doing. If you go to the Great Baller Alert account on Instagram, you'll see a picture of this guy, and he has like this big, looks like, I don't know what it is, like some growth on or some scar on his nose. I'm just guessing that the dog was like enough and bit him, but it's terrible. All of it's terrible. But
It's just this is.
I don't know if I want to even Google his. Now you make me like I have to see the mugshot. What has happened to this show?
Dude.
It started off, but he still gets to go to the party though. But
you invited him.
It started off, I know, but now I'm just feeling bad for splits. Like if I caught a contractor doing that, I'd be super pissed off.
What a weird dude.
I'd file charges to the full extent of the law.
Wow. That is just. I don't like. Poor Shipley. I just leave the dog alone.
And you're not even a dog guy.
No. I hate when people force themselves on people that are smaller and less fortunate and can't do anything about it. It's just ugly.
Yeah, that's standard. That should be the default for everyone.
Right. You shouldn't force yourself on dogs or
No, John, I'm gonna stand with you on this one.
Yes.
I'm gonna stand against that too.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I'm going out on a limb here. I mean, honestly, just stop. Don't have sex with dogs. That's something you should live by, I think. Something you should live by.
Just don't save that. I kind of want you to save it,
I
but
didn't even
just
hear what
don't
you said.
save it.
I was on the phone
He just
with Drew.
made a proclamation: don't have sex with dogs.
Oh, thanks.
He's telling people if you're thinking
You're
about
so
that,
brave for
don't.
going out on that limb and telling people not to have sex with dogs.
I told him I stand with John.
Oh, look, you too. You're brave too.
Thank you.
Who else wants to get in with?
Yesterday
don't
I said.
have sex with dogs?
Yesterday I said I'm not right. Daquan Wright is the tight
I'm not
end. who's-
writing him. Everyone's like, why not?
And the other guy goes, "Thank you for your bravery."
I know.
They said, "This is so brave of you, Lance." And I was like, "Yeah, thank you."
Well,
I did a prayer hands to one guy.
Well, the conferences are coming out and saying we're not about this.
Well, the SEC doesn't like it.
The Big 10, the Big 12.
And what did Lane Kiffin say? If one going to be us, it's going to be somebody else.
What he
So
said.
we're doing it.
Well, let's
And they
hear
also
from
got-
Lane on the other side.
They also got the basketball player, the Big East
RJ
player of the year.
Lewis,
RJ Lewis is going to LSU.
Who the pictures is of him like from Media Day in a Celtics jersey.
Yeah, Wendy's team is scurrilous, John.
Oh yeah. Oh
and
no
then
no
Kim
no.
Mulkey was talking to a Ukrainian player about, hey, I may recruit a Russian player, and hey, maybe you guys can get together.
Russian judges,
and stop the war.
Louisiana judges are sitting here issuing injunctions for everyone to play for LSU.
Haven't won a national title in a while.
Run amok.
Time to win again. Time to win again. Let's go. Whatever it takes. All right. We'll hear from Lane on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. I'm looking at a video. This really attractive woman who is very voluptuous is interviewing this older bald guy. And the caption is, and he's trying to talk, he's trying to look up, trying to look anywhere. He's fighting for his life. So he can, I mean, that has to be an uncomfortable interview. I'm not doing that interview. Where do I look?
What do you
can't.
mean? My eyes are right here.
Yeah, I know.
Just look her in the eye.
I didn't even know she. I don't even know if she has eyes.
You knew she had eyes. You knew she had a head attached to the body. You knew.
I'm not sure. But the caption is, he's fighting for his life.
I saw that. I didn't watch the video. I hope the man made it through his trials and tribulations.
But that's such a bad spot to put somebody in. Can't you get somebody ugly to interview me?
What are we doing? What's wrong with you?
We ain't doing that. I can't. What are we talking about again? No, we're not doing that.
Clean water in our community. That's what we're talking about.
That was it? It was about water?
No, I have no idea. I didn't watch it.
Clean water in our community, but it could be.
Possibly.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows what they were talking about. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5. Astros and Yankees tonight.
I thought we were going to hear from Lane Kiffin.
We are.
Oh, okay.
Astros and Yankees tonight. What about that? I mean, this is one of the biggest series. That's the biggest series of the year right now.
Oh my God!
No, what? It's not.
What did I say last week or 2 weeks ago? If you just play 500 ball, you're going to coast in, and you couldn't play 500 ball. 3-6. That ain't going to do it. If you were playing 500 ball right now, you'd be in first place.
Here's the deal. Okay, two things. How do they play versus winning teams versus how they play against losing teams?
Play better against winning teams.
Way better.
Yeah.
Way better against winning teams.
They're terrible against the A's and Angels this year.
And did you see the record when Vasquez starts versus when
it's
Yiner
awful.
starts?
They are so much better when Vasquez starts.
Yes. That's crazy. That's crazy how much better they are. I mean, it's their record is we can't do that anymore. Can't do that. I mean, come on, Yiner, and come on, Astros. Start that. It's so incredibly bad that they can't beat terrible teams. It's so stupid.
So the homestand broke Jim Crane's spirit, but not yours.
It put a little dent in it, but no, I'm good.
I guess I'm wrong. They're not terrible against the A's and the Angels. They're actually 12-10. I mean, you'd like to be a lot better against those teams than 12-10, but I guess they are 12-10, so that's not horrible, provided this information I have is correct. Because I'd seen it worse. Of course, I saw it earlier in the year, so maybe it was worse at that point. But they still came off a series where they were losing against these teams.
Yeah.
Regardless, that's not good against the worst teams in your division.
Yeah. I mean, it's just incredible their record against losing teams and winning teams. It's just stupid.
I'm looking it up right now. We'll see if ChatGPT knows it. We'll see.
All right. In the meantime, Lane Kiffin, the SEC says we're not taking players that were in the pros. And here's Lane Kiffin's response to whether or not he's going to be taking. It's a tight end?
Yeah,
a tight end and
Wright.
a defensive tackle.
Yeah. And a defensive tackle?
So the tight end was on the Browns roster, waived. Now he'll join LSU.
Right.
The tackle, he never got drafted. I don't know where he wound up, defensive tackle, but he's going to join Lane as well.
And a shooting guard.
That's what's his name? Will Wade's player. But, yeah, the tackle is on the Ole Miss team. He'll join Lane at LSU as well, the defensive tackle.
Here's Lane talking about it.
So, we have, made a decision to recruit some kids around the country. And, through these multiple injunctions around the country, which this is not a first time, they've been in college sports for a while, a group of players were granted a 5th year of eligibility around the country in multiple sports. And through them winning their injunction and entry into the portal, they're available to recruit. And so ourselves, like many places around the country, are recruiting them. And at the end of the day, because of these rulings, they're either going to play for you or they're going to play somewhere else around the country. So we've made a decision to recruit them, like probably most people are.
Because of these rulings, the rulings happened in Louisiana. The same way Trinidad Chambliss made it back to the league, made it back to college football. Well, these rulings are happening all over the country. Actually, literally in Louisiana is how you got these guys.
Well, no, it applies to the whole country, though.
Well, where was the precedent set?
Right.
The school where
now
they're
whether
going
or
to
not
play
that's
football.
overturned is another story.
Well, as it stands now, the Big Ten won't allow it. They're not going to let you.
It's interesting
have a guy.
because Lane Kiffin doesn't care what you think,
and the SEC is apparently. I won't say
they don't like it.
I wouldn't ever say they're following the Big Ten. They won't. They wouldn't stand.
They
for
said
that.
they wouldn't like it,
but they are. They are trying to implement a rule which doesn't allow for it either.
Well, good luck. You'll get beat in court.
Well, Texas Tech lost after.
No, Texas Tech didn't lose.
They got scared and
Sorsby.
dropped it.
Yeah, the heat got too much for them.
Well,
but they didn't technically lose.
Well, the Big 12 said they were going to fine and punish Tech for this, and Tech said, "You know what? Not worth it."
Even though they weren't in a Big Ten.
Yeah, but no, the Big 12 did it to make sure Sorsby wouldn't play for Tech. We'll punish you for this.
You said the Big 12 said that. I thought you said Big 10.
Well, the Big 12 is in line with the Big 10, but as far as the Sorsby thing is concerned, they threatened Tech, and Tech said,
I
"You know what?
think they just felt like
enough."
the juice wasn't worth the squeeze because Tech didn't technically get beaten in court at any point. I mean, it hadn't been overturned. Maybe it would have been at another time. This is one where Lane Kiffin doesn't care. Like, go beat me in court. I'm getting my tight end back. It was his guy from Ole Miss, and Lane doesn't care. Lane plays by a different set of rules anyway. So he doesn't
the question is how good is his tight end right now?
Really good. Trey'Dez Green is one of the best tight ends in college football. I've got him as one of the top 15 players in my draft watch list.
Oh, he's
really
great.
good.
Yeah, he's really good.
Yeah, I mean, he's like a big wide receiver, basically. So that's a killer right there. You get Daquan, and I gave Daquan a 5th, 6th grade. My grade is equivalent to being an average backup. I thought he could. I was actually higher on him than others. I projected him to go 7th or priority free agent because that's what people in the league told me, and that's what happened to him. But my grade on it was actually a little bit higher for him.
So the SEC presidents are expected to direct ADs against accepting pro players under threat of penalty. Per bylaws, Greg Sankey and or presidents hold authority to deem a player ineligible, fine/suspend coaches, etc. So Sankey has the power to keep this from happening according to their bylaws. Whether he will do it, that's up for debate. But according to the rules, Sankey can just willy-nilly say, no, he can't play for you.
How? They lose everything, though. It'll go to court and he'll lose.
Well, we thought that was the case with Tech, and then the Big 12 swung a big enough stick that Tech said no. Sankey probably has the biggest stick in college football as far as power is concerned. Let's see if he tries.
You want to do this
that
against LSU?
Why not?
Well, because it's more political in the SEC. There's a lot involved.
But if
with
the other
money
schools are siding on your side, you got all their backing to go no. Is there another SEC school trying to sign a pro player?
We'll see. It's a 1-year deal. It's only going to happen for 1 year. So we do have to say this. This is the new 5-for-5 rule. A judge came out and said, okay, if you played in 22 and you've got a 5th year, we're gonna give you another year. They've been giving players extra years since COVID. This is now going on for literally ever, where they're just throwing free years at you, and kids who need scholarships out of high school aren't getting them now. So because of the portal, that hurt them, number one, and then this is yet another obstacle for high school seniors in all sports. I got a friend whose daughter lost out on a scholarship because a 5-for-5 came back. Yeah. So
it hurts. It's not. It's gotta
not great.
stop.
I don't like this. I don't like this. But it's a 1-year deal, and I just don't know. Is it going to be worth the SEC's time to create?
Is it going to be?
Because you'll just get a temporary injunction put on you.
Is it worth setting the precedent for a guy that was in a camp, an NFL camp, to come back and play? I don't care if it's a 1-year deal or not. You can't do that. You can't be going from NFL to college.
That's not what the legal system says.
Well, says them apparently. So the Big Ten is.
But the NCAA should say it.
Well, they don't have
NCAA. What's
they
that?
can have their own damn rules, and the law be damned.
Name a rule the NCAA has that hasn't been beaten in court.
It's everyone has.
Well, it depends. They won the Tennessee case.
Joey Aguilar?
Yeah, so it depends on the judge, honestly. And that guy went to Tennessee and still
that
said
was
no.
a legit, that's not, I think Trinidad should have gotten beat too. Isn't he the one where they said, no, he accidentally, no, he didn't play. It was an accident. I know he did. We didn't play him because he had he had tonsillitis. It was never diagnosed.
But they got a sympathetic judge in the state of Mississippi. He said no, he could play. Tennessee didn't get the sympathetic judge.
Imagine that. Trinidad Chambliss is really good.
So the Big Ten is in line with this. They're going to put something in place to ban pro players from coming back. The Big 12, the ACC, at least the ACC I've seen is on it as well, and the SEC apparently is there too. The question is, now that LSU's already gone through the process of doing this, will they actually tell one of their member institutions no? Those two aren't playing.
The only one making money. The only ones making money off this whole thing is the lawyers. It's so stupid. All right, break. 713-780-3776. You got one more shot to get in here on this Tuesday, right here on ESPN 97.5.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. 937 ESPN 97.5. Keishon Boutte, Astros baseball. Not a great practice yesterday. Joe Espada. I kind of believe Chandler Rome that they haven't talked to Joe Espada. Bob Nightingale said he was given the choice whether to stay or go. Espada, according to Chandler Rome and sources inside the building, it says they have not talked about his future.
We all know he's gone.
Yeah,
we can say whatever you want to say.
He's
not going to make it.
Houston Restaurant Weeks raised more than $1.6 million for the Houston Food Bank last year. This year, your chance to top that right now through September 7th. Eat big, do good. Details at HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com.
I'll give you a shout out to our restaurant. My son's Snacks is working at Chardon. So he had his first day of school yesterday at University of Houston. So Snacks, we got Cougar in the family. He started at University of Houston. He doesn't really have time to talk to me or his mom or even answer our texts really, but he's now running food over at Chardon, which is a French restaurant at the Thompson Hotel. And the guy who's the chef there, EJ, is a University of Houston alum. He's got season tickets to U of H basketball, as a matter of fact. And he was the chef who opened up International Smoke that Aisha Curry tried to bring to Houston, and the Houston and people bombarded it with a bunch of 1 stars before it ever opened, just to ruin their Yelp rating. It sucked. But EJ's a good chef, and so if you happen to go over there, you're eating French, and you see some kid with some kind of looks unruly hair, like they all have, some blonde tips. He tried to put a little red in it. Looks like he could choke someone, but he's kind of smaller, but he's muscular under the shirt. That's Snacks.
Was Houston the first option?
He wants to be a physical therapist.
Okay.
Or there was a few. His first option was Texas, but to my wife's chagrin, none of her kids have gotten into Texas yet.
That's tough.
It's hard. It's gotten really hard. I was like, you couldn't get into Texas right now.
Marty might be able to.
Marty, yeah. But my wife's like, I want her to go to the Northeast School to get music. I'm like,
hey. Does Marty want to go to Juilliard?
I know what all that costs.
Any idea what those are costing?
Yeah,
now?
I know what those cost. Let's slow down with this Northeast thing.
Yeah.
Northeast Music School, because, boy, people are making a ton of money in the, teaching music places.
Does she want to teach or be a performer?
I think she'd like to be a performer.
I'm going to try to talk her into Carnegie Mellon. That's where Marissa Rincuso went.
There we go. I told you, I'm sending her out to Wendy's. I want to say, listen, Wendy's not. I'm going to have her stay with John and Wendy, and I'm going to say, just do what Wendy's doing. I love for you to do the music thing now. She got an HSPVA. It's great. It's our dream for her to do that. She can sing. She's good. But let's just, see what Wendy's doing.
Well, you do know she has meetings every day with high-level people.
I want Marty sitting in those.
That's probably not going to happen. What's the 15-year-old doing here?
Daughter to work day?
I've already talked to Wendy, and she said she can come in the meetings.
Oh,
and give. I just pitch some ideas.
Okay,
pitch ideas.
She's gonna pitch ideas.
Guys, do you guys want to do a feature on nails and how high school girls now are doing all their own nails instead of going to a nail salon?
Okay,
that's a big story.
Well, I do my own. I'd clip my own nails.
Do you think Marty would enjoy the process of how Wendy and others pick the women who appear on the network? You think Marty would like that, Lance?
Wendy gets all kinds of videos from all over the country.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
The casting process?
Yeah. She goes through them. Nah.
Well, I mostly just want her to hang
around.
She
swipes left. Nah.
I mostly just want her to hang around Wendy for a while. And just say, you see this vibe? This is the vibe you want. This is it. Maybe you don't get to go to the meetings, but I want her to spend a couple of days with Wendy just learning.
You too.
This is what it's supposed to look like. And your mom too. I don't mean to I'm just saying, if you want to go do, If you want to go be a boss somewhere,
Yeah.
this is how you boss.
And you too, in 30 years,
wanna
can
boss
have
people around?
to marry a kept man as
Wendy
well.
can teach people how to boss people. She does that with me every day.
So I'm going to buy
you
the
want
ticket. I'm going to buy the ticket and send her out there.
Monty, look, you can
Don't
have
worry, Mr. Granado will be sitting in front of a TV drinking beer all
a
the time.
healthy,
You'll be
fulfilling
fine.
life where you have a great family, you're a woman in charge, and you too can have a kept man as a husband.
Yeah, don't shoot for that, though.
You know, she can learn how to sit around, drink Coors Light, and
Hold on,
watch
it's
Law and Order all
You
day.
think you shoot for what Wendy has with John?
That's what
She's
you're-
like, John is a drag to her.
No, I know,
He's
but
like
if
a
you send
heavy-
her
You're
there,
not
dragging her down.
If you send her there, she's gonna learn multiple lessons, not just the ones you want to learn. She's gonna learn that you can be powerful and be one of the big people for a major news organization,
No,
and
Wendy-
also have to take care of a husband like
Wendy
John.
Wendy might say, "Girl, it doesn't have to be like this." That sounds like something Wendy would say.
You
Girl,
can do better.
You can do better than this. This was fine. This was fine for about, the first 15 years.
That's all.
And after
But
that,
now-
it's become a little bit of a.
But then I couldn't leave him because it's too expensive.
Too expensive
He's
now.
going to take half.
Yeah. Yeah, you got yourself in good.
Right. No. She can't. She's got no choice now. She's got no choice.
No choice.
I'm taking half.
Well, there's always a choice, but is it worth it? Is it worth it? And you do what you're told.
This is why spouses kill each other.
You don't get out of line, no.
To get out of giving up all the money.
Well, you
Yeah.
remember that
Yeah.
show
That's true.
years ago, War of the Roses?
Right. Right.
That was something like that. But you don't act up too much.
No.
Just on the rate, this is where you act up, and she can't hear this.
Chase wants her to go to West Virginia. I know a school in the Northeast we can get your daughter into, Country Roads.
That's not the Northeast.
Well, it's
West
the Northeast
Virginia,
from Houston.
That's Appalachian.
It's Northeast from Houston.
Appalachia
Sure.
is what that is.
But generally speaking, we don't consider West Virginia the Northeast.
Do they have a high-end music program? Listen, if we can get in-state tuition, it's on wherever.
Chase would have to tell us what is the high-end program at West
No,
Virginia.
if my daughter got in at Texas, my wife would be fine with her going there. And her grades are good. Unlike her brother, she puts time into it. I'm putting everything in my daughter. I'm like, it's got to be you. We're all counting on you. You're the last one. Make your mom happy, please.
Please make your mom happy, so she can be happy somewhat. Just please. All right, Del, what did we miss today?
What did we miss? We talked about college football and the demise of the sport we love so much. Apparently, 25% of NFL players in a sample had CTE.
Really?
That's
What?
That's a big number.
Say that again?
25% of a sample size of NFL players had CTE.
Oh, my gosh.
And that's on the low end. That's an estimate on the low end.
You know what else is scary is O.J. Brigance, former Rice Owl great and Baltimore Raven. He passed away recently from ALS. And Glenn Montgomery, former Houston Cougar and Houston Oiler, died of ALS. You had the New Orleans Saints safety.
So the study was from 2008. Well, the sample size of players was from 2008 to 2021, and 878 players who appeared in one NFL game during a period of 6 years. At least 25% had CTE.
Yeah, Steve Gleason's the other one I was thinking of. He's still alive. Steve Gleason, another one. Those are three that I know, but there's more than that. There's definitely some. ALS is another one that has been linked to football.
Wow. So I'm looking at this, and the numbers are more stark. So that 2008 through 2021 was a certain span, and then they drilled down on it. That's where I got the other number from. But during that 13-year period, the guys I studied, 93% of them had CTE.
Oh, yeah. Chris Johnson recently came out and said he had ALS.
Yeah. Well,
Tim Shaw, former linebacker with the Titans. Tim Green, remember him? The defensive tackle for the Atlanta Falcons. Kevin Turner, fullback for the Patriots. Man, oh man.
That's a lot. Those are Jarring numbers, 25%. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and actually way more than that. There's names of guys I'd never heard of. Ricky Dixon from the Bengals. Wait. This can't be true. List of players with ALS. Dwight Clark? 49ers? He didn't have ALS, does he?
Dwight Clark?
I don't recall that.
No.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing that story. But
Dwight's getting up there now.
No, he was announced. It's back in 2017. March 2017. He announced he had ALS.
He announced he had ALS too. I don't.
Yeah.
Do you remember hearing that, John?
And he passed away less than a year later after the announcement.
Oh wow! You know what? I do remember that. Boy, this is crazy. The amount of players that are on this list. This American Football Database. Man.
That's awful. I'm watching Kayshon Boutte set the SEC single game receiving yards record as a true freshman against Ole Miss.
Oh, he was a big name for a while.
And guess who was throwing to him?
As a freshman, not John David Boutte.
Nope.
No, there's John.
Max Johnson.
John Boutte was early 2000s. That was gross that year.
Max Johnson, who's still playing college football.
Max is taking some of the
Boutte's going into his 4th year, and Max Johnson is still playing college football.
Yep.
And he was Boutte was a freshman that year. That's crazy.
Yep.
That is nuts. All right, 9:48 ESPN 97.5. Let's take a break, and let's play News of the Weird next, right here on ESPN 97.5. Don't go anywhere. Oh, my gosh. Alexei Murashchenko is in some trouble. He has been sentenced to 18 years in a strict regime penal colony on charges of fraud, extortion, abuse of authority, kidnapping, and murder. Apparently, he beat a guy to death with a bilbo.
These are popping up almost every other show, these kind of stories.
I mean, he was involved in the torture and murder of soldier Dmitry Pulimov. He was chained to a pole and beaten to death with a bilbo. Is there a worse way to go?
There's worse, but that's
sure
pretty
is.
disrespectful.
But
I'm
it's
sure,
not
but it just seems like that's one of the it's on the list.
I don't know the consistency of a bilbo and how it feels. But is that you can get beat to death with one of those?
Apparently.
Beat to death.
Because I see at Bills games when they throw him on the field, and then you see him unfortunately at WNBA games, and it doesn't seem like an implement of death.
Yeah.
Isn't there some give to that thing?
But I mean, I know it doesn't seem like that. So that seemed like it would be torturous.
Yeah. How many times?
If you're getting beat to death by a bilbo, I just feel like there are classier ways to go.
Yes.
I think. So apparently, cookies made from plastic bottles could ease food shortages and feed NASA crews in space. Do you want a plastic bottle cookie?
I thought, wait a minute. What do you mean by, wait. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. A plastic bottle. It's not made of plastic, so what do you mean?
Yeah, it is.
I thought the plastic
bottles
is bad for you. I thought eating plastic was bad
Yes,
for you.
I'm pretty sure it is.
No, then I don't want that.
Researchers at Southern Illinois University have engineered microbes that can break down discarded plastic bottles and crop waste and turn them into protein-rich cookies.
Did they taste
So,
good?
do you want a plastic bottle cookie?
How do they taste? That's always the first question for me. What's it taste like?
Raisin oatmeal?
Nope, I don't like raisin oatmeal cookies.
Oh, I love raisin
Out on
oatmeal.
those.
Can't we just have oatmeal with no raisins? Why do we have to
Yeah, I
ruin
would take
stuff
out
with
oatmeal
raisins?
cookie, fine. But
What are we
keep the
doing?
Are you
raisins out of
kidding
my
me? You
cookies.
guys are stupid.
Why?
Oatmeal
For
raisin
what?
cookies are the
Why
best.
do we
Need
doing
a raisin in a
raisins?
cookie for?
Oh, here's cinnamon roll. Great, with raisins. Like, what? Why are we doing that?
You're
Why don't you
ruining
start
it.
putting raisins on
Raisins
pizza?
are awesome.
And put them on
They
pizza
are
then.
not awesome.
Put them on pizza.
No, they don't go on pizza.
They don't go on
Chocolate
anything.
and,
They don't go on
raisins
cinnamon
don't go on
rolls
pizza.
either.
They don't go
You
on
got
pizza.
cranberries right there. You're going with raisins? F out of here.
Yeah, I mean, I can.
If I'm going to do one of
live
those
with
dried
cranberries.
fruits, I'm going to go with cranberries
Or
over raisins.
golden raisins if you don't like raisins. They're still raisins. Stop. I mean, I'll tolerate a golden raisin.
A
a little
grape
bit more.
that's been dried out, you're trying to sell me on? F out
Bread
of here.
pudding with raisins in it. Man, what are we doing?
A dehydrated grape you're trying to sell me.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
The greatest,
That's exactly-
one of the greatest,
John has found the tipping point for you and I, Dale.
one of the
It's
greater
the raisin.
crimes ever committed was those California
Raisins are great.
Yeah.
The California
Well,
raisins.
you know,
singing that song to make people think raisins
you
are
throw
okay.
them on some Motown, and it's like, hey, you know what? Maybe we should eat raisins. No, and I don't want ants on a log. either
Raisins
after
are
school,
good,
Mom.
and they're good for you.
That's more
They're
the
just-
raisin propaganda.
Yeah,
Big raisin
good
got to
for
you
me.
years
Dehydrated
ago.
grapes are good for me.
Big raisin got to you years ago.
Clearly.
How about this woman, 38 years old? She pretended to be 11 years old and to trick a couple into adopting her. 38.
I've seen that movie before.
Dwarf.
Yep.
There's like 3 of them.
What's
Orphan 2. I think there's an Orphan 3.
What was the Natalia Grace?
Yeah.
Have you seen that one? That banger, John?
Oh,
Natalia
yeah, well,
Grace. Have you seen The Curious Case of Natalia
I
Grace on
couldn't
HBO?
watch it. I watched some, and I couldn't watch it.
Oh, it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, no. It was too...
And then
it
she
got-
was
no.
standing there by her bed with a knife as I
Yeah.
woke up. I'm like, oh, boy, I don't know if I can do this anymore.
No.
I did it. I stayed with it.
John, if you want a non-reality version, watch some Orphan and then watch Orphan First Kill. It's the
Orphan
same,
First.
It is the same premise. Now the actor herself is actually a little girl, but she's playing an adult in the first one, and then they made another one like 11 years later. First Kill. And because the premise of it is she's not really a little girl, they did a prequel, even though she's older than she was in the first one. It's great stuff.
No.
And she's going to play Joy Foster.
No,
in the 99ers.
thank you. No.
Come
no.
on, John. Think about this woman's or little girl to woman's trajectory. She played an orphan, and now she's going to play in that 99ers movie about the 99 soccer team, the U.S. women. She's going to play. She's going to be Joy Fawcett. She's not Mean Ham or anything.
The fake orphan dwarf?
Yeah. Well, she was never a dwarf.
Oh.
She was just a little girl who played like she was an old woman or an
You
older
called
woman
her
as a dwarf.
dwarfin. I was going to say that's rude.
You made that up yourself. It's
No,
not
I
bad.
thought that's what you said,
It's not
dwarfing.
bad. Take credit. That's not
All
bad.
right, it was mine.
Yeah.
I was going to put it on you in case there was heat.
No, it's pretty good. Dwarfin's not bad.
No, it's not. You make a movie called Dwarfin.
John, I'm telling you, watch it.
Dwarfman.
No, that's not the name of the movie.
Oh.
It's called Orphan Dwarf. Dwarfin.
I'm not watching that. No.
It's good.
I'm on a. Oh, is that what I should watch on the plane?
And you can watch that and then Orphan First Kill. And in 2026, Orphan 3.
What? Not Orphan First Kill.
That's the sequel.
That means
even
there's
though it's a
more
prequel.
kills to come.
Yeah. It's how this woman or little girl became what she became.
John, watch The Thick of It.
The thick of it?
The Thick of It. It's like the British version of Veep. It was the guy who did it, Armando Iannucci. The first one he did was The Thick of It, and then he did Veep. That's a pretty good one too.
John,
watch that one. That's an easy
I would
watch.
Say,
it's funny.
Get the family together, and when Orphan 3 comes out, make a day of it. You guys watch Orphan 1, Orphan 2 First Kill at home, and then you go to the theater to watch Orphan 3.
And then Orphan 4 called Dwarfin.
That's not Orphan 4, Dwarfin.
Dwarfin. We're done. Mopey and Mapes. I got to catch a plane. Mopey and Mapes are next right here on ESPN 97.5. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, everybody.
Welcome into the show. We got some questions to ask of you, mostly of Sean, because he's my sounding board for some of this. Sean, I want you to think about it right now. What's the worst $140 you've ever spent? For people who don't know, we'll get to that. It's a continuation of a story that broke yesterday, but we got but we got more information as the day went on, and it got even better. So think about it, everybody. What's the worst $140 you've ever spent? And we'll see if this certain gentleman has you beat. So that'll be part of the show today. Also, our final day of giving away a spot, a plus one as well in the listener appreciation party. So we'll do that today as well, as we're getting ever closer. It's Friday, just a couple days away now, and I am getting hit with requests beyond what we do on the show. I asked for people who are listening who've asked me, will there be extra tickets? I've asked, will we have some left after the giveaways? And the answer was probably. The question will be, are you first in line for those extras? Are you second in line? I don't know. I'll check back in tomorrow for some people who've asked me about that. So we'll see. But we'll do it again here in the official way, and then Jeremy and Joe will do it as well, and that'll be your last chance officially to get tickets from us for the listener appreciation party. Okay, what happened since we last left? We got a Texans trade, and we also have some conflicting reporting on the status of Joe Espada. Let's start with the Texans. They make a trade for Kayshon Boutte. There's a discussion this morning about how to say his name. I've heard anything from Boutte to Boutte. Just depends on if you want to be Cajun for the day or you want to be a reporter on ESPN. They are consistently saying Boutte. We'll see what he says when he is interviewed, when he has his first media availability with the Texans. But they make the trade for the former LSU receiver, the former Patriot now. So it was clear when they made the signings of Sterling Shepard and Zay Jones, those are just bodies. And if one of them shows anything, maybe they become the sixth receiver on this team. But they needed an upgrade, and they believe they got it. If you remember back to the AFC divisional round, Boutte beats Stingley down the sideline for a one-handed catch. He had a pretty big day against the Texans, as big a day as you can have against that Texans defense. He made a play down the sideline, beat Stingley on a go route, and made a great play on a ball in that Patriots win. So he's had his moments against the Texans. Now he'll play for them. And whether he immediately gets elevated to the 2, that likely has a lot to do with Xavier Hutchinson and how they see him. They like him. They certainly have depended on him. And with the injury to Jaden Higgins, the importance of Xavier Hutchinson goes up. Knowles back at practice. If he's going to play anywhere, it'll likely be as a third or fourth receiver. Don't know how much he'll line up outside. So this feels like, if we're talking about who's going to be the starting outside receiver paired with Nico Collins, it is a Boutte or Boutte. I'm probably going to go back and forth on that. And Hutchinson. And then we'll see how the rest of camp shakes out as we get ever closer to the beginning of the season. One more preseason game. We got a week of practice before then. D'Amico wasn't happy with practice yesterday. It is the late stages of camp. You're going to get these days where no one really wants to do this anymore, and everyone's just trying to manage themselves to get closer and closer to the season. And the Texans haven't been lucky with injuries. It started before camp began with certainly EJ Speed, and then it happened in camp with Jake Hansen, and now we've got Jaden Higgins. So it is about that time where organizations across the league are looking for answers to injury concerns, whether it be from a guy in camp or through a trade, and the Texans make the trade. And Boutte was kind of, I wouldn't say pushed out, but squeezed out, because New England went and got upgrades this offseason. We know about the long-standing trade that was finally completed with A.J. Brown. They brought in Romeo Doubs as well. So they got 2 frontline guys to be their starting receivers, and a guy who can make plays to get them to and help them get to the Super Bowl gets pushed out. You think about that New England roster. It was Diggs, Kayshon Boutte, and Pop Douglas kind of being their top three guys. And at least when it comes to Boutte and Diggs out, they've decided that wasn't good enough, and they're trying to give their starting quarterback, their young starting quarterback, second in the MVP voting, as much talent as they can to propel them to not just being a AFC champion, but also a Super Bowl winner. So it'll be Brown, Dobbs, and Demario Douglas. What we have here is up in the air because Tank's likely not going to play in the preseason. He's not even practicing with the team fully. So those early reports about, look, Tank's in a helmet, he's out in the field running routes, those have dissipated. We go from, oh, this is exciting to, this recovery is taking a while. And if he can't even get on the field for 11 on 11 consistently, what is the status of Tank Dell? Does he begin the year on IR, which further hampers the wide receiver core and the weapons that C.J. Stroud has to throw to? It seems like that's the case. If he can't even make it to a preseason game, why would we think he would be able to play early in the year? So I think you should get comfortable with the thought of some combo of Hutchinson, Collins, Knoll. Is it Jared Wayne, Justin Watson still on this team? Who knows? I throw those names out, and I can't get excited. That's all. I can't get there. I'm not surprised that I can't get there. Even the body bringing in Kayshon Boutte, cool, but that's where it stands. It's in the same vein of the offensive line signings. Couple guys that the other team felt they could do without in the Colts and the Browns are like, you know what? Braden Smith, big deal anyway. Wyatt Teller, we benched him. Now, I will say the Patriots did get big additions, so there is a reason they were able to make. They didn't just outright cut him. They probably would have kept him on the roster if a trade couldn't have enticed them. I'm just hoping for the best, man. That's all. I'm not gonna pretend that this is a major move. It's a move that needed to be made. The price tag tells you it ain't exactly a game changer when you're giving up a day 3 pick at safety and a day 3 pick in 2028, I believe, is the draft pick. So it ain't exactly something that says the Texans have changed really their trajectory. It is a move you were, I would say, desperate to make. You needed another somewhat accomplished NFL receiver, and they got one. I'm not going to go out there and be like some tweeters, I guess, and go, Nick Caserio's killing it. He did it again. No, he made a move that a GM makes, and the price tag tells you shouldn't have high expectations. You should just hope that you get something of what Higgins was expected to provide, and if you get that, then you applaud Caserio for plugging a hole.
Yeah, it's I think it says more about Zay Jones and Xavier Hutchinson and Justin Watson
and Sterling Shepard.
Yeah, like that. This is like demonstrable. I mean, to me, it is like an upgrade. Like this guy can play. In the NFL. An upgrade. Yeah. This guy can. I know this guy can still play in the NFL. I wish he had more than a career high of yards in a season of 589. I really wish that was a higher number. I do. But the Patriots weren't exactly slinging it before last year.
No.
6 touchdowns. I do feel myself turning into Bill O'Brien or Doc Rivers or any coach that becomes a GM. And I'm like, Kayshon Boutte was awesome. Boutte was awesome in the divisional round game against the Texans, and I think I'm overrating him because of that. Because he had 3 touchdowns. Or no, he didn't have 3. He had 1.
He made a big
one long
play.
It felt like 3. It might as well have been 3 with what the Texans were doing on offense.
Scoring touchdowns in that game, one felt like 3.
But where it's like this guy went off against you in the playoffs, and you're like, got to get this guy. This guy's such a huge. Wait, only a 6th and a 7th for this guy. Did you not see what he did to us in the playoffs? That's how I feel.
What he did against one of the better defenses in football certainly gives him a little bump.
You don't want a 5th round? I'll give you a 5th round. Nope, 7th.
Well, and we'll take a safety Reed? That wasn't really going to play a lot for you.
Okay,
sure. So yes, there is some recency bias if you remember that game and the plays he made. But then there's, the rest of his career where he's
100%.
Pretty average receiver.
I'm saying that I feel myself turning into
I get it.
Famously bad coach GMs that were coaches.
You're acknowledging those guys didn't do a great job managing a roster.
No, signing whatever, Chris Polk and Big Baby Davis and all these guys. Like, yes, I recognize that was a mistake.
Yeah.
But also, you see that touchdown he had against Stingley in the playoffs?
I mean, he did beat your all-pro corner.
In a cold, windy, rainy night in Foxborough?
Someone can do it in a cold rain.
What more do you want?
Well, I like more production in the regular season. Hopefully he provides it. He's got an opportunity to be year 2.
Yeah.
I'm not, but I will not guarantee that's his spot. Hutchinson has survived. I would not be surprised week 1 against the Bills if Hutchinson is your starting 2.
The Astros are the cockroaches of baseball.
Well, now Jim Crane is throwing hissy fits too, according to Ken Rosenthal. So maybe that gets added to the rotation too when an owner or anyone else does something a little out of pocket.
Xavier Hutchinson, the cockroach of the Texans.
It's not even. It doesn't sound any better when you say it about an individual. Whether it be in fact, it sounds way worse when you say it about an individual because I can't pinpoint what cockroach you're talking about when you say the Astros. Now, this man just called Hutchinson a cockroach.
That other grown man.
Yeah, that's awful. But he has survived, and credit to him. He is the only real, fully healthy Iowa State receiver they have. Noel is making his way back, but
go Cyclones.
As far as Iowa State receivers are concerned, the only one you can depend on right now is Xavier Hutchinson. And whether he plays in preseason game 3 or not, do not be surprised if that guy's starting for you alongside Nico Collins and whoever they decide is their slot receiver. So that's the Texans' move of the day, or at least the last 24 hours. They make a trade. They go get themselves another receiver that I think will help. The question will simply be how much. He is great hands. Lance Scott, he has great hands, excuse me. He was given a sterling review by Alonzo Highsmith. Lance Zierlein asked Alonzo Highsmith, who is one of the executives up in Green Bay, about Booty. Says he's a quiet guy, didn't talk very much, but got great hands. Not great speed, but even with maybe average speed, he can make big plays, as we pointed out in that in the Texans divisional round game where he beat Derek Stingley. Averages over 16 yards per catch, nearly 17, so he can make a play downfield. And that was one of his duties with the Patriots when he was there. Limited targets, but big play potential. So hopefully that's something that can translate to the Texans. All right, we'll go to break. You're welcome to call in 713-780-3776. We'll get to the Astros because there were conflicting reports. The status of Joe Espada hasn't changed, and we all expect that this will be his last season with the Astros. But we had a report from Bob Nightingale and a report from Chandler Rome on what was said or not said to Joe Espada. We'll talk about that when we come back.
This is the Del Alalea Show
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Alalea.
Let's do this. At 10:45, caller 5 wins our final pair, at least our final pair of tickets to the listener appreciation party that we can give away. 10:45, we'll do that. Caller 5. All you got to do, name your favorite sounder. End of show sounder. Tell Sean that, and you're in. Caller 5. Jeremy and Joe will do it again on their show. And then at that point, it's up to the discretion of the host, I think. If you have been someone they like, they may get you in. If you've been a bit of an annoyance, perhaps not. Just think about what you did all year.
This is what, you're on the naughty or nice list?
I don't know any way else that you get in.
Yeah.
At this point, if you don't win it on the show today, then you have to be someone a host likes enough to make a request for you. And I want to remind you that why you should want entry besides, talking to us while we're out there. You're going to be fed by Ducky McSweeney's, Neemfuss, Tiff Treats, Texadelphia, Terry Black's Barbecue will be out there, and also OMG Burgers and Republic Boot Company will be out there as well. While they won't feed you, there may be a gift certificate or something. I'm not sure what they're going to do, but they're going to be sponsoring the party. It is Friday at St. Arnold, excuse me. Let's get to Rashid. He wants to talk some Keyshawn Booty. What's up, Rashid?
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. How you doing?
All right. Yeah. So I understand that we had a need and we reached out there and got Keyshawn, but do you not believe he's an upgrade when you're comparing him to Higgins and Xavier as well? And if you do, they're going to obviously have him for the 1 year. After that 1 year, would he not be a good option to have as, even if we brought Higgins back, to still have him as, possibly fighting for the 2 position and having Higgins as a 3? That would push, Xavier out, but wouldn't that upgrade us across the board?
I don't know that he is a better player than Jaden Higgins. In fact, all indications are the Texans had a big role in store for Higgins. He's hurt, so we don't get the opportunity to compare the two on the field. As far as Boutte as a player, his reputation coming into the league was one that you may have believed he's better than Xavier Hutchinson. But as far as who they've been over the course of their career, yes, Boutte's produced more. But there's a reason the Patriots look for an upgrade. They didn't believe he was good enough for what they wanted to do. And he's not alone there. They went out and got 2 receivers this offseason, A.J. Brown and Romeo Doubs. So I do want to put it in the context of the Patriots saw him on their roster for several years and said, we need an upgrade. And not just one guy, we need to be better. We got 2. So the expectation for me is he will compete with Hutchinson for that job. And if we go by kind of the ethos of DeMeco Ryans, that job won't be given to Boutte. He may beat Hutchinson out, but Hutchinson at least here has some pelts on the wall. He's been a part of the system. He knows what is expected of a Texan. And I'm not saying Boutte won't adapt. I'm sure he will. But I think this is something where you didn't get a clear number 2 because the Texans will make him earn it. And if he does, and the hope is that he does, you make the trade, you want him to contribute, great. As far as his future, if Higgins is back and healthy, I think that number 2 job to Nico, wide receiver 2, is his. And then you have to ask, would you rather have Hutchinson or Keyshawn Boutte back? Because now you would assume a little duplication because you still are going to have hopes for Tank and Jalen Knoll and maybe be your slot, although Tank can play outside as well. As it stands now, for this year, you needed a guy, and you got him. I don't know the future of Keyshawn Boutte. We'll see. The Texans have a history of just bringing in a guy for a year at receiver. They've done it. and this is a team trying to plug a hole that they didn't expect to have. They did a good job finding a guy who's been productive, but beyond this year, I don't know. I'll pull a John Granado. I don't know. You don't know.
I would think that Higgins would just
slide right back in.
Slide back in. That Booty is just a 2026 replacement. I mean, because like they had Booty's last year was 500 something yards and 6 touchdowns. That was Jaden Higgins' rookie year. You know, like that is like in a rookie year that, you know, we've all been like, yeah, he had his moments, but it wasn't like he took over, you know, really changed the offense in like a meaningful way. It's like, yeah, that was the guy's rookie year, and this is Booty's 3rd year in the league high watermark. It's like there is some like Higgins probably should just come back in and you know, slide back into that wide receiver 2 role, especially with apparently ACL injuries aren't that bad anymore across sports. Is what we're seeing is that if it's just the ACL, like, all right, you're fine. Now you get in trouble when it's the Tank Dell need multiple
ligaments, your knee gets dislocated, all that stuff.
But and Higgins was getting hyped, and we kind of, you know, it is preseason hype, training camp hype. Higgins was like, they're talking about him like he was ready to take a leap.
He was giving work to that Texan secondary. We know how good they are. So I don't, and particularly because Kayshon Boutte is on the final year of his rookie deal, there's no guarantee he'll be a Texan next year.
To me, he's 2026.
And if it goes well, then the conversations can be had. But you have drafted a couple of day 2 receivers, and particularly one who had shown himself to be a guy that was coming on before the injury. So I would say don't get too attached. Let's let this year play out. And if he's a bit of a revelation and he turns into a player that you feel like you can't live without, great. Then you also have him and Higgins plus Nico. And then you're pretty solid at receiver, much more solid than you are right now. Thanks for the call, Rashid. This is a win-now team, and they made a move for now. And if Boutte's not here next year, would not be surprised at all. All right, we'll go to break. A reminder, and we'll get to the Astros when we come back. Thanks for the call. When we come back, we'll hear from a couple of pundits who have knives out for Jim Crane. We know about Ken Rosenthal, famous for a certain cockroach reference.
The Astros are the cockroaches of baseball.
We'll hear from Ken on, because we're good buddies, Ken. We'll hear from Ken on Jim Crane. We'll also hear from, I think it's a podcast that Jared Carrabis is part of. He won't be the voice you hear because he started off talking about what the Astros are, and Dallas Braden's on the podcast talking about Joe Espada. But there was an attack on Jim Crane as well from another one of the guys on the podcast, because the knives are out for Jim Crane at this point. After a decade long of dominance in the AL, we've seen a decrease in talent, and the results have followed that as well. So people are now talking about the Astros, and Jim Crane's taking some shots. So we'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Reminder, at 10:45, caller 5 wins a pair of tickets to the listener appreciation party as we give away our final pair. Okay, let's hear from Sean. Have you heard both of these?
But
both clips?
No, actually, I've only heard the Rosenthal one. I haven't heard it's Baseball is Dead.
Baseball is Dead is the name of the podcast. Yeah. Let's hear from our good friend, both our good friend, Ken. He's our guy, Ken Rosenthal. He's become a part of the show, and after the not the Espada firing, the Dana Brown parting of ways, which he scoffs at. You're going to hear that pretty early. He talked about why it might have happened. A less than complimentary way to describe an owner of a baseball team. But here's Ken Rosenthal on the Astros parting ways with Dana Brown.
Not exactly a surprise that they're moving on from Dana Brown, and enough of the mutual partings already, please. It's a firing. And Dana Brown, we all know, Chandler Rome has been writing about this for The Athletic all season. Last year of his contract, in trouble. What is surprising about this is the timing. Now, obviously, the Houston Astros have had somewhat a disappointing season. But at the same time, they are currently in first place in the American League West, albeit under 500, and albeit coming off an incredibly disappointing homestand. This is largely, in terms of the timing, symbolic. A general manager doesn't have all that much to do from here to the end of the season. And I guess Jim Crane just figured we're going to do this anyway. I'm ticked off about this homestand, and let's do it now. In case you missed it, the Astros blew a 6-0 lead to the A's yesterday, one of the worst teams in baseball. They had a 3-6 homestand against Seattle, Los Angeles Angels, and the A's. Three teams that have struggled in their division. Every team in that division is under 500. So from that perspective, okay, yeah, Jim Crane's upset. Jim Crane once fired a general manager after winning the World Series, and he's perfectly entitled to do whatever he wants to do. But this, in some ways, seems to be a hissy fit coming to light.
Hissy fit. We talked about the homestand being embarrassing and maybe losing a game you're up 6-0 being the enough is enough moment. I didn't think to use hissy fit, though. It's tough to describe a grown man having a hissy fit. But Ken Rosenthal and his way with words, we know he has them, has decided our owners acting like a baby.
A hissy fit.
Was it a hissy fit to fire your GM in a move we all saw coming? Hell, I think he said it to start, to no one's surprise. Is it a hissy fit where we all knew this was happening before the year even began if things didn't go well?
Yeah, it's doing it Monday morning
I think that's what he had.
A hissy fit.
He had the issue with he did it the Monday after that embarrassing loss to the A's.
But if we go back in time when March 29th, whenever the season started, and they're like, hey, on August 25th they're going to be under 500. Do you think Dana Brown is going to have a job?
No,
I don't. I don't think it'll be controversial either.
And it's not, actually. It's just because of how...
A hissy fit.
Sure. I was going to say it's just because of the status of the Astros at the time of the firing. They are no longer in first place. The Rangers won yesterday. They beat the White Sox, so the Rangers are now a half game up. But
Miss Dana Brown yet?
The moment you get rid of them,
I left this place in first.
They lose their grip on first place. That you fire him, and look at what happens to you. Now you got to deal with the Yankees in Yankee Stadium. So yeah, the White Sox don't help us out any. They lose to the Rangers. The Rangers back in first place, only team in the AL, I believe, at 500. So congratulations to them. Everyone else,
gotta tip your cap sometimes. They're just the better team.
Look, that's baseball. The Rangers are 500. What can you do?
If a team's gonna go on a run like that
to get to 500? There's not much you can do about it. Hey, Sometimes you just got to acknowledge the other guys get paid too.
Yeah, exactly. They get paid too.
Yes. Now you get paid to not be under 500, but that's what you are. See if you can change that tonight against the Yankees. So our owner's having a hissy fit, and he fired our first place general manager. Now look at you. It's no surprise, a combination of Jeff Bagwell and all those other names I never heard of are under 500. So the Jeff Bagwell tenure, you're under 500 and fall into second place.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
0-0 and a half game back.
Yeah. To be fair to Jeff Bagwell, whatever his official title is, they haven't lost a game under this new regime.
But they have lost ground.
But they have lost ground in the playoff chase. Congratulations. We'll see if they can get that ground back against the Yankees tonight. So we got a hissy fit, and then we got some other words from Jim Crane. When you lose, and then people question some of your practices, and maybe they think you're putting your GM in a bad spot, these things will come. So the Baseball is Dead podcast talked quite a bit about the Astros, including Joe Espada and what he's going through. And they had well wishes for Joe. But then we got to who we really need to get after, Jim Crane. And these guys, particularly this one gentleman, didn't hold back.
We don't talk enough about how Jim Crane is one of the most delusional owners in all of Major League Baseball in terms of what he expects out of this current version of the Astros.
There's a whole puppeteer thing going on behind the scenes here.
And now we're at a point where Jim Crane is still expecting dynasty-era Astros performance from a roster that has significantly degraded over that time and is playing to its true talent level at this point. So I think it's just your basic instance of owner delusion and a legendary player, the greatest player in franchise history, sitting next to him, telling him what he wants to hear and what he's going to bring to the table, even though Jeff Bagwell's had multiple years at this and the team just keeps getting basically worse.
So I don't like the thought that Jeff Bagwell is Wormtongue from Lord of the Rings.
No.
Or he's whispering in Theoden's ear.
No.
And,
I like Rasputin better.
Yeah, you did call him Rasputin.
I like that better. Rasputin was, he's a cool guy.
Yeah, the Romanovs.
Controversial, but cool guy.
I mean,
cooler than Wormtongue. He was cooler than Wormtongue was soaking wet the entire movie.
He always looked. Unfortunately, I'm going to use the word moist. I don't know what the deal it was with him, other than he did give away the one flaw at Helm's Deep. True. So he did have an important part to play.
Oh, Rasputin, I'm sure did some stuff too. I actually don't know enough, but
yeah,
sure.
There's a chance he could animate himself back from the dead. Some stuff, I think. How did he die? They stab him so many times and then
shoot him or
buried him, and I don't know how he died.
River,
Rasputin, Wormtongue, whatever you want to call Jeff Bagwell. It's not what you want to how you want to describe a franchise legend. You heard the man. I was trying to find this guy's name. His name is Justin. He goes by J. Hay Kid. I don't know what his last name is. Otherwise known as Nugget Chef, apparently online. So
wow, Nugget Chef doesn't like what Jim Crane is.
It's tough to really give it much credence when that's the name you're going by. He said what he said. Is Jim Crane delusional? The reviews have not been kind from local people here, particularly. Well, I'll say this: the fans. The fans have not been thrilled with Jim Crane for a while now. Oh, the giveaway is in full effect. Caller 5, you're about to win a pair of tickets to the listener appreciation party. So nationally, they're now talking about the Astros particularly Jim Crane in a disrespectful way, and it mirrors some of the things that are going on here in this town. The questions about the direction of this team. What do you want to be? Are you going to be a team who hangs on to what was a great run by paying older players who other teams have decided aren't worth contracts? Are you going to continue down the Christian Walker, Abreu route where you just have decided being an 80-win baseball team is good enough, and we'll sell the dream of being better than that, but we're never going to be a team who takes a giant step back? And are you going to be good at asset management, or are you going to be a good asset management team and trade guys because you don't have a real chance of achieving things you've achieved in the past? So what do? You try to find avenues where when you can acquire talent to help you 3 or 4 years down the line. Unfortunately, that's what baseball is. There are no quick fixes sometimes. The Texans are the example of being bad, and then you have a good draft, and all of a sudden you're relevant again. You make the right hire, which is something Jim Crane's going to have to do. It seems like on the managerial level as well, if you go by the reporting and the expectation. Bob Nightingale came out yesterday and said that there were conversations. High-ranking Astros official told Joe Espada, you're not getting a new contract. Chandler Rome says no conversation like that has been had, and Joe Espada will continue to operate as the Astro manager like he's had all year. Whether he returns, he didn't say. So whether Nightingale is right and that conversation was had, or Chandler Rome is right and there was no conversation regarding his future with the Astros, no one expects Espada to be back. And maybe Jim Crane will simply allow whoever he hires to be his general manager to make that decision, or just do the thing where he lets a contract run out and go, hey, deactivate that man's key card. He'll figure it out. Treat him like, I don't know if he'll go as far as treating him like Milton from Office Space, where he just hangs out but never gets a paycheck and has to figure it out on his own.
Move him down to the basement.
I just think
Dyken Park.
I don't know how security works out at Dyken Park, and or I guess it's Dyken. It would be at Dyken. It wouldn't be in spring training. Clearly, I just imagine that there will be someone at the door saying, "No, Joe, no entry." Or is it like the Jamal Adams thing where the key card simply doesn't work? I think he'll get word. I think Jim Crane will do enough to say there's enough inside of him to go, this was great, Joe, but it's over. He's not just gonna walk up to Dyken Park one day and someone go, you don't work here anymore.
And just see Joe Torre in his office.
Whoever.
I don't know.
Whoever. What? Yeah.
Joe Torre's like 80.
Yeah, I don't know if it'd be Joe Torre. What baseball guy does Jeff Bagwell want managing the team? What's Brad Ausmus up to?
That's unfortunately that is a realistic.
While I joke,
realistic option.
If Bagwell, who was mentioned as a potential actual long-term general manager candidate, is in power, why would you exclude Brad Ausmus from the equation?
Oh no, absolutely. I mean, he has experience. It wouldn't be just hiring franchise legend who's never done it. It's like he actually other major league teams.
At least Ausmus has been in the position he'd be hired for.
Apparently he wasn't very successful, but how much of that is actually on Brad Ausmus?
Bagwell wasn't successful in that short term he had as the Astros decision maker, so that doesn't seem to stop them.
And that's why if I'm Bagwell, it's like I don't want to actually be the GM because the GM gets fired, and then I step in.
Yeah, Rasputin can keep his job forever as long as the people don't rise up against him, which is kind of happening, honestly.
But according to Wikipedia, Gregory Rasputin died of 3 gunshot wounds, including one close range to his forehead.
So they made sure
yes,
to get him out of there.
The next sentence is little is certain about his death beyond this. I don't know what else. I don't know what else I need to know, but I don't know.
Maybe there's some question about
it's been subject to
whether he actually died that way.
Speculation.
Yeah, if he's like an actual witch or something or sorcerer, maybe shooting him in the head isn't enough. Maybe you got to cut off his head, cut out his heart, bury it. I don't know how you.
He hasn't popped up since, so
you don't know. Maybe he appears as someone else.
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
Actually, I'm just still in the death part of the Wikipedia, which is very long. It's like 5 paragraphs. There is a subheading aftermath, so maybe the aftermath is where it pops up.
Now I just got images of early stages Dre and
I also thought that too.
and Eminem.
Was he on that album?
Well, late stages Dre, I guess, but him with Eminem early stages. We have our winner.
Yes, we do.
Ken wins. He'll join us at the listener appreciation party. What sounder did you choose?
That peanut butter skin.
That is a popular one, too.
Yeah.
Pena chose that as his when he was banned. He is now unbanned. I don't know what he got banned for, but it happens. Turns out we can block you. Did not know you could do that when it came to phone numbers.
And Peter Butterskin, for those keeping track at home, moves into second place.
So the original, which is We Did It, remains number one as we close out
Yes.
giving away tickets that way. But Peanut Butter Skin overtook what?
It was a tie for one with four other.
Got it.
So it's Shred 'em Shroud, Flip Me Over Mike, and The Thuggery.
Which is maybe that gets a bump because it is your favorite.
It is.
We expected the thuggery.
Premier League.
So funny.
Through week one or match day one, all the games have been played. So we'll hear more from the great Craig Burley at some point about more thuggery. Although he's on ESPN, so he talks a lot about La Liga. We will see what thuggery happens in a Real Atletico match at some point.
It was a disgusting performance.
I think my favorite part is the disgust he displays with that sound.
Yeah, that's why I left it in. You just can't get it out.
Yeah. Speaking of disgusting, Jed York up next. Caught him unawares and caught myself unawares because I thought that was a great way to get out of the segment. But I do have to talk about the great people at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. The name you know is Billy Brown. You've heard John and Lance talk about Billy Brown. He runs that place. And if you're looking for a great plumber, those are the people you go to. Whether it's a giant job like you need a whole house repipe because your house is older and you're starting to notice the decay of those pipes and what it means for the water, they'll do that for you, but they'll also do the smaller jobs. Maybe there's a leak that you know about, but you don't know where it actually starts. They do leak detection. And look, for the most part, we don't know anything about plumbing. We know that we want our water to be clean because we clean with it, we cook with it, we wash with it. We just want to turn the tap on and for the water to look like it always looks like. And if you want that to continue, the people you go to is Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Go to the website, which is aqueductplumbingcompany.com, and check out all the services they provide. As I mentioned, the big job like the repipe and the leak detection, but they also handle your water heater, whether it be the tankless kind or the traditional water heaters. They'll work on those for you. They do remodels, new construction, so they kind of do everything when it comes to plumbing in your home. So take a look at what fits what you need and then make that call. 281-488-6238 is that number, 281-488-6238. Whether you know what the problem is or you don't, they're the people you go to. And remember, they don't charge you for assessing the issue. You're not going to have to pay for the quote and then pay for the job. They don't do that to you. They'll get you that free quote and then get that job done in a very professional and excellent way. Those are the people at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Remember, the website is aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That is aqueductplumbingcompany.com. So to start the show, I asked Sean and you guys a question too. What's the worst $140 you've ever spent? It was in some way serious, but if you didn't have an answer, it's fine. Because I imagine if you think about your life, maybe you threw $140 at a woman who was dancing who said she liked you. I don't know. That could have happened depending on your state of mind. But did that transaction occur at a trailer park? So there has been some clarification on this Jed York story. We left just knowing that the San Francisco owner had been involved in what appeared to be prostitution. It was written in a way where it sounded like he was a prostitute. It said he was involved in prostitution. It got pled down, and there's also a charge of having criminal tools, whatever that actually is. But the trailer park owner wanted to clear some things up. He says he only wound up at the trailer park, Jed York. He was not participating in illicit acts at my trailer park. He needed that as clarification. He needed that out there.
So the I'll say the transaction with these private contractor
sure
did not independent contract did not happen at the trailer park. Neither did the deed.
Correct.
He just it's almost worse for Jed York. It's like, wait, so after that you then went to a trailer park?
Yeah,
in Ohio.
The chief of police of East Palestine said that that's just where he got pulled over. And the trailer park owner wanted it to be known. Look, I get it.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen here. It only just was it could have been a Citgo. It could have been an Exxon.
It could have been, down the road.
Yeah,
it could have been community.
It could have been wherever. It just so happens that's where he was pulled over. Okay. So my trailer park is not the home for Jed York's prostitution, illicit affairs.
Disgusting acts that he's doing. Not at my trailer park.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all. So I get it. If you're that owner and you don't want to be associated with prostitution, maybe you have, and I imagine he does have some upstanding, hardworking people who just are living their lives. He doesn't want that on his resume. He doesn't want that on his jacket. That he is a place where his place is a place where prostitution occurs.
That's a good good for him to get out there.
Yeah.
With that $140. Let me just say, feels light. Feels
for Jed York or anyone.
For anyone, doesn't feel like that much money. I mean, for non-billionaires, owners of NFL teams, it is more money, but even like $140 is not like a wild amount.
So it brought up the point of, forget about, okay, you're a billionaire who's decided, in some people's eyes, to slum it. I don't know what this woman looks like, but the assumption just is, first of all, you're Jed York. You're an owner of an NFL team. I made the claim that, look, you just got out of a marriage, fine, you're in the middle of a divorce, whatever. You don't want to be in a long-term relationship. I don't know your proclivities. But you're the owner of an NFL team. Whether you have decided paying for sex is something you enjoy, I don't know. Or it is just something that you want to do one time, I don't know.
You want to kill some time while you're in Ohio.
Yeah, why you're near your childhood home, you want to kill some time, you pick up, whatever the decision-making process is. You could have a woman by your side that it isn't serious, it's not even a real relationship, but people love to be associated with power and money. That could have been done. And you could have avoided all of this, where in some ways it's transactional, but you're not explicitly paying for sex, where you wind up getting pulled over in a East Palestine, Ohio trailer park.
Yeah.
That's all. The decision to make, look, he's a billionaire, so something certainly went his way in life. I just don't know how the decision making can be this bad.
I mean, you can go to Vegas, go hang out with Mark Davis and trade some notes without because he doesn't, he hasn't gotten popped for.
No, he's found a way not to. Yeah.
Yeah, but He has some arm candy as well. Mark, owner to owner. Or go to Vegas and just
where it's legal.
Where it's legal.
But even if you don't,
I don't know. Hey, how would you like to go to East Palestine, Ohio?
The assumption would be no NFL owner wants this attached to them, but we've had a couple guys in the last half a decade or so have this attached to them. Of course, they thought it'd be secret, wouldn't get caught, whatever came over them to get in the spot where this became public knowledge. I just look at what's happening in this town. Like, the exact opposite of Jed York is Cal McNair. Cal McNair, whose reputation has taken a dramatic turn in the positive direction because of how his team has performed over the last couple of years. He's an owner of an NFL team, inherited from his father, married with a wife that everyone, for the most part, it seems loves. Hannah McNair has a high Q rating.
Higher than Cal's.
Yes. He is benefiting from being at her side as opposed to the other way around. I don't know Cal's personality, never met the man, don't know if he's very humorous and in non-public situations. Maybe he's the most charming man on the face of the earth. I don't know. But the implication or the assumption about Cal McNair before the turnaround was we got the wrong son as the owner. Everyone wanted, because they just saw Cal as someone who couldn't run an NFL team, they wanted Art Carey McNair to be the owner of the team.
His nickname was Tommy Boy.
Yeah. No one was looking for Cal to run this team. They wanted the other brother. Turns out the other brother's got his own problems. You just never know. And you know what? Cal McNair married what appears to be a very smart, beautiful woman who has helped turn this Texans franchise around. Being an NFL owner allows you to potentially marry a great woman. Now, Jed York didn't want to marry a woman after being in a relationship for a long time, but you could have picked a great woman to be around that wasn't the prostitute in East Palestine, Ohio.
That's
because you're an NFL owner and all the things that come with that.
There's not a $500 one.
I'm not even look. If we want to stay in the realm of prostitution, that's fine. But I would just imagine, even if all you want is that aspect of it,
just company.
Yes. You just want that aspect of it. It doesn't have to be explicitly transactional because you're an NFL owner. You run in circles where women will want to be around you.
Yeah, where at the very least is not meaningfully different than prostitution.
Not per se.
You don't get arrested in
you
East
don't get
Palestine
arrested.
for doing it.
As I said, it is transactional. It can be transactional,
yes,
but not to the level where it becomes criminal.
Yeah, you're just two adults having a relationship.
Yeah, rich guy attracts beautiful woman, and they're around each other, mutually beneficial for both, and it's a surface level thing, and that could have been fine. But maybe Jed York has his proclivities, and those proclivities make him one of those guys with an embarrassing mugshot. And now we know he's like 5'6". And
that was not good. I mean,
none of it is good, obviously, but yeah,
that part also it just gets worse.
Just another part of the bleep sandwich.
$140.
I mean, I don't know. Look, you know what they say: rich people don't get rich by spending a lot of money. So maybe that's part of it. He goes, "Look, I'm not looking for anything special. I just need this function done for me." I know it's all skeevy. I'm just trying to. I thought to myself, and I see Ryan and Dennis. We'll get to you before we go to break. We're way past you. I thought to myself that this woman, maybe this was a woman from his hometown. Maybe he went to school with her, and Jed was like, you know what? Couldn't get you when I was in high school. Things have gone well for me. Things have gone not so well for you, clearly.
Here's a 100 and 220s.
I'm trying to wrap my mind around this. How could this happen?
You can make this transaction with 3 bills.
Yeah. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around how this happened. And that's the only reasonable, and it's just my movie TV brain. It's the only I'm writing out a script for this. Yeah. It's the only way I think it can work. Movie. Where it's him going back. He sees her and goes, you know what? You turned me down when I was in school, when we were at school, and Jed York is in his 50s now, so a hard life for this woman he's approaching in my script.
Yeah, no, of course.
And he's like, you know what? Now turn me down. It's the only way I see this happening. I can't imagine. I know it didn't happen that way, but it's the only way I see it happening.
I don't mean to. I don't know.
This is my elevator pitch for my new
new
drama series.
I would love. I'd love to hear more.
Hey, Bob Iger, do you still run Disney? I know you're in with the Lakers now.
$140 if to peddle your wares. I can't imagine you have all your teeth. I can't imagine you have
I'm not gonna dive deeper because there are jokes to be made about that as well in this instance.
Yes.
So we're gonna go to Ryan and then go to break, and then this will get to you too. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, what's up, Billy? What's going on, Mapers? All right, so the worst, $140 plus 30, so 170. We're on 2 packages that got stolen from my apartment, and I've never had any package stolen for 4 years. Yeah, that's the worst. Later.
Thank you. That's actually more wholesome than I ever thought I would get from you, Ryan.
When he said that I have a worst $140, I was like, oh no, here we go.
And I would say, yes, for you, $140, that's bad. It ain't worse than what Jed York did.
Because that, and even just like for us, $140 is $140.
Yeah, for him, it's
nothing.
It's nothing.
It's nothing.
and it caused all this embarrassment. There are simple ways around it, and he couldn't find his way around it. Look, I know Jaylen Brown said it's not a high bar to be smarter than an athlete.
To be the smartest guy in the room.
Yeah, when he's around all these athletes. I did not know extended to owners too. But that ain't a smart move, Jed York.
No.
We'll see what the consequences are, and there'll be none. I mean, he got the two-day jail thing that got suspended.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing. He'll have to live it down, but other than that,
honestly, that's all I need to be the punishment for what.
Yeah.
Unless we find out more, and this is all a deeper script that will get added to Paramount Plus. I don't know if this
Taylor Sheridan, get at me.
I don't know if he needs some to get the team taken.
None of that's gonna happen.
Honestly, just me being able to make fun of him for the rest of his life, I think is punishment enough.
Sure, I don't think he needs to get his team taken away. I don't think he deserves it. No. I think he needs to get called in at an owners meeting. Whenever the next owners meeting happens,
Jerry be like, "Cool off, young man."
Everyone should be able to take him to task,
except
for Kraft,
Rob Kraft.
Yeah, and yeah, I would say he
recuse yourself.
He is maybe advising Jed on how to handle the shame tour that he'll have to go on.
His Hal Jordan?
Yeah, in fact, if Jed York's John Stewart to Bob's Hal Jordan, make the call. You two can have a conversation about this and figure some things out. Dennis, we'll get to you when we come back. Hold through the break. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776.
It's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
Welcome back to the show. A little delay. I was talking to Lance. Lance had a question about Dolphins rookies. There are going to be a lot of them playing. Only real talent on the roster are the guys who never played a real NFL game. So, not that you should take any of those guys in fantasy, because come on, the Dolphins aren't going to be good. But maybe at the back end of your, you want to take a guy late in the draft, Chris Bell, the big-time receiver out of Louisville.
Yeah.
Doing full on 11 on 11 is going to play in the preseason after tearing his ACL in late November. It looks like he's going to be ready to go. They may start 2 rookie wide receivers. So if you want to sneak in maybe your wide receiver, I don't know, 5 or whatever.
Like your 5th guy.
Yeah, maybe find one of those guys and get some value
Don't
there.
throw.
I mentioned that because in part we got our fantasy football draft coming up as part of our trip to the Golden Nugget. It doesn't really benefit anyone but like 6 other people.
Yeah, it's like something where it's like...
Or 8 other people.
We will be doing shows from the Golden Nugget Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, the draft won't be aired anywhere.
Yeah, the draft will just be on Thursday night. All the spots are taken, I think. They are all spoken for.
Yeah.
I don't know if everyone's signed up, but whatever. And yeah, so...
Yeah, but...
Not many Dolphins. I'll say not many Dolphins.
Unless you... Yeah, A-Chain maybe.
A-Chain will go in the first 10 minutes, and then...
And other than that, like I said, maybe you find some value at the very end of the draft with the receiver no one's really thinking about. You'll get to you here, Dennis. Sean's answering the phone. He's got to do the thing and then patch you through. So we'll get to you here quickly. While we're waiting for that, so the Texans release their uniforms, their rivalry uniforms. They're not the only ones in the AFC South to do it. It was them, the Jags, and the Titans. And woof, the Jags are bad. We'll talk about that. But Dennis is ready to go, so we'll get to Dennis. What's up, Dennis?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? How are y'all?
We're good. How are you?
Good. Hey, real quick, I just wanted to touch on that Jed George situation. We need to put a little more respect on Cal's name. Hannah's probably top 5 in the power rankings of hottest owners' wives in the NFL. Not to mention, she can do the South Side. And then as far as the Jed York situation, if I'm in that guy's shoes, I'm going full on Pretty Woman and dropping some money on the woman I'm trying to pick up. I'm not just going for the low ball $140 version.
Yeah, that's part of the conversation. I don't know how he came in contact with this woman. Apparently, I guess maybe I do. He went on a site and found her. So he had options to choose from and chose her.
Oh my God! So, why is he bargain hunting?
I don't know.
Why
is he? He's in Ohio for whatever reason. He's from the area, so that takes care of that. Why is he on a website bargain hunting? Look, I don't know the level or the number of women who are in that business in that area, but I gotta imagine you can spend at least $1,000.
I was gonna say
if that was what you wanted to do.
There's got to be a $300 option. Like when you go to like one of those car washes and they have like the base plus supreme plus. Like, come on. I can't imagine there's anything cheaper than 140. God, I don't even know if there's anything cheaper than 140.
But he made a choice.
$40.
And it tickled some part of him, and this is the result. Yeah, and
you can like easily have like a dinner of 2 people that get past $140.
Well, that's the other question. How many $140 dinners is he having now in his life? When's the last time he had one? Look, we had a conversation during the break about Chick-fil-A's new sandwich, their waffle sandwich.
Yeah.
That is now...
That was closer to 12.
For you guys out there. So I get going to fast food if that's what he loves to do. But as far as sitting down with the people he deals with on the level he deals with them, like when's the last time he had a $140 dinner? and he spends it on whoever he spent it on.
It is just mind-boggling to me. It is just, I don't know. She could have asked for $300. It obviously would not have made any difference.
Or maybe he said we agreed to $140.
I know.
Maybe he was driving a hard bargain. Who knows?
He's like, gosh, I understand what Brandon Ayuk's going through right now. This guy drives a hard bargain.
I thought John Lynch was a ball buster.
Yeah.
Now I get it. Now I get it. So, yeah, in respect to Cal and Hannah, yes. There are no rankings of owners' wives. Probably a level that we're not going to go to. Even in this world where women get judged on everything. I don't know that we've gotten to a level where some website decided to rank the attractiveness of owners' wives.
You have more faith than the
You're right.
internet.
I just don't know that I just don't know that it's an idea we've gotten to yet. Maybe
Bro Bible.
yeah, that would be one of the sites. I just don't know that it's happening. I'm not saying it can't. I believe, at least I haven't seen it. Yes, Hannah McNair's an attractive woman, and she did the South Side. Look, Cal's winning. Yes, Cal is winning, which just exemplifies what the hell is Jed York up to? Like, you don't want to be married, but you could find a woman of a certain caliber that you didn't have to marry, you didn't have to pay. And he chose an option that now has us discussing him for the second segment. Congratulations to Jed York.
Yesterday we spent.
It is a great story with no real explanation. Hey, Gail King, I need to sit down with Jed York, not me. Talk to Jed York. I need someone to. I don't need what is his name? What's the muckraker in San Francisco? I don't need him doing it.
Oh, Grant Cohn.
I don't need Grant Cohn doing it.
No.
I need him on CBS. I know I won't have him on ABC because Strahan will throw softballs at him.
Yeah.
I need someone who will ask the questions that we all need answers to. First question: what the hell? And then we go from there.
Just my first question, Jed. $140.
You're a billionaire, right?
You're paying Brock Purdy $45.
I would
million.
I would do all the things. I would ask all the questions in my head right now. When's the last time you paid $140 for anything? Of anything you thought was valuable?
When your valet drops off your car, what do you tip that guy?
Yeah.
Is it $2?
To avoid the bad story in the press about Jed York's a bad tipper, what are you doing at restaurants?
Are you tipping more than $140 for a waiter?
I'm going to imagine in the last year of the sit down dinners he's had, he's not tipped less than $140. And yet, look at him. Let's get to David here. He wants to talk about $140. What's up, David?
Hey guys, the worst $140 I ever spent was on a big box store vessel or vehicle maintenance package that included like lifetime guaranteed tire rotation and balancing and a oil change. So the first time I went there and did this, I had to unscrew one of the stem caps just to make sure that they didn't that they balanced them and rotated them. Sure enough, when I went to pick it up, the tire was on the same spot.
Yeah, going to a place that you don't trust, that you don't have a relationship with when it comes to your car, that can be tough. There's always a wonder. Did they do the job that they said they were doing? Hell, I got to get an oil change today. Now, I'm going to those places where you sit down in the car while they do it, the Valvoline, where they just do it for you while you're in the car. So I'm going to know at least that they're actually taking out my oil and putting it in. But you always wonder, hey, did they do what they said they were going to do?
Yeah.
Shout out to David. Appreciate the call.
Honestly, an oil change gets you pretty close to $140.
Yeah.
God, it's
like,
not that much money.
Jed York, and considering the cars that Jed York is likely driving, if he likes to drive.
Yeah, what was he pulled over in?
Well, it might not have been. Maybe he has a home there since, he's a billionaire. He's going to have homes everywhere. So maybe he was in his own car. I don't know. I had the dream that he had a driver, and the driver looked back at him. Really? Really?
His Alfred was like, sir.
Yeah. Pennyworth. Shut up, Pennyworth. Mind your business.
Shut up. We're going to East Palestine.
Yeah. Mr. York, are you sure you want to do this? I pay you to drive, not to give your opinion. You know he's paying his driver more than $140 per ride.
Yeah.
Let's get to Pena here, and then we'll go to break. The Jay York story just keeps on giving me more thoughts on what. I can't believe this.
It's so befuddling.
I can't. It's befuddling. What's up, Pena?
Yo, what up, Dale? Man, so I went to go watch the end of Oak Street this weekend. That movie sucked, dude. Like, it was terrible. And I also want to give a food review on those new Chick-fil-A sandwiches.
Okay.
Man, those waffles are dry as heck, man. Super dry. And what do you think about those new uniforms for the Texans? Go Texans.
So I've not had the waffle sandwich yet. Sean has. He has. I think he might have a different opinion on both the things you reviewed. The end of Oak Street and the waffle sandwich, right?
Yeah, I think they're both good.
Well, different strokes for different folks, I guess.
Yeah.
Or, you know,
I mean, the waffle.
It dry?
I can also. Not really. I mean, with the syrup, it all just kind of.
Yeah, that.
And then the grease from
the bacon and the chicken. Yeah, it all comes together.
But I can also see how from location to location they don't quite have.
That was my thought. Like from location to location, the fries aren't the same. Like as far as how long they're cooked and if they're crispy. Yeah, that plays a part in it too.
But 59 and Kirby, they treat me right.
Shout out.
Shout out to you guys.
Yeah.
Stay cool out there, guys.
Yeah, the people
the drive-through lines. Stay cool.
The men and women who have to stand out there to move the line along and take your orders. I'm glad when the mister is on.
Yeah, they have the misting fans.
Yeah,
I saw.
I'm like, thank goodness for those people.
And End of Oak Street, good movie. But Pena's more in the Michael Carroll.
Yeah.
Although Michael Carroll
it sucked.
Is meh.
Yeah, he only has that type of vitriol for like Eli Roth.
Yeah,
when he's lying about AI and stuff. Yeah, and I guess the dumb guy from Obsession, not just the character, the actor apparently is dumb too. Michael Johnston, I guess is his name. As far as the uniforms are concerned, I did mention that before we got that call, the first call of the segment. The Texas uniforms, out of the three in the AFC South that were revealed, I think they're the best of the bunch. And the video is great. Fat Pat is playing, Top Drops is playing. They got the rights to that to play it under the video release. You have some of the stars, Tank, CJ, Dave Montgomery's in it, Will Anderson's in it. I will say, oh, by the way, if you haven't seen them, you can go to @HoustonTexans, whatever social media you want, and you'll see them. They're all white uniforms. I think it's the first time they've ever had a white helmet. Definitely. They've had red and blue, but not white.
Yeah.
It isn't Columbia blue. It's a little darker version of that. Not much so, but it is a difference in the blue from what the Titans are wearing now as their permanent uniforms. Got the red accents. I think it looks good. And H-Town's written on the helmet bumper. So it is, and the video's fun because while there are no diamonds on the uniform, you see like CGI diamonds on the helmet at times as an ode to Houston. So I think they did a good job with the uniforms. Whether people will like them or not, that's all about taste. But as far as what they're trying to do with their own version of the City Connect, I think they did a good job. The Jags are terrible. Those uniforms suck. I'm in my Michael Carroll phase. Those uniforms stink. It is a ugly green for the helmet. It is something like out of like Madden Team Builder that someone put together, except those are just random dudes on the internet, not professional people at Nike and the Jags who have to approve it. And the pants are black, but it's like, you know how like a Jaguar or a Panther has, like, you can see the spots but barely because it's black. That's what the pants look like.
Yeah, it's like black on black leopard print.
Yeah, leopard print. That's a better way to describe it.
I guess Jaguar.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Those uniforms stink. Like the Jags had that multicolored helmet back when Jalen Ramsey was on the team with Blake Bortles, and those uniforms suck too. These are worse. They're terrible.
Yeah. The teal helmet or I guess it's teal.
I guess
that's what they're going for because teal is
it's one of their official colors.
Yeah, but like. I think with the black helmet, like it looked like they had a mandate to like, hey, throw some teal in there, you know, like
the pants have a teal stripe that's bordered in gold, which is another one of their colors.
To me, the helmet, I mean,
the helmet is teal with gold face mask.
Yeah, the pants are yoga pants ish in the in the way that the leopard print is or the jaguar print is done. But yeah, no.
This uniform stinks.
No, this is bad stuff. Although the jersey itself not bad. It's fine. It's like a normal jersey.
It's kind of Ravens like, and
Yeah.
if you had Jags colors, like the Ravens have changed their uniforms this year as well. But if you think back to some of the past Raven uniforms, if you just throw Jag colors on it, it kind of looks like that. But the pants terrible, the helmet terrible. They look, and like the numbers remind me of the Christmas Day jerseys the NBA used to do,
like cursive, kind of
in that way. The Titans, they're in the middle. It sure sounds like Houston bias, but if I were ranking the AFC South uniforms that were released, Texans, Titans, Jags. Whether the division turns out that way, we'll see. But as far as what you're going to see, the Jags are going to look bad. Maybe they'll look I was going to say maybe they'll look better on the field when there's 11 of them lined up together. No,
I think it'll look worse.
It'll look worse because there's more of it to look at, and it's not heavily designed to look a certain way.
And like perfect lighting.
Yeah,
too.
that to me, in the light of day, these
they have to wear these at night.
The jerseys are white, and it depends on it's a rivalry uniform, so they'll wear it against another AFC South team, depending on what day, what game week it is. They stink. That's my review of the Jags uniforms. The Texans I think they did a pretty good job on theirs. I don't know when they're going to wear them. I'm sure they've announced that.
I think it's a game against the Colts.
Okay, so
it's like
so the Colts will wear blue here, and the Texans will get to wear their white uniforms.
September 27th at Lucas Oil Stadium.
They're going to wear them on the road. I get their white uniforms, but that's where you're going to debut them on the road.
Yeah, I get because the Colts are going to be wearing like a grayish kind of.
Well, their own version of rivalry uniforms?
Yeah. And theirs is much more like Nike Pro Combat era of like what if a team that doesn't wear black wears black.
The Texans wear white at home. What? They used to be Liberty White, but they don't do that anymore as far as naming the day.
Oh, yeah.
But they would wear white at home. Why would you wear them on the road when they're supposed to be a representative of H-Town?
Yeah.
And the fans don't get to see them in person? Okay, whatever. Make your decisions. You're never going to be as bad as Jed York's decision, so it doesn't matter what you do, honestly. We'll go to break. We are still taking calls. 713-780-3776 is the number. We got some college football movement as far as quarterbacks being named the starters. I talked about it yesterday, but the Jed York stuff took over, and I can't promise that it won't take over again. But we'll get to some SEC quarterback news and what college football conferences are doing to stop your favorite team's third-day pick from going back to college and playing. Conferences are making statements. Some of them are enacting policies to avoid what's happening at LSU. They don't want it happening for their teams in their conferences. So we'll talk about that when we come back.
Back inside the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
So while there's a lot of controversy going on regarding guys getting their 5th year, the Cougars got some good news. Not only did they get the transfer safety from Arizona State, I think, didn't they get one of their own back as well who was injured? Now I'm blanking on the receiver's name. I know it's Steven is his first name. I'll bring up his
Johnson?
Yeah, Steven Johnson, who had to deal with the Liz Frank injury. He got cleared to rejoin the team. And Willie Fritz said, I wasn't sure because things change every day about the rules, but he is eligible to play. He rejoined the team yesterday. So they get him back. As I said, they got the transfer from Arizona State. They have a lot of returning experience as well. 5th in starts as far as Power 4 schools are concerned. 6th in snaps, 18th in games played. So this is a very experienced Cougars team and with some high expectations. And the Big 12 still has Tech, and apparently they're going to have Thomas Castellanos playing quarterback for them. I think that's a win for the Cougs, honestly. I don't know how healthy Will Hammond would be. I just know that if you thought to yourself the Tech might have a great passing game this year, not if Castellanos is playing quarterback. That's not what he does. I don't remember how much quarterback run game was installed with Baron Morton at quarterback, but there will be plenty. He couldn't really practice or move, so there wasn't a lot. But I think you're going to see a lot of quarterback run at Tech. That's the way they're going to have to move the football because if you try to make him Castellanos a drop back passer, forget about it. So him starting, I think, is a win for the Cougs. Just more fallout from the Sorsby situation.
It took me a second. Him starting is a win for the Cougs. Yes. Yeah. If Castellanos is out there, then you got to feel good because, he obviously they can still block it up, and he is a good runner, but as a passer, not scaring you at all.
No. Not a great throw of the football, not a great decision maker with the ball either. So
and Will Hammond can run too, but he's more of a evened it out with the passing. But he has barely played, and like you said, is coming off a torn ACL. Like we don't know where he's going to be at physically. So yeah, that's going to be a really interesting game. And it's what, week 3?
Week 3 of Friday, which is something Tech didn't want, but the Big 12 said, I don't know if you've heard, we boss you around. Like, we'll get Sorsby out here too, and they did. But that came first, where Tech was complaining. But hey, we're the big dog here. Why are we playing on a Friday night? Cody Campbell talked, and the Big 12 said, you don't know this, but this is the first time we're going to bully you into doing something. We'll do this here, and then you beat out the NCAA. And you thought you're going to have Sorsby playing, but we're going to threaten you in a way where Sorsby and you guys back out of this. So
you can't order around the Big 12.
No,
right?
And the Big 10 is saying no pros or ex-pros in our league either. They are enacting legislation, if you can call it that, because it's a college conference, but to make it something you cannot do. You cannot go to the NFL, either get drafted or be undrafted, be in an NFL camp, getting paid to practice, and then come back. They're saying no. The SEC has bylaws where Greg Sankey, their commissioner, can rule guys ineligible. It's just part of the deal where he can go, no, not you. We'll see if Sankey has it in him to tell LSU. The two guys who used to be at Ole Miss that Lane Kiffin just brought over, particularly the guy who was a tight end in Browns camp and that was on the field taking, I'm assuming he took snaps, but at least he was in the warm-ups catching passes before their most recent game. You can't play. Does Sankey have it in him to talk to a conference member like that? We will see. But the ACC is moving towards not allowing this to happen. Now, to be clear, this is kind of only going to be a one-year thing because of
it is high school class of 2022.
Yes, it is not. While people are talking about the downfall of college sports and the floodgates are open, and I think I didn't listen to it, but Feinbaum, there's a video on ESPN.com, and Feinbaum is quoted as saying college football's fallen into the abyss. I don't know the extent of that particular soundbite. This is a one-year thing. As Sean told you, the class of 2022. And after that, this will kind of go by the wayside until someone else challenges a rule.
Because basically what the NCAA did was they agreed to the five years rule where you can play 5 years. But the thing is, they announced it after the NFL draft, after a bunch of 2022 guys didn't think they had any eligibility left.
So they
so
explored
they went
the
to
draft.
the NFL.
Yeah.
And so now they're coming back and they can tell a judge, like, hey, we wouldn't have gone to the NFL. Like, the NCAA rules now say that we can play. We wouldn't have gone to the NFL had we known that at the time, could make that decision. So they get, temporary restraining orders to play. And now this is where I don't understand the law or whatever Mickey Mouse law is happening with the NCAA and the Big Ten and Big 12, where how these guys can play, how they can get the restraining order to play NCAA games, but then the Big Ten can just be like, psych, no, you can't. Or the Big 12 can be like, nope, you can't. Or I guess it's the teams can't sign them. It's less on the players and more on the teams.
Yeah, the players can be out there, but they will punish members of the conference.
Yeah, I also think that these guys aren't going to make that big of a difference, if we're going to be honest.
Yeah, you pointed out that LSU has a better tight end already on the roster. Now, Wright caught a pass in the semifinal, a touchdown pass in the semifinal against Miami, so he can be productive. He's played in the system.
Play.
So and then the defensive tackle, what's his last name? Harris is the tackle. He's most famously in Miami circles for being the guy sitting on the ground when Carson Beck runs in for a touchdown to win that game. If you go back to that play, the guy's exhausted. Ole Miss defense had been on the field for a lot of plays, but because it was the Fiesta Bowl and Miami's cursed in that game, Miami couldn't put them away, and eventually Ole Miss took a lead. He was so exhausted that he got knocked to the ground and just stayed on the ground while Carson Beck was scanning the end zone and decided, you know what? There's no contain, and there's not even a defensive tackle.
No one on this side of the
field. So I'm just going to run into the end zone. That's what he's known for, at least with Miami people. He was an all-SEC player, so Kiffin was like, you're good. Come on over. So he is now with them as well. We'll see if the SEC says no after those guys have already been brought in by LSU. But college football is mobilizing. All the conferences are mobilizing to say we're not allowing this for this 1 year instance. I guess going forward, 5-5, the guys would just stay in school.
Yeah, they just wouldn't go to the NFL.
They just wouldn't go to the NFL.
That is the thing where with the players, I am kind of like,
yeah, you're like, wait a minute, you made this a thing after.
The rules after.
So it's really more NCAA ineptitude.
Yeah.
If you would have done this in the middle of the year, guys would have known that they would have been able to make a real decision. Instead, that I won't say forced, they were in for 4 years, but you enact the decision after we're gone. You didn't give me the opportunity. So I get the legal fight there. It just seems odd that you can be in a Browns uniform on a Saturday
and then be in the portal.
And be practicing at LSU on a Tuesday. Let's get to Lane Kiffin on the matter, a guy who is among a triumvirate of LSU coaches that a lot of people got problems with. Will Wade is bringing in a guy whose picture of committing to LSU features him in a Boston Celtics uniform. R.J. Lewis, the Rutgers transfer. Excuse me, the Boston Celtics transfer.
Yeah, from the Celtics.
The Boston Celtics transfer.
From the Eastern Conference.
Yeah. Well, he goes from the Eastern Conference to the Southeastern Conference, and it looks like he's going to be eligible to play because of another court ruling. And then you have Kim Mulkey, who had a Ukrainian player on her team, brought in a Russian player. And, considering world events, the Ukrainian player's like, you know what? I'm out. I don't want to be here anymore. So there's a lot going on at LSU. But here's Lane Kiffin on why they're bringing in guys who were in pro camps.
So, we have, made a decision to recruit some kids around the country. And, through these multiple injunctions around the country, which this is not a first time, they've been in college sports for a while, a group of players were granted a 5th year of eligibility around the country in multiple sports. And through them winning their injunction and entry into the portal, they're available to recruit. And so ourselves, like many places around the country, are recruiting them. And at the end of the day, because of these rulings, they're either going to play for you or they're going to play somewhere else around the country. So we've made a decision to recruit them, like probably most people are.
As it stands now, is LSU the only program to sign a couple guys who were in NFL camps?
To my knowledge, yes. I guess, or at least that were in training camps, right?
Yeah, I don't know where Harris was, if he was even on a NFL team.
Like the tight end, I mean, really it's one of those funny like social media things where it's like the tight end is the only one that is getting singled out, basically because there was just video of him
catching passes and then before the game.
Yeah, and the caption was this guy is going to play in a preseason game and is in the transfer portal right now. Like that is why he gets singled out, even though, in theory there's enough guys for the Big 10 and Big 12 to all make rules. Barring it.
The tackle, Xavier Harris, I don't know that he was with an NFL team. So that one's a little different because I don't see any mention of him being in a camp. I know he went undrafted, and people were wondering because he wasn't all SEC selection. Turns out there's some stuff off the field that kept him from getting drafted. He is also famous for crushing Lane Kiffin when he went to LSU.
That I forgot which one of the Ole Miss to LSU guys did that, but yeah, back when they that's the clearest thing. They thought they were out of eligibility, so they trashed Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
And then when they find out they have more eligibility, they're like, actually, we would like to. And Lane Kiffin's the type of guy that's like, who cares, whatever. And they're like, actually, we'd like to play for the LSU Tigers. Follow Lane Kiffin.
Oh, you would? Welcome.
Yeah.
All those words you said about me? Whatever.
Yeah, Lane Kiffin's like, you know what people have said about me for 20 years now? Like,
an entire state ran me out of there. Actually, I left them in the middle of the night, and they haven't forgiven me since.
Al Davis brought in an overhead PowerPoint projector to talk about how much of a POS I am.
Yeah, and Harris was in Saints camp for a little bit. So, yeah, he was at least with the pro team for a little bit. So, yeah, they got a couple guys who spent some time with NFL teams. And now they're going to be playing in the SEC and trying to help LSU compete for a national title. All right. You know what? We're close enough to the end of the show. We won't go to break here. We will wrap it up with this. The Astros are back in action. They got the Yankees in Yankee Stadium, 6:05 start. It'll be Ethan Pecco with his second start against someone named Will Warren. And the Yankees, good baseball team. The Astros, not a good baseball team. We'll see if the Astros can wake up the echoes of good times in Yankee Stadium or just good times against the Yankees as they try to get back to first place. If you missed it yesterday, the Rangers beat the White Sox, so the Astros, not only are they under 500, they now no longer are in a tie for first place, and that can change pretty quickly. They're only a half game back, but they're not playing well. Their general manager is gone, and depending on who you believe, their manager was told he's not getting a contract after this year's over. That was a report by Bob Nightingale that the Astros had a high-ranking official tell Joe Espada, you're not getting a contract. This will be your last season with the Astros. Chandler Rome is saying no conversation in that way happened. Joe Espada will operate as a manager like he has all year long, and then whatever happens after the year happens. That's me adding that last part. He didn't actually write that, but his point was that this conversation telling Joe Espada he wasn't coming back isn't going to happen. I see the Astros as non-confrontational. If they're not going to fire you, there's no need to do it now. Because there was a thought that Joe Espada was given the option, hey, you're not going to come back. So do you want to leave now or do you want to manage for the rest of the year? Chandler Rome is disputing anything like that took place. So
that is a weird thing to be like, hey, just so you know, you do not have a job. We want to keep showing up for us?
Yeah.
You'll get paid.
I mean, Dylan Brooks got that treatment from the Grizzlies in a playoff series. Hey, Dylan Brooks ain't I don't know if they said it to him, but the report was Dylan Brooks isn't coming back.
Yeah, under no circumstances.
Under no circumstances in the middle of that that flame out by the Grizzlies against Lakers.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't know. For the manager too, he has to do press conferences. Like he has, or not press conferences, but he has to sit in the dugout
Yeah.
and talk to these people.
And he's got his own stuff to deal with. It's the reason he didn't manage on Sunday.
Yeah.
He had a family emergency. He's back with the team. He'll manage tonight, so he'll have to. And the media will be delicate. They'll ask him to see and we'll see how much Joe Spada wants to talk about.
30 more games.
Yeah, and then he has to deal with. They told you you're not coming back. Why'd you make the decision to stay?
Yeah, Dylan Brooks only had to play like one more
That's
closeout
true.
game.
Yeah, and he was ready to go.
And he wasn't talking to the media.
Yeah, he could leave. That's not what a manager can do.
Yeah.
He just can't just stiff arm Julia Morales. Sorry, Julia, not today or for the rest of the year. He's got to talk to her.
Cover his face like it's paparazzi.
What is he? Like a spot as a guy with handcuffs, and they put the jacket over his hand so they don't see the handcuffs. Like, we know you're in handcuffs. Why are you putting the jacket on?
That is the metaphor for what has happened to the Houston Astros.
Yeah. Well, some people think they should be in prison for what they're doing to what was a great baseball franchise. In fact, Dennis writes us a letter, at least tweets us. This is a letter he's going to write to Santa. Dear Santa, we know we're asking for a lot, but all we really want is for the Astros to be good again. Can you please deliver Jeff Luhnow to Dyken Park, signed Houstonians? That's sentiment I understand, but if you go kind of by how the show feels, never go home again.
Yeah.
Jeff Luhnow, stay on that side, owning soccer teams.
Be the one people are clamoring for.
Always
Never actually have the job.
Always be the one. Like Bill Cowher played it right. You know what? Everyone wants me to be their coach. I love being in a position where I'm desirable.
I don't want to ruin that.
But I don't want to ruin my legacy. Jeff Luhnow, you're doing a pretty good job owning soccer teams. Keep doing that. Learn from Jeff Bagwell,
of all people,
who would probably not want you to have the job. All right, we're done for the day. Since we're done, what's it going to be, Sean?
A hissy fit.
Well, that was the description from one Ken Rosenthal about the firing of Dana Brown. All right, Rich Eisen up next. Jeremy and Joe after him. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Brian behind the glass. How many drinks you got back there, Brian? 1, 2, 3. I see 3.
Well, the other one's not mine. That Gatorade's not mine.
No one can hear you when you turn your head.
Oh, the Gatorade's not mine.
Lots to get to today. Astros take on the Yankees. Ethan Petco makes his second start ever at Yankee Stadium.
Happy birthday.
The team's reeling. They just fired their general manager. Yeah. The sky is falling. The house is on fire. It's his birthday?
He's 24 today.
Here you go. Here's the Yankees lineup, Petco.
Yeah.
Hope you can stop a stretch of losses for us and change the momentum because, in baseball,
my favorite part
momentum's your next day starter.
Of this note from the Astros PR email
Uh-huh.
is in the previous 3 birthday starts by Astros starters in 2019, Astros hurlers were dominant, combining for a 3-0 record with a .43 ERA, allowing just 1 earned run in 21 innings pitched and 24 strikeouts. So, high bar, Petco.
There we go. There we go. Here's the New York Yankee lineup. No Aaron Judge, though. Of course, he's been out for a while. But the Astros need a win in desperate ways. We'll see what they can do tonight. Starting a 3-game series in the Bronx, starting a 6-game series in the Big Apple. I wonder if they stay in the same hotel.
Probably.
In this, because, the Bronx and Flushing are pretty far away.
Yeah, maybe they don't.
And the traffic and stuff, Like, I wonder if maybe they just pick a middle spot. That way, one day you go that way, and the next series you go that way.
That'd be the most logical thing to do.
These are the stupid things I think of.
Yeah.
Who really cares about this? Nobody.
Yeah.
But if I were on that road trip, I would want to stay in the same hotel.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to have to pack my bags
No.
and move just for another 3 games.
Yeah, so maybe they stay in Harlem.
Do you think they have maybe it depends on the outcome of the first series?
No, this stuff's planned months in advance.
Well, maybe it's just, but maybe you pivot.
No chance.
I think you should.
No chance.
If they
you think the traveling secretary is
Yes.
going to sign up for that?
I think if the Astros beat the Yankees in a 3-game series, you got to stay in the same hotel. Baseball players are weird. You got to keep the mojo. If you get swept, you got to change hotels.
You can't pivot that quickly. It's New York.
Well, they should have thought of this beforehand.
So have 2 hotels booked?
Yeah, just
ready to go?
Just in case.
Wasn't Costanza the assistant to the traveling secretary?
He was.
Yeah. That's a tough job. That is a very tough job. All these, like directors of operations, traveling secretaries, that might be one of the worst jobs in sports.
Probably.
It is so hard. Booking, travel, everybody's got to have exactly what they want. You lose a bag, you're going to get yelled at. You miss a meal, you're going to get yelled at. It's a tough job. Tough job.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to deal with that.
Especially if Crane's your boss.
Oh, gosh.
It'd be really tough. Lots to get to today, though. The Houston Texans have a new uniform, which is really cool. We'll talk about that a little bit later. 3 things we like, 3 things we don't like about the Houston Texans rivalry uniforms, which I think Hannah McNair and Amy Adams Skunk are fighting.
Oh, yeah.
Publicly fighting, and their weapon of choice are uniforms.
Yes.
So the pettiness between those two is strong, but that's fun. College football begins this Saturday, so we'll continue our Power 4 Texas conversation. Today we'll talk to Rich Phillips of SMU, really good quarterback. Maybe we'll win the ACC. Wouldn't shock me if they win the ACC. And John Morse, Hall of Famer, John Morse from Baylor. He'll talk to us at 4:30. New quarterback there,
Very
DJ Lagway.
Very interesting.
Houston native. I love DJ Lagway coming out of high school. Didn't have great start of his career at Florida. Was that coaching? We'll see. Big year for Dave Aranda, too.
Yeah.
Out there in Waco. So we'll see. We'll talk to John, see where his mind's at with his Baylor Bear football team. Lots to get to. Also, the first annual Dozens and Dozens of Junkies fantasy football draft is tomorrow.
It is.
At 6:30 at Nick's Place. We'll be doing the show there tomorrow from 3 until 6. We'll take a little bit of a respite, 30-minute respite, prepare, go to the war room, meditate maybe, and then we'll be ready to draft at 6:30. So come on out. Come hang out. Is your offer still on the table? Come hang out with us tomorrow at 6:30.
How many people have we invited to this league now?
So right now we have 5 full leagues.
Yeah.
Yesterday we sent out the reserves to fill the last few spots, and they filled up real quick. So we still had a bank of 20 reserves.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, well, let's just do another league. So I invited all 20 to the 5th league, and it filled up like that.
Yeah.
Like it filled up. Like I think I sent the email like at 10-ish last night When I woke up this morning bright and early at 4:30, it was 7. But I'm just flexing. It was full.
Yeah.
It was full so overnight it filled up. So that was even without 8. So that was like 8 reserves that didn't even sign up.
Yeah.
So here's what we're going to do, because we like the dozens and dozens of junkies. We want as many dozens as we can get.
We do.
We want a half dozen dozens.
Joe's wallet doesn't.
I'm really getting a
Maybe
little
you just
nervous
stick to
here.
a bucket. Maybe you get the first bucket, and then I'll get the second bucket.
For everybody?
No. You buy a bucket of beer. How much is in a bucket these days? I guess it depends on the
6
location.
beers?
Probably 6.
Yeah.
Why don't you buy a bucket? First 6 that show up, you give them beer.
Okay.
I'll buy the second bucket. Next 6 that show
All
up,
right.
I'll give them. So you get
Okay.
the first half dozen bucket.
Yes.
First half dozen cold beers. I'll
Yes.
get the second half dozen cold
Sounds
beers.
good.
Yeah. So Joe's going to buy the first bucket. I'll buy the second bucket. Is this going to be after the show or during the show, though?
Oh, during the draft.
Okay, so this doesn't.
Yeah.
So the bucket does not apply until 6 p.m. or later.
Yeah.
Once we're done, let us finish working. All right.
Yeah, the buckets for
Let us finish working.
All right, save the drink.
So
for
Joe
after.
will buy the first
Except
bucket.
for Brian, he'll drink during the show.
Yeah, he's well.
No, I can't. I'm in recovery.
To be honest, Brian brushes his teeth with vodka. But anyways,
Jack.
Anyways, yeah, that's right. He does like the Jack.
Yeah.
He likes the top shelf stuff. So Joe will get the first bucket tomorrow, beginning at 6 or 6:30.
6:30.
I'll get the second bucket beginning at 6:30. So come on through Nick's place. It's going to have a whole lot of fun. There's at least 5 leagues. So here's my thought here.
Mm-hmm.
Since there's still a little bit, and I think the number, because if you haven't been paying attention, Fantasy Football League, we're doing best ball draft, sleeper, 12-team leagues, and then we're going to continue this going forward where it's pretty much the Premier League. So we're going to put the top finishers in each of the leagues in our Premier League. We're going to finish the next tier of finishers into the second league, and we're going to have a European soccer model. We're going to have the Premier League and then like League 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, however big it grows to eventually. I do think 6 leagues is a better number than 5.
I agree.
So here's what I'm going to propose. I'm going to propose we do one final call.
Yeah.
One final call. And we're gonna mention this like each hour. That way, because not everybody's listening to us all 3 hours. Those of you that do, we tip our cap to you, but we understand you're busy. You're at work, you're in traffic, you got kids, you got a family to feed, you gotta go booze. We get it. We understand. Federal American Grill. So Summer Sunset Social Hour starts now until sunset. So what we're going to do is we're going to have one final league. We're going to try to fill a 6th league. No promises. If this doesn't fill, then we're going to just stick with 5.
Yes.
Because we got 5. We hope to see you all at Nick's place tomorrow beginning at 6:30. We're going to be there all day. Show starts at 3, doing the show there, but the draft will begin at 6:30. You don't have to be there to do the draft. It's on, the Sleeper app. But we'd love to see you there. It'd be fantastic if you were there. Hang out, have, some cold beers. First bucket on Joe, second bucket on me. Watch some Stros, draft our fantasy football teams, and make fun of people, too, who make terrible selections. That's always the fun of the draft. So we're going to do a 6th league. One of y'all want to run it? Because I'm already doing 3.
Yeah, I can run it.
And all you have to do is copy and paste the
Yeah,
settings.
that's fine.
It's pretty easy. So what we're going to do is we're going to collect emails probably at the top of every hour.
Okay.
And then maybe one final call like at 5:30. So if you want to be in, and look, I don't remember yesterday's emails. So like if you weren't invited to the league yesterday, but you were on the reserve email, those are all gone. Because I sent out the last email to 20 people. I don't know which 12 signed up.
Yep.
So the 8 that didn't make it yesterday, just assume that you're not on a list. I have 0 emails right now. 0 emails right now. So every email we collect is from this point forward. So if you want to be on that final chance league, the 6th league with us, starting the European soccer model, the dozens and dozens of junkies fantasy football league, long title, we understand. Might need an acronym someday. Then send in your email. Send in your email, and then Joe's going to send out one final email at
7:15.
7:15 tonight-ish. Joe sometimes overpromises. So look forward around 8.
Very specific time.
I've got something after this show, so.
So probably
Bears
8.
or Irish?
Bears.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can just send me the link to the league,
Okay, we'll figure it out.
and then I can fire off the email real quick.
We'll see what the emails get. We might just do it before the show's over. If we get all 12.
Well, I think it's going to be a race to the 12.
That's true.
It's going to be a race to
We'll
the
see
12.
how it goes. You'll get it tonight.
I think you should have to. I think people need to be looking for it. We don't want to be sitting around all night like, hey.
Okay, you'll have it at
So why don't you create the league? Send me the link.
Okay, and then you'll send
And then
the invites.
and then before I leave for work, I'll send the invites.
Deal.
So it'll be like 6:15, 6:30ish.
Works for me.
Okay. So if you want to be on this final race to 12, just send us your email. Finish your email. Now, again, no promises, and it's going to be a race to the 12. Once it's full, it's done. It's over. We're doing 6 leagues. So there we go. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Jim Crane's taking a lot of heat, Joe.
Yeah, he is.
Jim Crane's taking a lot of heat. And
it's going to take a lot today.
You know how I kind of, he's going to talk
New
to
York
the
media.
Yeah, but do they care about that?
Well, actually, Chandler made it sound like on his podcast that the New York media is not invited.
So my question to this, Joe, when did Chandler Rome and Brian McTaggart and the Houston media find out there was a press conference today?
I think after Bob Nightingale reported it, because he refuted it. And that's why they said.
Who refuted it?
Chandler. He said
refuted what?
It's not a press conference.
Well, media availability press conference. It's all the same thing.
I think they found out after Bob reported it.
So that tells me that Bob's sources are very good.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I want to know.
Chandler was also asleep when the news broke.
He was on a plane. I saw that.
That's funny.
Yeah, but so if Bob Nightingale knows there's a press conference before any Houston media member knows there's a press conference, that tells me that Bob Nightingale's sources are very good.
Correct.
All right. I think Chandler got lied to. But more on that later. So Jim Crane's taking a lot of heat. Jared Carabas, I like the chicken Brian there. But Carabas and he's like this little podcast. I think one of them's Dallas Braden, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who the other minion is. But the other minion on this Jared Carabas, Dallas Braden podcast, they're talking crap to Jim Crane.
We don't talk enough about how Jim Crane is one of the most delusional owners in all of Major League Baseball in terms of what he expects out of this current version of the Astros.
There's a whole puppeteer thing going on behind the scenes here.
And now we're at a point where Jim Crane is still expecting dynasty-era Astros performance from a roster that has significantly degraded over that time and is playing to its true talent level at this point. So I think it's just your basic instance of owner delusion.
Why did the roster degrade?
Because a lot of it's because of the owner.
Could be the general manager too,
and the GM.
So here's where I feel about this. He could be right. This minion of Jared Carabas, he could be 100% right. But this is how I feel about it. Like whenever you have like a crazy sister, it's totally fine for you and your family to talk, crap to your crazy sister. Like, boy, she's crazy. She's a little, she's a dime short of a dollar or whatever the saying is. Whatever. But you can't be outside the family and talk crap to that sister. You know what I mean?
That's fair.
You can't be some stranger and talk crap. The stranger could say the same thing about your sister that you're saying about your sister, but that's family versus that's a stranger. Mm-hmm. The stranger's not allowed to talk that way about family. You're allowed to talk that way about family because you're in the family. This is how I feel about this minion from Jared Carabas' podcast. You can't talk about our owner that way. You might be right. He might be delusional. He might be looking for dynasty-era Astros. But you, Jared Carabas' minion, you're not allowed to say that about our owner, Jim Crane. Jim Crane has brought in 2 World Series to the Houston Astros. Yes, we can talk about how it's been lately and his interference with the club and his meddling. He told us he's going to do it in 2020. But you can't say it from the outside. You can't be a Boston Red Sox guy and be talking crap about Jim Crane. Also, I feel the need to defend Jim Crane here. I feel the need to defend him. Why is he expecting dynasty-era Astros because he fired a general manager with 30-something games left in the season who's on the final year of his contract? How is that delusional?
I don't think it is.
How is that expecting dynasty-era Astros? Because to me, I think he's just expecting a 500 baseball team.
Yeah, I think he's expecting a quality product out there, and he's not getting that. I don't think this is a sign of I expect to win championships. He fired a GM after he won a championship.
Right.
That's right. I think like they're off the mark here. Like I am very down on Jim Crane right now for everything.
But we can be because we're in the family.
Yeah. But like that's not why Dana Brown got fired. Dana Brown got fired because this team is bad. Because every move he made didn't work. Because it just was time. I don't think Jim Crane's being delusional here with the way he's handling this at all.
I co-sign the firing.
Yes.
Now, is this going to be what turns the franchise around? No, there needs to be more done. This is just the first, project of the demolition, right? Or at least of the, recycling of what you're going to do, the reconfiguration of the house. This is like a remodel, right? You got to tear down, a pillar. Can't be a wall bearing pillar, but you got to tear down a pillar every now and then. That's Dana Brown. Now you need to, take yourself out of the equation. We all understand that, but you can't talk about it if you're in Boston. You're not following this team every single day. You didn't see Joe Espada walk out to the mound and point to the bullpen and then forget that he did it. Yordan Alvarez is the odds-on favorite to win the MVP. He is on a super team-friendly contract. Hunter Brown, who's not having as good a year this year as he was last year, but nonetheless, he's still a top-of-the-rotation starter. He's on a very favorable team-friendly contract because he's still in club control, all of that. So you have your ace who's on a team-friendly salary. You have your MVP of the league who's on a team-friendly salary. Is it too much to ask for that team to be above 500?
No, I don't think it is.
So how is this some sort of delusional, he's still craving the Astros-era dynasty? That's so far-fetched. You can't talk about our guy like that. He's our idiot. He's our meddling owner. You got your own problems in New England. You keep those problems in New England. You Jared Carrabis minion.
I also think like they would be totally unaware of even like the dynamics of Tatsu Imai and things like that. Like they would just assume that's a bad GM signing when they discuss this. They're unaware of the Daikin conglomerate being there at the opening press conference.
Which is probably be a case for them.
It would be, but I don't even think they're even aware of it.
No.
To your point. So it's I don't think this is what Dana Brown was not fired because the expectation was to win a championship this year.
Mm-hmm.
The expectation was to put together a competent baseball team. That's not out there right now.
No. I mean, it's our meddling owner. All right, stay away from our meddling owner. You got your own problems up there in Boston. You fired a manager earlier this year, although it has gotten better.
It has gotten a lot better.
It's gotten a lot better in Boston. But you bring up an interesting a bigger picture view of national media versus local media. National media is never going to know the nooks and crannies of the dynamic of the club. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't get it.
Like you're going to get a big picture take, big picture view, but you're not into the weeds like you would be from a local perspective. Like you're right. I don't think that they know the dynamics of Tatsu Imai. I don't think that they know the dynamics of what happened to the trade deadline. I don't think they know the dynamics of the Astros going out and bringing tons of pitchers in and really only one of them working out in Peter Lambert. So, yeah, I think it's more just people coming to the fence of Dana Brown. Actually, I think the bigger thing is it's just very easy to punch Jim Crane. It's an organization that was disliked because of the sign-stealing scandal. Nobody likes a meddling owner. He obviously is meddling more, so he makes for it's low-hanging fruit. He makes for a very easy punching bag, which, again, we're going to punch that bag too, but we're in the family.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see, because even, the big national media, we played the Rosenthal clip yesterday, right, where he's very much attacking Jim Crane. When I was listening to Chandler's podcast, I thought one of the things that was interesting to me that stood out was what we mentioned yesterday was everyone likes Dana Brown. It feels like not everyone feels that way about Jim Crane.
Yeah.
I think that has been kind of made clear over the last 24 hours that people don't really like the way that he has done business, and it might cloud their judgment, where they might ultimately be in line with where we are at also with this decision-making process, that it was the right one. But they're taking it from a much more personal angle, it feels like, than this was the right baseball decision.
Yeah, I agree. Junkie, wish they could bring back Luno. Yeah, I just don't think it's realistic. Those guys are upset and jealous. We have an owner with deep pockets who wants to win it all every year. Maybe medium pockets. Maybe sometimes over the luxury tax pockets, but not that big of pockets. Is it John Henry still with for Boston, I think?
I think so.
I don't really keep track of all the owners in baseball, but I think he has big pockets as well. 1313, excellent take. You're always right, Brandon. Thank you, 1313. I appreciate you saying that.
Boom, there we go. Jeremy Branham's
those
right.
New England guys are mad because we took their booty. That's a great point. It's a great point. They're jelly.
You know what I really like, though? Booty.
They don't like a team that's beat them and is going to be a long-term threat. Are the Astros that, though? Are the Astros that? All right, another junkie's asking, have you all announced the prizes for the Fantasy League? So, look, it's free. Let's keep that in mind. We're not Matt Millering this thing. It's free. We are thinking of giving the winner of each league tickets if we have an ESPN 97.5 listener appreciation party next year.
And a T-shirt.
And a T-shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah. So T-shirt and tickets to the ESPN 97.5 listener appreciation party. Plus, the longer you're in this, if you're in the very top league, we're trying to get a way of doing things next year where we will tier our prizes to the bigger league or the most prominent league. So if you qualify for the Premier League, the prizes in the Premier League are going to be more satisfactory than those in League 6.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's just, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let me tell you about all the fun.
So it's two teams now qualify for the Premier League once we get to 6?
If we get to 6, which I think we'll do, if we get to 6, the top 2 teams, I guess the winner of the semifinals in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
because we will have playoffs. Yeah, playoffs. So it would be whoever plays in the championship game of that league will get invited. And look, they don't have to accept.
That's true.
They might not like the challenge.
Yeah, they might back out.
Yeah, but they can accept
Cowards.
an invitation to the Premier League.
Yes.
How does the math work out if we're stuck at 5?
The math, we'll figure it out.
We're gonna get to 6.
But it'll be tiebreakers. So it'd be the top 2 in each league, which gets you to 10, and then you would do the top 2 third-place finishing teams.
All right.
Probably point total in the regular season. Yeah, we'll figure it out. It'll be fair. But I think we'll get to 6. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Lots to get to. Houston Texans a little later. Rich Phillips, John Morris a little bit later as well. It is the start of high school football season. We're going to talk a little high school football season on this show because we like Houston sports and football. Football is really cool. But when we come back, has there been a moment this year, Joe, Brian, dozens and dozens of junkies, 713-780-ESPN, where you're like, you know what? The Astros are a contender. Has there been a single moment like that? And if no, what's the closest they've been to that? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, twitch.tv/ESPN975. Thank you, Coach Saban.
Living in his mother's basement.
YouTube, ESPN Houston. TikTok, ESPN975. Twitter, ESPN975. Joe's at Joe George Radio. Brian's at Sack BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. You know what? We're talking a lot of football here. You know why? Because college football is coming up. Starts this week. Now, in the city, it starts a week from this Saturday, September 5th at TD ECU Stadium. You need to be there for the H-Town kickoff. Houston last year coming off a top 25 finish, a Texas Bowl victory, and getting the season started a week from Saturday at 11 o'clock. You need to be there, 713-GO-COUGS, uhcougs.com/tickets to get your tickets right now. Houston takes on Oregon State, looking to get their season started off right. This game kicks off college football on ESPN. Don't miss the H-Town kickoff, which is sure to provide thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, that hard-hitting Houston Cougar defense, unforgettable moments. Connor Wigman back for his second year. Nothing beats the tradition, the pageantry, the roar of the crowd as Houston Cougar football takes on Oregon State. Willie Fritz's third year with the Houston Cougars, double-digit victories last year, hoping to do that again. So get out there to TD ECU Stadium. Cheer on the Houston Cougars as they take on Oregon State. We've all been jonesing for college football. This is your chance to get out there, watch some football a week from Saturday. 11 o'clock kick, Houston, Oregon State. Get your tickets now, uhcougs.com/tickets, or call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, and wear red.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
First game in the Jeff Bagwell era. No Cam Smith in the lineup against Willie Warren of the New York Yankees.
Okay.
It's Pena, Yordan, Paredes, Altuve, Varsho, Walker, Wade, Diaz, Trammell.
Hate that.
No one asked you, Brian.
Nelly didn't make the lineup?
They don't have enough good batters to keep
Well,
Cam
Nelly's
Smith
not
out.
making the lineup against right-handed pitching.
Yeah, I know. I just want to see if he'd be in there.
It is interesting, no Cam Smith, though. It's kind of interesting. Maybe that was the impasse where Dana Brown's like, he's an aircraft carrier, and Jeff Bagwell's like, he's a bum.
Dead bum.
He's like, Jeremy Branham's right. Should have been in the minors.
What if they set him down? Like right now?
That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy.
It's like everything Dana Brown was doing wrong.
Yeah. So no Cam. Cam's been good. Cam still struggles a little bit against right-hand pitching from time to time.
I still want him to play every day.
Wade's been swinging it okay. Trammell has not, but he got that hit in his last at bat. Who do you think is making out the lineup? Because a lot of times the general manager makes out the lineup. Like, here you go. This is what we're going to look like today. Like the computer machines will spit it out. You know, it depends on the organization. Like Dusty Baker was in charge of his lineup. How much is Spada in charge of his lineup? I think he's in the room with the conversations being had, but I'm not sure he has a whole lot of sway. So I wonder what it is now.
Probably just one of the AGMs.
Like, here's what the computer spits out, Jeff. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's probably just what it is.
And Jeff's like, well, no, I don't like Cam. Give me Wade. He's a veteran bat.
It's also probably that.
Yeah.
Of like, this is what computer says. Bagwell says, no.
Yeah.
Don't like that.
No, I like Wade's back of his baseball card. Cam's back of his baseball card's no good.
Yeah,
the back of his baseball card.
There you go. Thank you, Joe. Almost barely the manager, which he is going to manage the team today. Has there been a moment, Joe, where you're like, yeah, this Astro team's? What is the closest moment? Because I think the answer is pretty.
I think it's obvious.
Universally, yeah, this is not a World Series contender. Has there been a moment this season where you're like, okay, this is the closest I've been to thinking that the Astros can actually make a serious run? And look, the American League is so bad, but you know what I'm saying. Like, they actually look like a contender.
Yeah, I think it's you come out of the All-Star break, you get swept by the Orioles, vibes are bad. Then you go out there, you beat the Marlins, who at that time were in playoff contention. You beat the White Sox in a series. You sweep the Angels. You sweep the Rangers. I think going into the deadline, on deadline day, I thought they were a legit contender.
See, I have a different answer.
Okay. Because that for me, like that was the last. And then now, look, that's ironically when they started playing terrible baseball again.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I view the White Sox as like the second best team in the American League, and I thought they handled them pretty well in that series. So I was like, okay, they can hang with what's there in the American League right now.
Maybe McTaggart was onto something where like the lack of activity at the deadline kind of deflated this team.
I mean, it feels very possible because I think like for me it was that moment. I think there was one other one, but they played so poorly around it. It didn't. I dropped it because in the moment I felt really good about this team coming out of the 4th of July weekend.
Yeah,
when they beat the Rays, but then they lost the next two series to the Nationals and the Rangers going into the All-Star break.
They're 7-11 since the deadline. They lost a series to Toronto. They lost a series to San Diego. They were gifted a series at San Francisco. Very easily could have lost that series, but won that one. They lost Seattle. They lost the Angels. They've lost the A's. So since the deadline, they've lost 5 of 6 series, with the exception of the at San Francisco, in which they didn't play well and very lucky to win that series.
No, and I mean,
maybe it deflated them.
I've heard players talk about that, where it's like, it's like you get a boost at the deadline. We've heard the Astros talk about it. Think back to 2017. It was kind of mopey around the clubhouse when they didn't make a move.
It was kind of Dell.
And then that's mopey, Sean.
I thought it was Mopey and Mapes.
You're right. I'm dumb.
Yeah.
Sorry. But then they get Verlander at the waiver deadline or whatever it was called back then, and everything changed.
Yeah.
But like they were very public. Keuchel, McCullers, and those guys, I think it was mostly.
Especially Keuchel.
Yeah, about how we deserve a boost, and they didn't get it. And this team playing that well, they probably did feel like in that clubhouse, like, hey, we need a horse. We need someone that's going to come into this team that like can carry us either in the rotation or in the lineup. And instead, they got a Varsho. Bad.
So they needed a Deanna Taurasi?
That's mean.
My answer is the Tampa Bay series.
Okay.
My answer that was they're the best team in the American League. You took 2 of 3 from Tampa. Like that was the moment where like, well, the Astros can beat anybody in the American League. Now you're right.
They play poorly,
which is what the Astros do. Every time there's a peak in the Astros season, there's an immediate valley.
Yeah.
Like there's no consistency with these teams. You have a few peaks, and then you have mostly valley and then mediocre play. For me, it was the 2 of 3 against Tampa Bay. It's like, okay, if you can take 2 of 3 at Tampa, then you can beat anybody in the American League because the American League's wide open. But those moments have been fleeting. Those moments have been brief.
Because they had played pretty well up until that point. Like, you go back into June, like, they beat the Royals, the Tigers, the Guardians, the Blue Jays, the Tigers again in a series. They lost to the Twins, and then they won that Tampa Bay series. So, like, they were playing pretty good baseball in June as well going through that series. It's just they lost the 2 after that were so deflating.
Junkie the sweep when we needed 2, but got 3 versus Texas and the West lead. That was coming off of the that was right before the deadline, which, yeah, maybe there's more to the nothing at the deadline leading to the deflation of this team. It's pretty interesting because the only reason that I wouldn't say Texas ahead of Tampa, even though you swept them versus 2 of 3, is because I just don't think much of the Rangers. I think the Rangers are just as mediocre as you.
No, for sure. That's why for me it's the collective of what happened leading up into that series.
Yeah, it's so bad after the deadline. You just swept Texas. You have the lead in the division. You're up 2.5 games. You trade an Arrighetti for a Varsho, and that's it. And then you just lost every series since except for the one at San Francisco.
And it's not just lost series. There's been a lot of painful losses.
Oh yeah, like bad ball.
Like the A's series, you've got them. The Seattle series, that last game. I mean, the entire Giants series, even though you won it. You lost a 1-run game to the Padres. You lost an extra innings to the Blue Jays. Like, it's been a lot of bad brand of baseball around everything.
Junkie says they needed a Sarah Jessica Parker. What were you going to say, Brian?
I was going to say Rebecca Lobo.
We're pro women's sports. That's why we're talking about so many women athletes, because we like women's sports.
John and Lance are trying to take us down as the most pro-women show on the station.
What do you mean?
Today, for their last listener appreciation party tickets they did,
yeah,
women only.
Well, they're trying to mess with the ratio. They're trying to go from 100% to like 95%.
Yeah.
I feel bad for the 5%.
Yeah, they'll be fine.
I don't know.
They're junkies.
Yeah, but it's not those junkies I'm worried about.
I know. It's the other junkies.
You're going to get 95% of the junkies. They're going to look at the 5% and be like, hey, yeah.
Hey, Brian.
Throw chum in the water.
Hey, Brian, I cut you off. I'm sorry.
I don't care. Of all the cutoffs on this show, that was very mild. Astros when they actually felt like contenders. I'm mostly with Joe because I felt like that Ray series in June, even though Branham's right, like it's the best team that they've beat, it kind of felt like just the random, well, they'll beat a good team here and there and not a part of a bigger like momentum towards like something. Whereas that Rangers series, it felt like, okay, they put, I think the lead over the Mariners got up to like 5 or 6 games at one point. They just swept the Rangers. I never felt like they could actually win the World Series, but at that point it felt like, you know what, this American League might be bad enough for them to get to the World Series.
Astros, if the season were to end today, Astros would be out of the playoffs. They're a half game behind the Texas Rangers.
Yeah.
They're a half game behind the Cleveland Guardians. Now, remember last year the Astros were on the wrong side of the tiebreak.
Mm-hmm.
The Astros do hold the tiebreak against Texas and Cleveland.
That's good.
If you want this team in the playoffs. Now, they don't hold the tiebreaker against Seattle because Seattle owns the Astros suddenly.
Is there any argument to not wanting this team in the playoffs?
I want them. Yeah, I mean, some people just want them to put them out of their misery because they're not good, and it's like, what's the point? Like,
I'm kind of on that side.
Really? I want playoff baseball. Selfishly, I want playoff baseball.
Yeah.
Like, do I think that they can make a run? No. I think their ceiling is they get super lucky in an American League and go to the ALCS. But I like playoff baseball. Like, I want to watch playoff baseball selfishly, so I do want them to make it. And look, I mean, you have Yordan Alvarez, the best hitter on the planet. He gets hot and has a Carlos Beltran run. Who knows?
And also, I don't think it changes anything.
No, it doesn't.
Your GM's already been fired, and I don't think even if they make a run, your manager's staying.
No.
So it's just kind of bonus baseball.
Yeah, it's bonus baseball. It's extra inning baseball. Heather, the Astros offense has been consistently inconsistent for years. Also, they play to their competition, which is dangerous. Hopefully, they play their competition tonight. But you're right. Pete, same thing happened last year when they went to L.A., swept the Dodgers with a Space Cowboys lineup, and everyone was saying they were back, went downhill from there. Yeah, I know. I remember that series. I'm like, I hope this isn't their peak. And it was their peak.
It was.
The Astros were 50-50 buyers or sellers 3 weeks before the deadline, and they play their butts off to get into a buyer's position, and the front office did nothing, deflating the whole team. Look, if this is the mindset that the clubhouse has, which I think is valid, I think it's a valid take. I don't know for sure, obviously. I think it's a valid take. Perhaps the firing of Dana Brown will rally the troops more than I gave it credit for yesterday. Maybe. We're gonna win one for the Bagwell.
Unless the players all know that it came from the front office above Dana Brown. Because I mean, we heard the stories about Crane nixing that deal with the Twins, so.
It's weird. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Texans have a new kit. They have a new jersey.
Do it, okay.
What do you think? What are your favorite 3 things about it? What are your least favorite 3 things about it? It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Houston Texans have new uniforms. They're rivalry uniforms.
Go Texans.
Did you know there's like a 3-helmet rule, like a 3-shell rule?
Yes.
Where they had to get rid of the sparkly blue ones, or at least the sparkle in the blue. I think they can keep the blue, and I think they can change the logo on it, but they had to get rid of the sparkle.
I think you're right.
Because you only have 3 shells, which is a really weird rule.
It
used to be 1, I think.
Yeah, it was 2, and then it went down to 1. And they would see these teams wear throwback uniforms with their current helmets, and it would look really awkward.
Yeah.
Then they realized that was dumb.
It's so weird there's a 3-shell rule, though.
I don't
like,
get
why wouldn't, like, I don't know.
Especially
I'm sure it has something to do with player safety, but...
I would think it's like a marketing thing, though, and like a money thing.
Well, marketing thing, you can have as many as you want.
Yeah, because then you could just keep selling the mini helmets. Like that's that's a very popular selling item at stores.
Yeah.
The more helmets you have, the more mini helmets you sell.
Yeah. You sell mini helmets. So give me your 3 favorite things do you like about the uniform, Joe?
Okay, I like the white helmet.
Okay.
I like having the white helmet.
Okay.
I like that it's really pissing off Titans fans. I really do.
They're up in
and I
arms.
know of all the people on this show, like, Joe, you weren't here. I know I wasn't here. They're my least favorite fan base. I'll be honest with you.
Wow.
Of any of the Houston teams that they face, I find them the most obnoxious. They're I think
more
they're
than Yankees or Dodgers.
He's talking about football.
No, of like the rivalry, like the divisional teams, like
in football.
No, even more than the Mariners. Man.
Oh,
I just find
Jeremy's
them.
been to war with Mariners.
I know.
I've been to 4 with Duval fans.
I think they're worse. I think those people they're like worse people. These guys are just like little annoying chihuahuas. Is how I view the Titans fan base.
I don't notice them much.
Whenever it's the jersey stuff, they get so loud.
I did notice in the comments for some of the Texans posts today, there's a lot of stole the Oilers uniforms or stole the Titans uniforms. Like, can you sound more ignorant to the history than to say the Texans stole the Titans uniforms?
For those that are not watching, which is most of you, listening on your radios or wherever you're listening from, I am wearing my Houston Oiler hat today and my Houston Oiler shirt today.
You are. Good move.
Out of spite to Amy Adams' skunk.
Very good move.
Yeah, I think Jacksonville and Seattle would be more annoying.
Yeah, I don't know why the Tennessee fan base just.
It might just be it might just be my experience because I've been at war with both of them.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true. And then the last thing my favorite thing, it's the logo on the jersey.
The bull.
Yeah, the bull with like the blue and the red outline with the red star. I think that looks super clean.
So that's the only thing I didn't like.
Really?
Yeah.
I really like it.
So the 3 things that I can only come up with one thing I didn't like. I'm sorry. I couldn't find 2 other things I did not like. I like them so much. I'm a huge fan of them. They're very, very cool. I guess 1.5 things. The half thing is maybe the jersey numbers are too big. Like they look super big where they're taking up all of the light.
They're large.
But that's nitpicky. I don't really care about that. The one thing that I didn't like was actually that logo that you mentioned. The reason that I don't like it though is I wish it wasn't white. I don't like the white logo of Toro on a white uniform. Like, I like the white logo of Toro isolated against, like, a dark color. Like, you want to stick the white Toro on a blue polo, I think it would look really cool. You want to stick a white Toro on a red polo, I think it would look really cool. You want to stick that white Toro on a Houston blue polo, I think it'd be really cool. But I don't like the white logo on a white jersey.
That's fair.
I wish that it was a filled-in color. Just, they call me a fashionista.
The blue.
So that's just that's my only thing I dislike. And again, I think they nailed this. I think it's 10 out of 10. I think it is awesome. I love everything about it. I didn't think I would. Like, I'm usually pretty nitpicky. People have grown to know that. I consider myself a realist. Some people think I'm more of a pessimist. So usually I find things I dislike. These are awesome. These are clean. These are really good. The 3 things that I liked the most. Love them. I love the white on white. I didn't think I was going to love the white on white. Now, I do like icy uniforms. I usually like the white on white uniforms. But these are really cool, especially the white helmet. Like, it's also like a throwback to like the Texans. Like when they first started, they thought they were going to have a white helmet. So I'm going to throw that out there. It's the first thing I like. I love the helmet. I love the lettering on the back.
Very cool.
I like that they went H logo instead of a Toro logo. And then just the font. Like, the font's really cool. It's, like, kind of Houston-y. The helmet, to me, is my favorite thing. I love the Houston blue face mask. Like, it just pops, right?
It's so different.
It pops on a white uniform. It is really, really awesome. That's the helmet's by far my favorite part of this. And then the third thing, just the marketing team with this organization, I think is amazing. I think they're the best in the league. And I mean that sincerely. the image that this team used to have, I mean, as recently as 5 years ago.
Yeah.
This isn't even a decade ago. This is 5 years ago. This used to be an organization that was the laughingstock of the NFL. David Culley was an embarrassment of a head coach.
I know analytics has.
That was your leader. Hannah McNair was falling asleep in a suite. You were lucky to win 3 or 4 games. You won 11 games collectively in 3 years, and this was following the whole Easterby saga. And then Cal McNair was being begged to sell
Shout
the
out
team.
to the fish.
They were begging Cal McNair to the little Ronnie guy, Ronnie Bank, whatever his name was. We had him on the air once. He was standing in front of Cal's suite saying, "Sell the team." We've gone from Hannah falling asleep to sell the team to David Culley to nobody going to games to 11 wins in 3 years to now Hannah McNair is the best owner in football. Cal McNair is the coolest owner in football. D'Amico Ryan's the coolest head coach. You got the coolest uniform collection of anybody else in the league, and you have a Super Bowl contender. But the marketing PR side of things, I mean, I applaud you. I tip my cap because you were working with nothing 5 years ago. And you've flipped this organization and the brand and the perception of the organization around. I applaud you.
I really have no negatives about this uniform. I tweeted out earlier when I saw it that it's my favorite uniform they've ever had. I just like all the tie-ins to the city that they did, like the blue for the numbers. I think you guys mentioned just liking the blue, but it's the same shade of blue from the Be Someone from I-10, that overpass that was painted years ago. So I like the tie-in to the city there. The uniform, the helmet, like you mentioned, I like the throwback to the white helmet that Bob McNair held up when the team was officially announced back in, I guess it was 2000. Just all the different tie-ins to not only the history of the franchise, but the history of the city are just really cool. And it just looks great. It's like, it's a very, I don't know if you guys watched the players' reaction video, but the thing I kept hearing players say is like, it looks clean. It looks clean. It looks clean. It looks sharp. I like the throwbacks to the mentions for the city. It's just no notes.
I think the thing I like the most ultimately is just it's
and the little Houston above the face mask I thought was pretty cool.
It's H-Town, right?
Yeah.
I think it
it says H-Town?
Yeah,
Okay.
it says H-Town.
But I like the fun. I like what they did there.
I like that we got a team that recognized the city and didn't have to rely on Space City. Because I kind of feel like that's what it always is, right? The Rockets have done it. The Astros have done it. There's more there that this city is known for. And like you said, like Brian, they check all these boxes of things that are just recognizable with Houston.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad they just pivoted away from the Space City theme.
They're so cool. I think they did a great job. I guess my other negative would be they can only wear this once, right?
I believe so.
And like this is it. Like only this year. Like you can't even wear it in the future years.
Man, I hope not, because it's sick.
I hope not, because these are awesome. These are my favorite jerseys that they have.
Yeah, I think there's a very good chance that they will pivot, and this will become a mainstay.
These are so nice. Now, I don't know if the NFL will let them because they do look Tennessee-ish. They look Oiler-ish for
But,
sure.
Like, the best jerseys they have now are the ones they can only wear a total of 2 times a year.
What's the other one?
This one in Battle Red.
I don't like the Battle Red. The Battle Red's my least favorite.
I don't like the helmet for Battle Red.
I love it. I don't like it's my least favorite.
The
It's
color
too much
I'm
red.
fine with, but the helmet looks stupid on Battle
It's
Red.
way too much.
Yeah, like I would prefer Battle Red because I like it.
Battle Red are the what were the blue on blue with the blue numbers?
The deep steel blue.
I don't like not the
Oh,
deep
the
steel,
color rush.
The color rush. I don't like the color rush.
Yeah, I didn't like those.
I didn't
either.
like the Battle Red and I didn't like the color rush. Those are my 2 least favorite. My favorite prior to this one was probably the white on blue, actually. I like their road uniforms.
White top.
Those are
yeah.
awesome. Those look really good. I like the home ones too. Traditional home, traditional road, traditional home. But these, my favorite.
No, they're
They did amazing.
Yeah, they're very, very good. And they did a good job with the AI in the video. Like they use a lot of it, you can tell.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think like the I've seen like
I'm bad
the bull,
at spotting that.
The bull, like I've seen that before through things, but like it's very well done.
Now they did still top drop. That is the U of H basketball introduction song.
I think it's kind of everyone likes it. But maybe, hey, you know what?
Just pay a little homage.
Maybe they are.
This is it.
Maybe this is part of what they're doing.
You go to Fertitta Center, lights off in the building.
They're fighting back against Amy Adams Skunk.
Maybe she lives in Houston, Amy Adams.
But what did she do to Houston? She came at them.
Oh, Cougars.
She came at the Cougs for their jerseys.
Did she come after Rice too? Because Rice had
she did
one.
not.
No, she didn't come after Rice.
So this is an homage to it, saying, hey.
I was even telling my friends before they came out with this jersey that I'm kind of getting tired of like the old Oilers scheme stuff. Like just whatever. Like it's done. It's over. And then they drop these beauties. I'm like, all right, I'm all the way back in.
See, I feel like I think they're pretty different.
I do too.
Like I know Titans fans, like they're throwing their temper tantrums today. But
I mean, the Titans road uniforms are pretty similar to this.
Yeah, the new Titans uniforms for this year.
Yeah, which are the old, like those are the early '90 Oiler uniforms.
But I don't know. It's Houston's history.
No doubt about it. I'm just saying that they look like the Oilers uniforms.
Yeah.
But maybe that's why I like them so much. It does it for me. They are for me. It does it for me. 713-780-ESPN. It almost gives you as excited as the Love You Blue Days. It'll get you more excited, too, if they win a Super Bowl wearing these. I mean, obviously, they wouldn't wear it in the Super Bowl. But if they wear it the year
I wish they
that
could,
they win
though.
the Super Bowl, this would beat Love You Blue. This would be,
Easily.
Oh, yeah.
What was the old song? Football? No, that's the
Football.
Texans song.
God.
Houston Oilers.
Oh, Houston Oilers number 1.
Houston. Thank you, Brian. I was getting there. You didn't even let me finish singing. Brian always races to the point.
He was just trying to help you out there.
Well, I was getting. Did you not hear me singing?
Well, he didn't think you knew.
I didn't know that we were going to get there.
You didn't hear me start singing.
I didn't say that. I didn't know that you were going to get there to finding out what the title of the song
Brian's the guy
was.
always jumps in, tries to be. It's not Jeopardy, Brian.
Jeremy always takes help with such a glad response.
Not a fan of the new Texans uniforms as a junkie. A lot of looks similar to the Bills. Bigger fan of the navy blue than the baby blue. Okay, I don't really see Bills here on it.
I don't either.
I mean, a lot of the same colors. Maybe the blue is pretty similar to what Buffalo's blue is, but I mean,
think this
definitely the
blue's
same
lighter.
colors. It is lighter. I mean, Buffalo wears red, white, blue. These jerseys are red, white, blue. But other than that, I don't really think there's a whole lot of similarities. I saw that the Kentucky look-alike, that was a fake one that was going on the internet yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Those were terrible. I was a little scared there for a little bit.
Well, especially because the last time this happened, the leak was real.
I know. It looked bad on that little flimsy guy.
Yeah. I was like, that's not Derek Stingley.
Yeah. I was like, this doesn't look good. And then Derek Stingley, okay, yeah, that helps. I like that the uniforms are very clearly a shot at the skunk up north. She actually lives in Houston. Helmets are the best part of the whole kit, says Eric the Buyer. I agree with that. Cal McNair is texting into the program. I ate a gallon of Bluebell cookies and cream out of CJ's game-worn helmet once until Hannah walked in on me. That sounds like something you would do. Junkie, I love them so much they can replace the home jerseys. I would agree. I would completely agree with that. Fonts.
I'm going to get one.
You're going to get one?
I've already decided.
Same.
I probably won't get one.
Not a jersey. I'll get a hat.
I'm going to get a jersey.
I might get a polo. You can wear it again. The 25 teams are wearing them again this year, but only once. Okay, so you can do it once a year. Can you do it once a year forever?
Yes, but I think they all are within your division.
That's fine.
Oh, you can only wear it against the division team?
Yeah, it's fine for like the Texans.
I mean, I don't care. I'm just
So who are they wearing this against?
I mean, don't they have to wear it against the Titans?
I don't know. It's going to be a lot of the same colors.
I thought I saw it was the Colts Thursday night game. I could be wrong.
I bet you they don't wear it against the Titans. And I think that they had to be all white because they can't use the Houston blue as their primary because of that.
Probably.
Yeah, I think that's why they didn't have as much Houston blue in the last jersey reveal. Another one says it looks too similar to Buffalo. Once per year, care to comment on the bench calling you a rage baiter, Brandon? Not really. I didn't know they did. It doesn't affect me. Are they still going to have the battle red jerseys? Yeah, I think so. I'm so confused because I had this jersey last season. What do you mean you had this jersey last season? Indy Week 11, says a junkie.
Yep. A Thursday Night Football.
Yeah, I knew it wouldn't be against the Titans.
They probably, I think I remember when the Texans rolled out their last jerseys, the ones that had like kind of the Oiler color in it, the blue ones with the Houston blue and the number. I thought there was something about they couldn't wear it against the Titans.
Yeah, I don't think Amy Adams is going to allow that to happen.
Which, like, whatever.
Yeah. So they nailed it. They did a good job.
It should just be one final game for the rights.
I'm over the battle. It's very clear to me that Hannah McNair and Amy Adams Skunk do not like each other.
Oh, yeah, this is going to continue.
They're fighting through uniforms. They're fighting through clothing style and design.
Which is funny.
Yeah, I do like the Titans' new uniforms.
I do, too.
I think they're really good.
They're nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's just they're basically the 1991 Houston Oilers. That's what they are. They just have a Tennessee Titan logo instead of an Oiler logo, and they modernize some of the the stripes and stuff.
Yeah, but I'm with this. The Titans aren't a good football team, so there's got to be something there.
You never know. Cam Ward might turn it around over there.
We'll see.
He's not had a great preseason, people are saying.
And then they get like torched the other day by the second team unit that they were playing against.
I don't know.
I believe Cornell Tate still has 0 catches.
Yeah, I mean preseason football. I remember when Jamar Chase was like, "This guy's a bum because he can't catch a ball because there's a stripe on the tip." Remember that?
Yeah,
so like, who knows?
So
Maybe, but no, they have not had a good preseason. And Tate has not had a good preseason. Does that mean anything? Probably not. Jamar Chase got hurt at practice today, though.
I saw
but
that.
he was able to walk off under his own power.
There's so many big
Why
injuries.
is he even practicing?
Good question.
Like, why is he playing real football? Like, let him just run around and get conditioning. Why is he in a situation where he could, like, a corner could come down funny on him? And I know you have to get ready. There's 17 games, though.
Yeah, let's just let him do what Christian McCaffrey did. Just take 2 weeks off and tell us later. It's like, I didn't really have tightness. I was just taking 2 weeks off.
I don't, like, even if he's only at 75% for, like, game one, I'd rather him be 75% at game one than, like, going all out at practice. Like, he's a receiver. He's going to go run his routes.
Mm-hmm.
He's been in that offense forever. He doesn't need a practice.
Yeah, but it's just, but they're all gonna practice.
I don't know that they all do. Brian just brought up the point with McCaffrey. The Rams in their preseason games they play away, they don't even travel Stafford and Puka and Devontae and like all the vets. They don't even travel them.
Really?
They treat it like a split squad spring training game.
That's awesome.
I was watching some of the Rams game the other day. Like, yeah, McVay doesn't even travel those guys.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
That's what they do in baseball.
Yeah.
You have a 3-hour bus ride to Kissimmee. Like, Jose Altuve's not going there.
No.
Like, it makes sense.
No,
especially the more regular season games you have.
Yeah.
Like, why does Puka need to practice?
He doesn't.
He doesn't need to practice.
He needs
to
to
be
stay out of trouble.
He just needs to do some sprints, get conditioned.
Yeah.
I don't want him to jump up against a corner and the corner lands on him funny. I don't want Nico Collins to be Jared Wayne. You know what I mean?
You're right.
Now in this offense that needs like help, like
it's different. But with the Bengals and these teams that are like established, like, do you really need to be out there? Probably.
No,
not.
it's how I feel about the Houston Texans defense.
Yeah,
I don't care if this defense plays a single snap in the preseason. They don't need to.
No.
They don't need to. The offense, on the other hand. But yeah, Chase shouldn't be. Anyways, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to some real football instead of preseason football. Our college football Texas preview continues. We're going to talk some SMU football. What do you want to know about SMU football? Rich Phillips, the radio voice for SMU, is going to help us break down what could be, guys, the best team in the ACC. Our college football tour continues next. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. We continue our Texas college football tour, joined today by Rich Phillips, radio voice of the SMU Mustangs, joining us on the HR&P guest line. Rich, thank you for making some time out for us. Certainly appreciate it. Thank you for doing this. Wanted to ask you about Rhett Lashley. I'm a big fan from afar. I think he's done a tremendous job. I think he's elevated the program from even where Sonny Dykes took them. How have you seen this program take off with Coach Lashley?
It's almost been like a flip of the switch since he got here. Yeah, Sonny Dykes definitely had it headed in the right direction, and he's kind of the reason Rhett Lashley was here in the first place, because Sonny brought Rhett in as his offensive coordinator in 2018, and he coached here for 2 years before going to Miami and then coming back to replace Sonny. But it's been a huge and quick increase in the program. A lot of it also has coincided, too, with finding a way to get back to a power conference and getting back into the ACC in 2024 and being competitive right from the jump that season.
How high are the expectations for SMU? Because you mentioned that you got back to the playoffs 2 years ago. What are the expectations for this team this year?
I'm pretty sure it's to get back to the college football playoff. They were an eyelash away from having a shot at it last year with the last-second loss at Cal that kept them out of the ACC championship game, and they felt they had a great chance if they had gone to the championship game. And I think definitely they expect to get to the ACC championship game this year. Looks like, Miami's kind of the favorite to get there. They don't play each other in the regular season, so maybe it sets up a path there. But definitely back to the CFP for the second time in 3 years, I think, is what's expected right now.
It's so tough to know how good a team is these days, I think, because of the transfer portal. You get so many new players. They could be ready to play, immediate starters. So I hate the question I'm about to ask you, but I'm going to ask it anyways. Do you think this is the best team that Rhett's had there at SMU, or is that putting the cart a little bit ahead of the horse?
He thinks it is. I think it definitely has a chance to be. Like you said, there's some unknowns, largely depending upon some transfers at wide receiver. They do have a transfer running back who we actually saw last year. He played at Cal, Kendrick Raphael, that was third in the conference in rushing, and definitely a lot is expected from a veteran guy like that. It is definitely comforting to have a 3-year starter coming in at quarterback and a guy who's been in your program all 5 years of his college career. And then on the other side of the ball, they have recruited a lot of guys defensively. That was kind of the biggest difference from the 24 team that went to the CFP to the 25 team. They didn't have a lot of depth last year, especially on the defensive line and in the secondary. Two years ago, they were rolling 8 defensive linemen and largely were rolling 6 to 8 defensive backs, and they weren't able to do that last year. They think they have the depth this year to be able to get back to that kind of play.
The schedule's interesting for you guys this year. I mean, not a ton of it's preseason top 25. I think we're all in agreement. It doesn't really matter that much. But what do you look at as like the hurdles of the SMU schedule in 2026 in regards to the conference?
I mean, the first 3 weeks are big. They open. SMU is the last team in the country to play, by the way, playing on Labor Day night against Florida State, who is playing the week before. This coming weekend against New Mexico State, I believe it is. And then 2 weeks later, another conference game in week 3 on the road at Louisville. And Louisville is kind of among that group that are picked between 2nd and 4th right now in the ACC this year. Those are 2 big hurdles for them to get started right out of the gate. They do get a bit of a favorable draw, and it's part of the, you know how it is these days with conferences, I think, are way too big because you can't play everybody. And based off the preseason ACC media poll, 6 of their 7 conference opponents are in the bottom 7 of the 6 of their conference opponents were in the bottom 7 predicted finishing order. Florida State was one of those 2, so they may have gotten a little easier draw that way because they don't see Miami and they don't see Clemson either in the regular season.
Yeah, it is quirky how it's kind of front-loaded like that, both on the road too, which is a little quirky as well. The 2 maybe their most important ACC games right out of the gate, and then also both on the road. I tell these guys all the time, Rich Phillips, SMU radio guy, joining us on the HR&P guest line, how good Kevin Jennings is. I think he's one of the most underrated quarterbacks in the country. A quarterback that casuals don't really know the name a whole lot. Where have you seen him improve as he enters his final year?
Just really with how he is now not just commanding the offense, but he's leading the team. And he's a quiet guy, but he's learned to start being a little more outspoken. And all his teammates have absolute respect for him. I mean, the offensive line guys love him because they've all been with him here, some of them for several years. He has really taken total command of the team. I mean, he's a 3-year starter, but 2 years ago he didn't begin the season as a starter. He took over in week 4 from Preston Stone that year, and so I think he was kind of still quiet and reserved that year and started to come out of a little bit of it last year, but he's ready to be the face of the team, and heck, they got a Heisman campaign going on for him here at SMU. This is my 26th season, and this is the first one of these we have had here.
He's good. He deserves it.
Do you have a player that maybe like the average person in Houston maybe not aware of, that you're the most excited about, that you want to tell us about this year?
I mentioned to you Kendrick Raphael definitely is a guy that they're very excited about at running back, but behind him is a guy named D'Amico Green. He played sparingly as a freshman last year. Of course, they were trying to save games so they could get him a red shirt last year. He kind of got behind a little bit after he had missed a few games, so they did hold him out. But he's a guy that has really popped off in camp this year, and I think has a chance to be something special, to give him a really good 1-2 punch with Raphael. And then one other guy to watch out for is our 26-year-old true freshman at wide receiver, Jordan Adams. This is a guy who was one of the top wide receivers coming out of the class of, I believe it was 2018, and he got drafted in the first round by the LA Angels, so he's played professional baseball for 8 years and decided he was going to come back to play college football now. And he still has a little work to do because, as Rhett told us the other day, he looks like a guy playing baseball because they run in straight lines. They don't do a lot of cuts there, so he's having to get back that muscle memory. But he definitely has the muscle memory of catching the football from what I've seen in practice already.
That brings back days of Chris Winkie and Drew Henson. That's awesome. I hadn't realized that he was playing college football. That'll be fun to see his growth and his development. Rich, thank you so much for taking a few minutes talking to us about SMU, rooting for you guys to win the ACC.
All right, appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Rich Phillips, voice of the SMU Mustangs, breaking down the Mustangs. He's right about the conferences being so big. You get to these, you don't play everybody. How can you determine a true champion? And the ACC's run into some trouble there.
Yeah, so 12 of the 17 teams in the ACC this year will play 9 conference games. 5 of them will play 8 conference games.
What?
Yes.
What did you say?
12 of the 17 teams in the ACC are playing 9 conference games.
Oh.
5 of them are only playing 8.
Why?
Because of past agreements that they have.
And they're all conference games?
No, like games because of they're playing like SEC teams.
Right, but the 9 games that they play are conference games?
Yeah. So not everyone's playing the same amount of conference games this year.
That sounds like the COVID year. The COVID year whenever you was just like, here's the best win percentage.
And we know last year that the ACC's qualifier for the playoff or for the conference championship game was a disaster.
Yeah.
It feels like it's going to be again this year.
That's why I'm a fan of the play-in. Instead of having a conference championship game like for these Power 4 schools, because the participants of the conference championship game are more than likely already going to be in the college football playoff.
Yes.
So you turn the conference championship week now into conference qualification week.
Yes.
It's a King of the Ring qualifier.
Yeah, I think because of situations like this.
I think because the conferences have grown so big, it makes a lot more, especially if there's an expanded playoff.
Yeah,
if you go to a 24 team or whatever.
They're really interesting. Like their schedule is really not hard. Like if they can get by Louisville in week 3.
I mean, who knows what Florida State's going to be?
They are a wild card. I think everyone's expecting, like he said, for them to not be good this year. But if they can get by Louisville on September 19th, they've got a pretty easy path
for sure
to at least the ACC championship game.
I wouldn't like their schedule from a coach's perspective. I would hate the fact that 2 of maybe my top 3 or 4 most important games and toughest games in league are at the start of the season.
Especially like he said, because you play the last game, you're the last game of week 1, and Florida State will have already played a game.
Yep.
So that is a tough challenge on the road on a Monday. Like it'll be fun.
Yeah, it will be fun.
But Kevin Jennings is nasty.
No, he's a stud. He's really, really good. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener. We're going to be joined by John Morris at 4:30. This is another opportunity right now. Tomorrow we're going to be at Nick's place at 6:30. We're going to be drafting the first annual dozens and dozens of Junkies Fantasy Football League. It's going to be a European soccer model, blah, 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 the first year of it, and this will get us going. We're currently at 5 leagues. Joe's going to send out one final opportunity for you to join. We're going to turn it into a 6-league system, I guess you would call it. The best way, the only way for you to be invited is you need to send us your email address. And then Joe at 6, probably before 6:15.
Yep.
Somewhere between 6 and 6:15, is going to send out one final email with the link, and then you're going to have to race to be one of the first 12 to join the league, and you'll be in that final 6th league of the dozens and dozens of Junkies Fantasy Football League.
Can't wait.
So send your email in now, and then Joe's going to fire off an email and then a race for the final 12 spots. You don't have to be present, but we would love for you to be there at Nick's Place tomorrow as well. Speaking of fantasy football, we are finally on the clock again.
Oh.
It's been forever. I don't think we had a draft pick at all yesterday. We're on the clock. This league, we already have 2 running backs, Chase Brown, Jeremiah Love. We have 2 receivers, CeeDee Lamb and Emeka Egbuka.
Okay.
Egbooby.
Big boo.
Egboo-boo.
Did you say booby?
He did.
So, the best players on the board right now: Parker Washington, Rome Odunze, Travion Henderson, Jadarian Price, Carnell Tate, Tyler Warren, Brian Thomas, Marvin Harrison, Drake May, Joe Burrow. We will also be picking, this is currently pick 58, we'll also have pick 63. So we have 2 picks in the next six picks.
Jeremiah Love is a little dinged up. I think we go all Irish here.
Oh, that's now. We were locking eyes. I thought we were on the same page. We're not on the same page.
I like Parker.
I like Rome.
I still think one of the running backs is going to be there. Maybe not though. We all don't have a tight end, and Warren's there as well.
Yeah, I just kind of want to protect ourselves with Love, but
I don't really care about that.
We have 3 different players. This is the first time this has happened.
Yeah, we already have 2 running backs. I mean, this is a 1 quarterback, 2 running back, 3 receiver, 1 tight end, 1 flex, much like our dozens of Junkies Fantasy Football League will be. I think we should go receiver.
Okay. All right, so we're at receiver.
Although there will be a receiver available at 63, but we will also probably try to talk ourselves into Tyler Warren.
Probably will.
Who are the top couple running backs again?
So the top 2 running backs are Travion Henderson and Jadarian Price, and then you drop down to Stevenson, Warren, Jonathan Brooks.
See, I always like to go off of what's going to run out sooner.
I think there will be a receiver that we would like at 63, and if not, then we'll have Tyler Warren there at 63.
Exactly.
And we get a flex, so it's not like this is a true backup.
I would actually go side with Joe than with Jadarian Price.
I'd rather have Price than Henderson.
Yeah, I would go Price because running back's going to run out a lot quicker than wide receiver.
Go Irish.
We'll go the
I didn't co-sign that.
The double domer. I think I said that twice.
I don't know who else we can take.
All right, Jadarian Price is our pick. All right, cash them or trash them. 713-780-3776. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
Used vehicle leasing. Most people don't realize you can lease used vehicles, and you can do it right now with DNM Leasing by calling 713-290-1000 or visiting them online at dmautoleasing.com. They all offer the ultimate used car leasing program, the Easy Lease. You can drive a high-quality, pre-owned vehicle with a much lower monthly payment than traditional financing with a used car Easy Lease at DNM. Everyone knows that vehicles take a huge depreciation hit right as they leave the lot. So let someone else do that for you while you save big. Enjoy flexibility, lower costs, and upgrade into something newer every few years. Your dedicated DNM agent handles all the details, paperwork, and even home delivery. Discover a better way to drive. Used car leasing at DNM Leasing. Call DNM Leasing right now at 713-290-1000 or visit them online at dmautoleasing.com and tell them Joe George from ESPN 97.5 sent you by.
Cash 'em or trash 'em with Jeremy and Joe, 713-780-ESPN. People are asking us, how do you join the fantasy? Send us your email address on the text line, 713-780-3776. Send us your email address on the text line, 713-780-3776. We're doing one more last chance, final opportunity league. Tomorrow we'll be drafting at Nick's Place, 6:30. You don't have to be there because you'll draft on the Sleeper app, which if you want to download the Sleeper app and create your name now, that would help because you probably get to the link quicker. So Joe's going to send a link somewhere between 6 and 6:15 to however many people want a chance. And then as soon as he sends that, you have to go click the link, sign into the league, 12 spots. Beyond that, Joe's going to have to delete you. So I would recommend downloading the Underdog app and doing your profile way.
The Sleeper app.
Well, oh, my Underdog.
Yeah, you did.
Sleeper app. We're doing the draft on Sleeper. So I would recommend downloading the Sleeper app if you don't already have it. That way you can be quick with it, like me. And then Joe will send you a link, 6:15, somewhere in that window. First 12 will be in the last chance league. You don't have to be at Nick's Place tomorrow, but we would highly encourage it. Joe's going to buy the first bucket. I'm going to buy the second bucket.
Yep.
All right, so that's how you do it. You send us your email, 713-780-3776. Cash them or trash them, Joe. What are you cashing? What are you trashing?
You know, everyone said with the new college football playoff format, it was going to be really hard or nearly impossible for a team to go undefeated the entire season. I'm not going to give you a team. But for the second year in a row, the national champion will not lose a single game.
Trash.
What?
I haven't trashed it. I think it's too competitive.
I'm going to cash it.
Okay, who's your team?
You're going to cash your own take? Did you just great question yourself again?
I did.
Also, I'm going to say a little soft not to say a team, Joe.
Well,
I think the full take's got to be. I know you're going to say Notre Dame, but I feel like the full take
they're
is
in my consideration.
Well, I think it's more of a 50-50 if he doesn't say a team. I think it's he's doing like a Vegas thing where he's like half are going to say yes, half are going to say no by saying no team at all. I think if you were to say one team, you now influence the ratio to like 25-75.
Yeah, that's
so
a
it
good
is
point.
soft, yes, but I think for the notion of cash 'em or trash 'em, I think it's smart.
I agree.
Why are you laughing?
You call me soft.
Well, I'm not saying you're soft. I'm saying that you phrased the cash this way in order to get an even split.
I did. Yes.
Because I believe that you believe what you're going to say.
I did.
Yeah.
Well, mainly
it's not
because
so much you're softening it up for the nature of the cash or trash.
Yeah, because I think it's I got two teams in mind. And the problem is they both can't go undefeated through the regular season.
They play each other.
Yeah.
Notre Dame and SMU?
Miami.
I mean, they do have a soft schedule.
Yeah.
Winner of that game has got a pretty good chance.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Unless,
Branham's
Big 12, BYU takes down Notre Dame.
Don't sleep on BYU.
That was pretty dismissive there, Joe.
I do want to go to that game really bad.
Where's it at?
Provo.
Provo is awesome.
I want to it's
it's
on my college football bucket list.
If you want to the nightlife, Provo's not awesome. But like Provo in terms of scenery and just the beauty of the campus, it is beautiful. Beautiful there. Fly into Salt Lake, drive. I forget the highway name. It's pretty nice. It's a nice piece of the country. So, yeah, I'm going to trash it. I don't think it's going to happen.
All
right. Cash or trash, 713-780-ESPN. So, Bob Nightingale yesterday had the initial report on Espada that the high-level executive told Espada, we're not going to extend you after the year. You have the option of leaving now or leave after the season is over. But I believe that Astros PR needed to spend that initial report. So they told Nightingale to give an update that there hasn't been a decision yet, and I think that they leaked two sources to Chandler Rome, so he would say something as well about it.
Cash.
I believe that the Houston Astros PR deliberately lied to Chandler Rome.
I cashed that. I really think Bob ran with them. I think there was some on-the-record, off-the-record dancing happening there. And I think he got told something off the record that was not supposed to be public yet because of the timing of Joe Espada being away from the team.
I think
a real personal reason of being away, and then what resulted was major speculation that he took the day off because he got fired.
I think that I think that Jim Crane gave Dana Brown and Joe Espada the same exact choice at the same exact time.
Mm-hmm.
I think, hey, Dana, this is what we're doing. You can stay the whole year or leave right now. I think he did the same thing with Joe Espada. I think Bob Nightingale's initial report is 100% accurate. Bob Nightingale, I know, has a checkered past when it comes to reporting, but not with the Astros.
No, he's pretty spot on.
Not with the Astros. And then also he knew that Jim Crane was meeting with media today in New York before anybody else did. How did he know that? How did he know that?
Because Jim told him.
How would he have known that? How would he have known that Jim Crane was talking to media members in New York before anybody else knew that? I would say that his sources of the Astros are pretty good.
Yeah.
And then the Astros are like, uh-oh, we don't want this out with a manager who's going through tough times right now, who is still the manager for 31 more games. We do not want that out there. So let's say, hey, Bob, for that information, can you soft sell it a little bit for us? And then, oh, yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to send a local reporter, a couple of sources, mid-level sources, or he didn't say mid-level, he said like within the Astros. We're going to give that to Rome. That way he can report that it's not true. And now it's like, who really knows? Yes. I think Nightingale was 100% accurate in his initial report, and I think that the crisis team went into work with how they handled it after that.
Totally agree.
Cash as well.
Cool. That was easy. All right, what you got?
I think Bo Nix is being underdrafted in fantasy this year. Like, he is one of those quarterbacks, so I think people forget that he's a runner. Like, he's had a 400-yard season. I believe the other total was just under 400 yards.
Mutter was a mutter.
Thank you, Kramer. But he can run. He's had it. Now he hasn't surpassed the 4,000 yards mark yet, but he got pretty close one year at 3,900. He was up at, I think, in his rookie year at 29 touchdowns, so pretty close to that 30 mark. Plus, he gives you the running. They added Jalen Waddle to the offensive mix. I don't think they have the running game to lean on that. I think Bo Nix is going to have a pretty good fantasy season. I think he's drafted right now 14. I think he sneaks into the top 10.
Is he going to be a runner with that broken ankle?
I would assume it's healed by now.
They have a good defense. They're going to be winning games. So that hurt his fantasy point total.
It could. I'm less worried about it though, just because I don't think their running game is going to be prolific.
So you think he can crack the top 10?
Yeah.
I think he would need to jump 4 quarterbacks. He's currently in front of Stafford, by the way, but he's behind Jackson Dart, Brock Purdy, Patrick Mahomes, Trevor Lawrence.
I think he jumps just behind Dak and ahead of Herbert and Lawrence, and gets to 9.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't know if he gets all the way to the top 10, so I'm going to trash that aspect of it, but I like where your mind's at. I think he is being underdrafted.
I think that's an affordable stack, the Knicks Waddle stack. If you want a stack, I think that's a pretty nice affordable one.
You can even go a little late with Pat Bryant.
Yeah, I have some shares of Pat Bryant.
Late with Evan Ingram.
I'm going to trash it.
I don't think he gets to top 10.
But I think it's very close.
Yeah, I think I like your thought process.
Like, I think he finishes in front of Mahomes. I think Stafford then is being underdrafted because I think Stafford will be top 10 again this year.
Stafford gets dinged because he's old and he's slow.
Yeah, but he just throws so many touchdowns.
Lots of touchdowns.
So many touchdowns.
He was the only quarterback over 40 last year.
Yeah, but like we saw some of that with Aaron Rodgers from times where there'd be wild fluctuations in touchdown numbers like that. It's not always a super sticky
They did
stat.
throw a lot of like 1 or 2 yard touchdowns to Devontae Adams last year that they might not go back to this year.
I don't know.
Because they got a nice 1-2 combo at running back.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pena. Pena's got a cash number trash. What's up, Pena?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So cash or trash, my take is that, oh, man, I forgot his name. Jeremy Gronk. I can't remember his name. Jeremy Gronk.
Marlon Klein.
Marlon Klein's going to take over tight end 1 by next year.
Okay. I'm cashing it. I'm in.
Yeah, I'll cash it. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I Schultz is in the final year of his contract. They didn't redo him, right? We still believe it's the final year of his contract.
I just think they might have.
I don't know if they extended him, though.
Did they redo that last year?
Yeah, I think so. I think this is the final year of his deal.
Yes, it is. No.
No, he's got one more year.
And a $15 million cap hit.
For that reason, I will trash it.
I think y'all play Schultz.
He's got 18.8 dead cap.
I guess it depends on how you want to.
Why did they do that?
I think he could maybe outproduce Schultz. I don't think he'd be the guy on the field snap 1, if that makes sense.
Yeah, the contract changes things. I thought this was the final year of his deal. That's a lot of money to give to him. I mean, it's not a lot of money. It's just you have no out.
Yeah, you're stuck with him. He's on the roster.
I mean, his cap, they might end up just redoing it.
He's already got $9 million in dead cap for 28 on the books.
So 14.9 is how much his cap number would be next year. Where would that put him amongst NFL tight ends? 14. That puts him 4th. Now, a lot of the money's going to be redone, but if his money next year, cap number, his cap figure next year would be the 4th highest paid contract this year.
Now, they can, if they trade him post June 1, his dead cap's only $3.9 million next year.
Yeah, that's...
And you save $11 million. So he could be a trade candidate. If it's a post June 1 release, it's 8.9.
He's on the team next year.
He was traded for Schultz, though. I like Schultz.
No.
He's a mediocre tight end.
Yeah.
Like teams don't trade for those.
He's gonna be tight end 1 by default, who's kind of fading away as Marlon Klein. Which, I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, I'm gonna have to trash it. Maybe second half of next year.
Yeah, I didn't realize he had
That's
more
crazy.
money, so I'll trash it too then.
Cash or trash. Astros should have kept Jose Urquidy. I'm trashing it. Cash or trash. Lane Kiffin makes it to a national championship game at LSU before Mike Elko does at A&M. Oh, man, I forgot I had a bet with somebody.
I'm going to cash that.
Yeah, I do too.
I'll cash it.
Sadly. I do too. All right. Speaking of college football, John Morse, play-by-play guy at Baylor. We're going to talk to him next. Big year for Baylor. Dave Aranda probably on the hot seat. They got a new quarterback, DJ Lagway, was awesome in Houston. We'll talk to John Morse about the Baylor Bear football team next. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. We continue our Texas college football preview tours. We go out to the HR&P guest line for the voice of the Baylor Bears, John Morris, newly minted 2026 Hall of Fame, John Morris. John, congratulations on the honor. Thank you for joining us. How are things going?
Things are going great. I appreciate that. Thanks very much, and good to visit with you guys. We're getting close to kickoff now, aren't we?
An exciting time of year. Love football season. It's very, very fun. Big season for Baylor. I'm sure a big season for Dave Aranda, too. What's the outlook for Coach Aranda as they enter this season with him at the helm?
Right. It is a big season, and, Baylor has not performed as well the last few years as everybody would like, and that includes Coach Aranda at the very top. 2021 was a great year. Baylor was Big 12 champs and had a great season, best season in school history. But since then, haven't been able to match that. So this is a very key year, and Coach Aranda, I think, has learned and grown in the transfer portal and all of that. And I think, nobody has it down pat, but he certainly feels more comfortable in what they did this off season. And as I watch practice, I'm excited about it. I think they've got some new guys in here. They're really going to be pluses for the roster. And I'm excited about the way this season could go.
DJ Lagway, obviously one of the big names in the transfer portal this year, chooses Baylor. Interesting career so far. I mean, high expectations at Florida, didn't quite live up to them. What are you seeing from Lagway at camp and your expectations for him this year?
Well, he's the biggest name in the transfer portal to Baylor, and really the face of the program right now, which is amazing. He comes in as a transfer. He's from Willis, so a lot of your listeners may remember him. Great high school career, 5-star recruit coming out, did go to Florida, played as a true freshman, did well. Got hurt, slowed his freshman year, and then never could get healthy last year at Florida. But he's healthy now, and he's basically come back home to Texas and come back home where his dad, Derek Lagway, was a runner here at Baylor, a running back. So they like that. He remembers coming to Baylor games when he was a little kid. So he has been, to me so far, everything and more that you've heard and expect from him. He's big, he's strong, he's fast, he's got a great arm, he's got a great grasp of this offense. Jake Spavital is our offensive coordinator, and I think they're very much on the same page. So I'm excited to see Lagway when we get to games coming up next week.
Yeah, I love them coming out of Willis. I don't think there's many that are more talented than Lagway that are quarterbacking in the college game. And you kind of touched on the next thing I wanted to ask you, John. How is his fit with Spavital?
I think really good. To the point that we had a dinner. In fact, it was in Houston, and we had Coach Aranda, Jake Spavital, our offensive coordinator, and Joe Klanderman, who's our new defensive coordinator, up on the stage. And I said to Spavital, I said, "Hey, let me ask you this. I keep saying that DJ is a great fit for your offense, and your offense is a great fit for him." And I said, "Am I accurate in saying that?" And he says, "Well, if you like a guy who can throw the ball 85 yards and can run like the wind, and he's very smart, yeah, he's a good fit for our offense." So I think it is. I know Coach Spav is excited to have him here, and I think it's a different style of offense than what they tried to get him to run at Florida. So I think it really is a good fit for him here.
The Baylor's football schedule is very interesting. Like, you open with Auburn, got a couple cupcakes in there, your normal Big 12 schedule, but then the last 3 weeks of the season, at BYU, hosting Texas Tech, at Houston. How does Dave Aranda and this program get ready for that final stretch? Because that is a gauntlet at the end of the season.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, potentially, you could say, you guys know the Big 12 didn't do a preseason poll, but if you did, those might be the top 3 teams in the preseason poll, those last 3. So I think you don't look ahead at that. I think you take it week by week, and certainly Auburn has their full attention now. And wouldn't that'd be a great start to this season if Baylor went over to Atlanta and beat Auburn. The Tigers played here in Waco last year and won 38-24. And Baylor, kind of let that game kick in themselves like, man, if we had done this, we might have won that game. So now they're excited to get another shot at them. And I tell you what, it does also, having Auburn on that big stage to open the season, to me, it just sort of ramps up all your fall camp and preseason preparation knowing there's not, a gimme game, to start the season. You got to be ready from the opening kickoff. So that's exciting to think about, and I think that's kind of a pervasive feeling among these guys that they got to be ready from the opening kick of game one.
Yeah, that's a good point. John Morris, play-by-play guy for the Baylor Bears, joining us on the HR&P guest line. It's certainly right. I mean, that's how coaches look at it, right? Week by week, game by game, they're all separate entities. Right. But what is your opinion of the league, the Big 12 as a whole? It doesn't. You have some of those teams at the top, but I feel like there's not a bottom of the league. Everybody's good.
Yeah, that's a good assessment. I agree. I think everybody really is good. If Baylor's in most people's mind, Baylor is probably bottom middle of this league. And maybe that's right. I mean, I don't look at it that way. Sure. I think we're going to be better than that. But if that's the case, I know Baylor's a pretty good team, so that means there's a lot of pretty good teams in this league. And it's tough every week. We'll play Colorado in our conference opener on September 26th. And, they're not being real highly thought of right now. But, shoot, who knows what could happen there when Colorado comes to Waco end of September. And there's a lot of teams like that. I like, Texas Tech at the top, and BYU and Houston would be my top three. What Coach Fritz did, with a 10-win team a year ago. Sean Bell and his staff there, that's great. But, I think they're going to have another really good year also. So there's so many good teams in this league, and that's what you want. It's unpredictable, and you really don't know what you'll get week in and week out.
Who's someone we should be keeping an eye on this roster after Lagway that we should all get excited about when watching Baylor games this year?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would say there's another guy that's a transfer. He's in the defensive line. His name is Hosea Wheeler, and he wears number 0, big number 0 in the defensive line. That's significant because on this team, and this started with Matt Rule a few years ago, they award basically single-digit numbers to guys who are team leaders. Their teammates vote on them. So 0 through 9, if you see a guy wearing that jersey, you know that he has the respect of his teammates, and in the off season, off the field, on the field, every way. So Hosea Wheeler comes in here, a transfer from Indiana. He got a national championship ring a year ago, and now he's in the defensive line for Baylor, and he just seems to, just step right in, and I think he's going to be a great addition. So think about getting a single-digit number for a guy who just got here, just got here in the summer. To earn your teammates' respect that much, I think says a lot about him. And I think he's going to, cause a lot of chaos. Chaos is the word that's being thrown around on the defensive side, and I hope that's the case. And he would be number 1, I would say. And another one I would say is also defensive, and Baylor needs to be much better defensively this year. And he's not on the field, but he's on the sidelines, and his name is Joe Klanderman. He's our new defensive coordinator. You remember Jeremy came from Kansas State and had a great career there at K-State. But with the coaching change, he was available, and Coach Aranda snatched him up. And he trusts him to the point that Coach Aranda has handed off the defensive play-calling duties to Coach Klanderman. Coach Aranda can now be the head coach, the CEO. And I think we've seen results already. I think the defense has, been ahead of the offense all through fall camp, and some, slight, subtle changes. But I think Coach Klanderman being here, calling the plays defensively, I think that's going to be a big plus for Baylor also.
Yeah, that's a really good get. John, we appreciate you taking a few minutes, carving out some time for us. I won't see you soon, but I'll see you later.
It'll be a while. Things will change a lot, right, between now and when Baylor plays Houston. Appreciate you having me on.
Temperatures might drop below 90 by then.
Yeah, exactly.
The great John Morris joining us on the HR&P guest line, talking some Baylor Bear football. You know how I feel, Joe, about the Big 12. I love the Big 12.
You love the Big 12.
I root for the Big 12. I root for the Big 12 brethren.
You start the chants.
I am every Big 12 team's top fan out of the conference.
Yeah.
I root for everybody out of conference.
For sure.
Baylor playing Auburn on the 5th of September.
Taking Baylor.
I'm going to be sick 'em. I'm not kidding.
I know you're not.
I watch every single one of these Big 12 games. I can. I'm not available all the time. And I root like heck for my Big 12 brethren.
Big 12.
This is what the SEC does. SEC. No, we're like Monster Big 12. Monster Big 12. That's what we do.
I do not root for the other SEC teams.
I really hope at Big 12
Joe
games.
can't because he has no conference.
You're right. That's why I just root for one team.
Independence. I guess. Do you root for UConn?
UConn. I hope
only in football though.
Only in football.
I hope in some at some game this year we hear Monster Big 12. Monster Big 12.
Going to happen in Atlanta when Baylor beats the Auburn Tigers.
I'll go to a Cougs game and I'll start the chant.
Let's do it. I am very excited to see Lagway and Baylor, though. I was a huge fan of Lagway coming out of Willis up north there. Not too far from where I live, actually. Promising freshman year. And last year was no good.
Mm-hmm.
No good last year. Was it his fault? Coaching staff's fault? We'll see. I think he's got a chance to be pretty good again. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. Speaking of great high school quarterbacks, DJ Lagway was one of them. Who are the greatest high school quarterbacks you've ever seen? High school football starts this week, Joe.
It does.
College football starts on Saturday when we see a little bit of TCU and North Carolina over in Ireland. High school football on our varsity level starts on Thursday. So today, tomorrow, and Thursday, we're going to take a look at some of the greatest high school position players that we've ever seen, mostly in the state of Texas. I mean, there's good high school football is not played outside of the Lone Star State. Who are the greatest high school quarterbacks you've ever seen? You can't say yourself, all right? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
St. Arnold, a beer for everyone. Their beer garden is a place for everyone. And for private events, they've got a space for everyone. And that's right. You can have your private event at St. Arnold right now. Weddings, family reunions, big birthday bashes, company happy hours, trade shows, corporate meetings, they can do it all. And they've got spaces for all kinds of groups. For smaller groups, 20 to 100 people, they've got the Investors Pub. For larger groups like us, the ESPN 97.5 Listener Appreciation Party, they have the Beer Hall for up to 300 people. Full audio and visual capabilities, full in-house catering menu prepared by the St. Arnold chef. You can do an appetizer table or have a full-on feast there as well. The food is awesome from St. Arnold. And beer for your event, of course. Wine, cider, root beer, they got it all. Book your events now, especially those holiday parties, to get prime dates, whether it's a daytime rental or evening event, weekday or weekend. And listeners of this station, you mentioned ESPN or my name, Joe George, and you can receive a free full-hour bar package for your event. Be sure to ask for details. Get started now at starnold.com. Click on private events. That's starnold.com. Click on private events.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Who are the greatest? It's football season, baby. We do football unlike any other show. Everybody's like, oh, Texans uniforms, these are cool. I mean, we do that too. But we cover all football. This is your home of the NFL. We don't air any games. We just talk about it a lot. We talk college football more than everybody. We air lots of games.
The Dallas Cowboys.
Like every week.
But do we air the most NFL games, though? Probably
Yes.
not.
Yeah,
How?
we actually do.
We air because we carry extra NFL games.
So we carry games on Sunday?
Yeah.
How many?
We'll carry 22 this year.
Okay, we do the NFL more than anybody else. I stand corrected. So we're your home of the NFL. This is I'm just going to go ahead and say that. Self-appointed home of the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Self-appointed home of college football. Self-appointed home of high school football as well. We talk more football than anybody. We broaden our horizons with our football talk. We'll talk all your Texans too. We'll hit everything Texans, but we're going to talk NFL. We're going to talk college football. And this week, because it's the start of Texas high school football, the best high school football in the country, we're going to go down memory lane a little bit.
All right.
We're going to go down memory lane a little bit. And our junkies, they're just like us. We know that. Who are the greatest high school quarterbacks you've ever seen? 713-780-3776. I mean, I'm in person here. We're not talking about
person.
like, oh, I heard of the legend of Al Bundy. No, we're talking about in person. Who are the greatest high school quarterbacks that you've ever seen? Joe, Illinois football,
not great.
The mecca of high school football. Who do you got?
I got one quarterback.
Okay.
But he was only a 2-star recruit that I saw in person.
Okay.
Played at Eastern Illinois.
Okay.
He's had a great NFL career.
Really?
Yes.
Quarterback at East. Oh, was it Romo?
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Where did Romo play?
Eastern Illinois.
Oh, okay. I'm glad I got that right because that would have been embarrassing.
Yeah.
Okay, so you saw Jimmy Garoppolo play. What was his game like in high school?
I don't really remember that much, but like he was just in high school at the same time. I think I saw like one of his games.
All right.
I think we were in the same class.
Would he run it all, or was just
pocket all
Okay.
day?
All right.
But like, yeah, wasn't a great area of high school football I grew up in.
Okay.
So that's my one.
I think I grew up in the best. The best high school quarterback I've ever seen in person was Vince Young. Vince Young was unbelievable in high school. His Madison Marlin team took him to, I believe, the state semifinals. I remember they played North Shore in a game at the Astrodome in which they got beat 61-58. And like North Shore had like a bunch of D1 players. Madison had Vince Young and Courtney Lewis, and that's it. That's it. Vince Young played kickoff coverage team, and he would not run up the field. He was just the safety on kickoff in case they got past everybody else. He would also play safety on defense on like 3rd and longs.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he was the most unstoppable high school player at the quarterback position I've ever seen. So Vince Young is on there. I also saw Andrew Luck at Stratford. Andrew Luck at Stratford was very, very good too. Wasn't Vince Young, though. Better thrower than Vince Young, but you don't really need to throw it a whole lot in high school, certainly that period of time. He was very, very good. Mm-hmm. Drew Tate might be the best passer of the football that I've seen. He went to Iowa. I don't think he ever played in the NFL. Might have played in the CFL for a bit. I saw Andy Dalton, but he wasn't like phenomenal in high school, mostly because of the offense was so good. He would just hand it off and they would run, and their defense was great, so he didn't have to be spectacular. So those are the ones that jump out for me.
Yeah, I share a couple of those. I got to see Andrew Luck and Andy Dalton play. The only one I have to add to that is I got to see Derek Carr play a couple times. The whole family obviously moved here when David got drafted by the Texans. He played his high school ball here before going to Fresno State.
I just thought of another one. I saw RG3 play at Copper's Cove in a playoff game. Yeah, he was very, very good. He was committed to Houston,
I did not know that.
He was committed to Houston to be the quarterback under Art Briles, but when Art Briles took the Baylor job, he got RG3 to go with him. But that's okay. We had the greatest quarterback statistically of all time in Case Keenum.
Yeah.
So it worked out okay for us, too. No big deal. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HR&P listener line. Rob, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. Who's the best you've ever seen?
Well, you took mine. Unfortunately, Vince Young was in my
so
school
good.
district, so I got to watch him for 3 years. Absolutely kick our butt. But in the same district, a little bit different style quarterback. But Joseph Adai was a quarterback in high school before turning into a running back in college, and he single-handedly at Sharpstown would run the triple option and just dice up everybody by himself.
That's crazy. Yeah.
I can't
Appreciate
imagine.
the call, Rob. I didn't realize that Adai played
I
quarterback.
didn't either.
That's hilarious.
I can't imagine what that looked like on a high school field because he was nasty in the NFL.
Him in the triple option with a bunch of Houston ISD football players trying to tackle him had no chance. I didn't realize he played quarterback. That's pretty crazy. 713-780-ESPN. Dave Campbell's Texas football. They're the very best when it comes to football in the Lone Star State. I stole the magazine that they sent to the station here. It's in my bathroom. And I've been – but they have a list. They have a top 10 greatest quarterbacks of all time.
You just made the
Texas high
list.
school football. Not that kind of list. Number 10 at Temple – in 1929 through 31, then Sweetwater in 1932. Slinging Sammy Ball.
Okay.
You have to go back a bit, but
We're
Sammy
going
Ball,
back a lot of
Sammy
bit.
Ball, Hall of Famer, I
Yeah,
believe.
that sounds
Yeah,
right.
I believe, he's a Hall of Famer, class of 1963. I never saw this guy, but we very well could have because he was probably in the age of like where we would have been going to these games. Number 9, Drew Brees.
Sure.
Austin Westlake, another Hall of Famer.
Yep.
Number 10 on this list and number 9 on this list are both Pro Football Hall of Famers.
pretty impressive.
The top 8 better be pretty stinking good.
Yeah.
Number 8 is Tommy Kramer from San Antonio Lee, was known as 2-Minute Tommy.
Okay.
It went to Rice University, led the nation in passing yards at Rice in 1976, drafted in the first round by the Vikings, played 14 NFL seasons. So wasn't as good a college player. Well, he was a good college player. Wasn't good as pro as Slinging Sammy Ball and Drew Brees, but according to Dave Campbell's Texas football, was a better high school quarterback. Number 7, I never saw this guy in person, but I saw him on TV. Chase Daniel at South Lake Carroll. I think he won a couple of state championships there as well, at least a couple. They were really good for a bunch of years there at South Lake Carroll. Number 6, same year as Vince Young. You saw this guy a lot. I never had a chance to watch him in person. Reggie McNeil.
Oh, yeah.
Reggie McNeil and Vince Young was a huge debate because Reggie McNeil went to A&M, Vince Young went to Texas. It was like, who's going to be the better pro? Because they were both unbelievable in high school. Now, I think that Vince was better. I never saw Reggie in person, but I did see him on TV. And then Vince obviously was the better collegiate quarterback and then actually had a cup of coffee in the NFL. That might be selling it short for Vince. Well, Reggie McNeil never made it to the NFL.
Yeah,
but was
Vince
very
won
good.
Rookie of the Year.
Number 5 is Travis Quintanilla from Refugio. I never heard of that guy.
Okay.
Never heard. He signed with Texas A&M Kingsville to play football and baseball. Currently lives in Beeville. Must have been phenomenal in high school to be. He played at A&M. No knock on A&M Kingsville, but he's ahead of Drew Brees and Sammy Ball here. Number 4.
I do not know this.
We
man.
know this guy. Never saw him play in person. Highland Park. Matthew Stafford.
Oh.
It's a
Matthew
Dallas
Stafford.
suburb, right?
Yes. Rich suburb in Dallas. He went to high school at Clayton Kershaw.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
They were teammates. They played baseball together.
Kershaw didn't play football though, right?
I think I've heard Stafford say Kershaw was out there for maybe 1 year.
There's this one guy that they always talk about when they're on podcasts.
Yeah,
This
because-
is like the greatest high school athlete of all time. I forget
gosh.
his name, but they always talk him up.
Stafford and Kershaw do?
Stafford and Kershaw talk up this
something.
random guy
Yeah.
who never even played he might have played collegiately,
Yeah.
but never ever made it
Part of my
professionally.
take asked this a
Yeah.
bit. They're like,
Yeah.
you got this great high school teammate, and then Stafford started talking about this random dude.
Yeah.
So then when they had Kershaw on the show, they asked him about this random high school teammate, and now he's kind of internet famous.
They say he's like the greatest ever.
Yeah.
They say he's like the greatest ever. What would be really funny to me is if they made him up. If they just made up, or if it was like their little Screech friend, who's not an athlete,
Yeah, he's
just hung out with him because he's cool and funny.
But they've made him sound like the greatest
Yeah.
athlete of all time.
Like he didn't even play. He's on the bench. Maybe he's like the water boy. But then they talk him up like he's the greatest athlete ever whenever he never even played.
That would be awesome.
That would be hilarious to me. Graham Harrell at Ennis, go to Texas Tech. I never saw him play in person. Obviously, he had a great high school career. I think he set records there, too, with how many yards he threw. Number 2, another Lake Travis guy, Texas guy, Garrett Gilbert. Garrett Gilbert was a high school legend.
Yeah.
High school legend. And the top quarterback, this is a bad list. The top high school quarterback listed on Dave Campbell's Texas football is Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray was great at high school, too. At Allen, he was set up huge numbers.
You can't take objection with that with your take on Kyler Murray, can you? The greatest athlete in our time.
There's no reason that Vince Young shouldn't be in the top 10.
Yeah, I'm
The fact that Vince Young's not in the top 10, it kind of makes me sick. Should be in the top 10. Uncle Jackie, Reggie McNeil, Lufkin, 2001 state champs, was really, really good. He was good. Made the list ahead of Vince Young. I don't know how he made the list ahead of Vince Young, though. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Charles, you're with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Charles?
Hey, bud. I'm an old, so way back in the 80s, Todd Dodge from Port Arthur, TJ, him and Britton Duhan, they were tandem, and they were awesome.
There you go. Love it. He was a really good coach. He ended up being the college coach at North Texas for a little bit.
I see that.
Yeah, he was college. I think he got back into high school. I think he recently retired.
It says he's the head coach at Lovejoy.
Okay, maybe he left where he was at. Where did he coach after North Texas?
He went to Pitt first. It was the quarterback coach there, and then Marble Falls, then Westlake, and then now he's at Lovejoy High School. But he's only been back since he took like 3 years off.
I remember him from Westlake.
Yeah.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Who are the greatest high school quarterbacks you've ever seen? 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. Greatest college quarterbacks you've ever seen. 713-780-ESPN. We talk ball around here. I was always fond of Odell James. I actually went to Baylor. John Morris probably remembers Odell James. I think he worked on the staff there for a long time. He was Vince Young before Vince Young, but then he tore up his ACL in senior year of high school. MacArthur General. Very, very good. Greatest high school quarterbacks you've ever seen. 713-780-ESPN. Junkie sells L. Robertson, Baytown Lee,
Junkie?
1999. I vaguely remember that name. I want to say he was after Drew Tate at Baytown Lee.
I think he didn't go on to play at Kansas
No,
State.
I think L. Robertson was before Drew Tate. I think it went Clint Sterner, L. Robertson, Drew Tate. I think he did.
I know. I'm pretty sure he went to play at K-State.
They had Baytown Lee also had the quarterback that I went, the guy who was on the cover of NCAA whenever he was at Utah and then he was coaching, Brian Johnson. Brian Johnson, the OC for the Eagles that one year after he was an OC at U of H.
What's he up to now?
I think he's still coaching. He's still coaching in the NFL, I think.
Yeah, I just don't know where.
No, I don't know where either. L. Robertson. That's a name that I remember. I never saw him play. Not that familiar with his game, though. The GOAT and possibly best player of all time, at least at quarterback, Kyler Murray. We played them in the beginning of 2014. He was a different animal in college. I mean, he is literally the greatest current athlete walking planet Earth. How many people that walk planet Earth currently have been drafted in the first round in 2 different professional sports? No one. That's the
I
trump
can't
card.
imagine what he was like in high school.
Freak.
Just must like he's so fast.
But he threw the ball a ton.
Yeah, he's probably just. I mean, he's got a rocket.
Yeah, they would hammer teams. Like they would rack up like 500, 600, 700 yards a game.
That's awesome.
Like he would throw for 400, 500 yards, no problem, and then he'd run for another 100.
That's great.
And he was little bitty.
A little dude.
Yeah, he was awesome.
I think I remember seeing his first game when he played at A&M was here, right? NRG. I think they played Arizona State.
I don't have any recollection of that.
I can't. What's that? I can't remember if that was the bowl game or the Texas kickoff, the first game of the season.
Sumlin screwed that up so bad. He had Kyler Murray and Kyle Allen, 2 NFL quarterbacks in the same class as freshmen, and he mismanaged it so bad that they both left.
Yeah. That and then he was out pretty quickly after that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he screwed that up. Chris Bias, Forrest Brook, 1989 through 1990. Go look at his stats. Where would I find his stats? Where would I find the stats of Forrest Brook quarterback Chris Bias?
Great
I need you to tell me that. Key from L.A., played against Matt Castle when he was at Chatsworth High School. What did he look like from the sideline, Key from L.A.? Huh? Kyler Murray says another junkie. Any answer other than Kyler Murray is wrong. See, I have no problem with Kyler Murray being one on that list. My biggest beef with Dave Campbell's Texas high school football list is that Vince Young's not in the top 10. That is absurd to me.
Yeah, I've watched the YouTube highlights.
It's absurd.
It's awesome to watch.
Cade Harrington, Kingwood High, 2013. It's really cool that Cade Harrington listens to the show. De'Ara King from Manville. He was a stud in Manville. That was weird. Like I saw De'Ara King in high school. He was really good. I wouldn't put him in the top 10 on this list, but he was really, really good. What's interesting about that Manville team is that his backup was Kyle Trask. They were in the same class.
And didn't Trask get a scholarship to Florida with never playing?
Well, I think he played snaps, but he never started.
Okay.
He showed out at one of those
like the Manning Academy,
like Elite 11s.
Oh yeah.
I think he was the top quarterback of an Elite 11 and signed with Florida. Now he was good. He was really good. He just wasn't De'Ara King. He would come in the blowouts though. Like he played a good amount. He was behind De'Ara King.
Do you know what De'Ara King's doing now?
I want to say he is. Yes, he's coaching college football.
Yes.
I forget his title.
He is the co-offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach at SMU.
Yeah, I knew it was something like that.
I did not realize that.
Yeah, he I want to say he was tight with Rashad Samples.
Okay.
I think Rashad Samples might be there. I know he was there. He might have left. He might even be their OC, Rashad Samples.
It might be his co-OC.
Yeah. He's like one of the youngest coaches in college football, Samples was. But De'Ara King was awesome. He was really, really good.
He's actually looks like he's at Oregon now.
Okay, he left. Was he at SMU?
Yeah.
What was his job?
He was the assistant head coach and running backs coach.
Okay. Yeah, I knew he was pretty high up at SMU.
Yeah, he's the assistant head coach at Oregon now.
This is his first year there?
No, since 2024.
Oh, he's been there a while.
Yeah.
And what was his job there?
At Oregon?
Yeah.
Assistant head coach and running backs coach.
They say he's one of the best recruiters in the game.
That's probably
his dad, Reginald Samples, is like one of the greatest high school coaches ever.
If you're at Oregon, you got to be a damn good recruiter.
Yeah, I think Reginald Samples still might coach. He's like at one of the powerhouses. His name's escaping me, though. Matt Stanford and Garrett Gilbert. It's Stafford, not Stanford. That's funny, 7433. Dak Prescott, Houghton High School in northern Louisiana. I can't imagine how good he was in high school. Went to Mississippi State. He was. I never saw him play in person, obviously. I watched Jalen Hurts absolutely destroy our Viter Pirate team at Channelview High School. See, I never got to watch Jalen Hurts. Knew he played at Channel. He played for his dad. I think his dad's name was Avarian, something like that. But I never saw him play. But he was obviously very good at football. Cade Klubnik played against my brother-in-law, San Marcos versus Austin Westlake. Jeff Granger, Orangefield. B.J. Simmons, Tex Slinger under Leach. I didn't realize that B.J. Simmons went to Cy Creek. Got a cup of coffee with the Texans. Terrell Pryor was a beast in high school in Jeanette, Pennsylvania.
He had to be a monster.
Could you imagine him in high school? He's probably Vince Young.
I mean, he was huge in college. Like, he felt like he was bigger than everyone out there at Ohio State. Like, I can't even imagine what he was like in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Just probably could have ran the ball in every single play.
Probably did. There's no one stopping him in high school.
But
especially in Pennsylvania. They don't play football in Pennsylvania.
He's got a huge arm, too.
That's true. I started a Reggie's a B chant in the student section when A&M came to Lubbock. Congratulations, man. Don't worry if you never get any further. Watch Hurts. A lot of people are talking about Hurts, that specific game against Viter. I played against Adai and Vince, but Adai almost beat us in a 63-58 thriller where he scored every touchdown except one, and we could not tackle him at Worthing. Somebody sent us a picture. Oh, somebody sent us a picture of Chris Bias's stats. Thank you. He set a Class 5A state record for throwing for 485 yards, accumulated 5,300 yards for the Forest Brook Jaguars. I want to say Forest Brook is no longer in existence. Josh Huff, he was a running quarterback at Nimitz before moving to receiver and playing at Oregon. Nimitz High School. My mom went to Nimitz. There's so many great Nimitz people.
So many.
My mom, my aunt, Michael Bourne, Aaron Glenn, Jason Glenn, Brittany Griner. So many. Josh Huff.
Why didn't you go there?
I went to Humble.
Oh.
I was a little north.
Gotcha.
Not far, though.
Pretty close.
I was probably the next, Kingwood, but probably the next closest school after that. Vince Young. Can't believe I'm not on that list. Jalen at Channelview was pretty good. Gerard Johnson was a freak athlete back in his day. Gerard was very good. I saw Gerard play a lot. What was interesting about Gerard is he didn't play quarterback until his senior year.
What did he play?
He played receiver as a junior behind Jamal Pettiford, who was also really good, but never really. I think Pettiford went to college. I don't think he ever really did anything in college though. No, but Gerard was a receiver that got moved to quarterback. He was always a quarterback, but he played receiver out of necessity
until he could get the job.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Somebody said Clint Sterner. Clint was very good in high school. There's no denying the Baytown baddie. He was very good in college. Fumbled the ball that one time. Bert Emanuel. Did Bert Emanuel play quarterback, though? We're talking about quarterbacks. Cam Newton at Berlin College was a beast. We're talking about high school, not junior college. See, that wasn't a quarterback. Ben Gay was a running back. Jalen Hurts, Channelview, Greg Ward at John Tyler. I never saw Greg in high school. I heard stories that he was great, but I saw him play in college.
I mean, just getting my Google machine in. Just Googling everybody.
Yeah, people were sending us non-quarterbacks. David Boston was not a quarterback. Stop sending us non-quarterbacks. Understand the question.
Okay.
Start listening with the correct orifices.
Can I ask you a trivia question now?
David Boston went to Humble. He was jacked.
Bert Emanuel. What's he doing now?
He is. I know what he's doing. He's the softball coach at Houston Christian.
I didn't know that.
My cousin's on the team.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why you know that.
My family, we're a bunch of ball knowers and ball players.
Ball knowers, ball players.
Yeah.
400.
She went to Lafayette and transferred to HCU. They're no good.
It's by design because everybody keeps grabbing my balls.
Don't drop that whenever we're talking about my family and my young cousin who plays softball. It's not appropriate.
You said your family's a bunch of ball knowers.
And ball players.
Ball players.
Ball knowers and ball players.
Those Branhams.
Well, she's actually not a Branham. She's on the other side. She's on the Mexican side. Probably why she was pretty good at ball.
And I'm Mexican.
She is. I'm half. I grew up in Virginia. Got to watch Russell Wilson. He really dominated a team. His best player only got a walk-on spot. Russell Wilson would have probably been really good. Andy Dalton was really good at Katy. He just didn't shine because that team was so good. Russell Shepard, when he was at Cy Ridge, best athlete. I did see him a couple of times. He was very good. Arch Manning. The thing, whenever you watch Arch Manning, he's running around the field with a bunch of choir boys.
It's really hard to watch his high school tape and be impressed.
Louisiana football is weird because the best football is prep football. So you have a bunch of preppies, and then they bring in Odell Beckham. So you got Odell Beckham running up against a bunch of kids from Episcopal. It's good luck.
Yeah, he just looks so much bigger and faster than everyone in his high school tape.
Yeah.
And it's not like how a guy like Terrell Pryor would look, or maybe it is it seems like a low level of football.
It's weird. Nick Foles says somebody. Pat Mahomes. I never saw Pat Mahomes. We went to White House. Jamal Pettiford went to Navarro for a bit. Okay, I didn't know that. I knew he went somewhere, but didn't know where. Roshan Johnson was a hell of a high school quarterback at Port Neches. I bet he was really good. Bet he was really good. I remember who was the dude who played at Port Neches Groves who went to A&M whenever Reggie McNeil was there? I think was it Dustin Long? I think it was Dustin Long. Dustin Long and Reggie McNeil kind of shared time. Roshan Johnson. We're not doing we're doing running backs tomorrow.
Roshan does not come off as a quarterback to me.
Yeah, they moved him. Somebody said Drew Tate. Drew Tate was a great passer of the ball at Baytown Lee. He played for his stepdad, Dick Olin.
I believe Roshan did play quarterback in high school.
That's what we said.
Oh, okay,
yeah, he just doesn't look like you.
Okay, Bert Emanuel did play quarterback at Langham Creek. Okay. I didn't realize that he played quarterback in high school. I bet he was really good then. Russell Shepard, Rick Leach at Flint, Michigan. Bunch of Roshans here. Drew Brees, Kenny Hayter at Cy Falls was a beast running back junior year. They had him like a Wildcat quarterback senior year. Johnny and Kyler were crazy. I never saw Manziel. Obviously, he was really good.
I'm surprised it took that long for his name to come up.
Ricky Murphy, Eisenhower quarterback, 2002. It's good that Ricky Murphy listens to the show. Adam Dunn was a really good quarterback. I knew that. I never saw him play, but I knew that. Kyle Bowler. I never saw Adam Long. Dustin Long is right from Port Neches. Kendall Briers. Kendall Briers was a pretty good quarterback. Somebody said Brian Johnson. We mentioned Brian Johnson. Baytown Lee had a run of really good quarterbacks. And Dick Olin was kind of known as the quarterback whisperer. A.C. Slater was a hell of a high school quarterback, says a junkie. Remember when they beat Valley?
Does Joe know what the reference is?
Somebody said Josh Warren. Humble. Josh Warren. I love Josh Warren. Josh Warren was a good high school quarterback. He's a better baseball player.
It's from Saved by the Bell, Joe. I'll help you out.
Oh, I know the show.
Clearly not.
Just forgot.
Clearly not. Detmer Brothers, Baker Mayfield, Derek King. All right. 713-780-ESPN. Moving on. What do the Astros need to do on this roadie, Joe? What do they need to do on the 6-game road trip starts in 45 minutes?
Never
Pecco,
quit.
Second big league start. Needs to be the stopper. The Astros are firing everybody. Here you go, Pecco. Here's the ball at Yankee Stadium. We need you to be the stopper. What do the Astros need on this roadie? 3 against the Yankees, 3 against the Mets. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
You dig it? Hey, yo, Houston, it's Booker T, and you already know every Tuesday and Wednesday we're bringing the heat on the Hall of Fame.
That's right. It's me, the Boat Brad Gilmore, and we're talking all things wrestling, UFC, boxing, and the biggest stories in sports and entertainment. If it's making headlines, we're breaking it down.
Hot takes, real talk, and behind-the-scenes stories you won't hear anywhere else. Don't miss the Hall of Fame with me and my man Brad Gilmore every Tuesday and Wednesday on ESPN 975.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Late shout out to Eric Gray, Aldine High School. Triple option QB, won Aldine the state championship in 1950. 1990, my bad.
Whoa.
That's a big difference. 1990. That's on me. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Houston Restaurant Weeks is going on now, all the way through September 7th. Got to take advantage of this. A couple weeks left. Citywide all-star lineup, hundreds of restaurants, prefix menus, and every time you eat, you're helping out the Houston Food Bank. So dine out, do good. Check out the full lineup at HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. My wife went the other day after work. There's like a Churrasco's one, I think.
Okay.
And she's like raving about it. She's like, it's so good. I was like, thank you for taking me.
Damn, did you get the invite?
She was raving about it like for days.
Wow.
For days. She's like, great appetizer, the steak with the chimichurri. We like chimichurri in our house.
Very good.
Chimichurri's great. She's like, tres leches, dessert. She's like, it's all for $45. Like, that's awesome.
No invite for the husband.
Like, yeah. She did bring some home. She did bring me her leftovers. So, and they were delicious.
That's nice of her.
It was like biting into butter. So y'all got to do these Houston Restaurant Weeks thing. You go to amazing restaurants with amazing food,
good prices,
and then like you can also you're doing good. You're helping out the Houston Food Bank. So you got to do it. Got to do it. All right, Joe. The Astros begin a 6-game roadie tonight. 3 against the Yankees starting tonight, then 3 against the Mets. What's bare minimum here? Because, I mean, look, the Astros are a half game behind the Rangers, half game behind the Guards. They do own the tiebreaker against both of them. There's 30-something games left in the season. What is the bare minimum?
3-3. Like I want to say 4-2. I just can't.
31 games left.
They got to go 500.
See, I think you can survive 2-4. But it also depends on what everybody else is doing. Like 2-4 to me is bare minimum. If you go 1-5, you're toast. It's done. It's over.
Yes, I just feel like if you go 2-4, that means you're probably getting swept by the Yankees.
Well, it doesn't matter.
No. Like
2 wins is 2 wins.
Yeah.
You're not really chasing either. I mean, obviously, you're not chasing the Mets. They're in a different league. And you're not chasing the Yankees. Yeah. You're just accruing wins here.
Yeah. Gosh, I feel like 3-3. You got to go 3-3.
I think that you can survive 2-4. I think you're almost eliminated if you go 1-5.
Yeah, I mean, it's just now I know the Mariners got the win last night, but they've got, Philly and the Blue Jays here. So like that's kind of favorable for you, where if you go 2-4, you might stay in it. The Rangers got a win last night, but they're playing the White Sox and then the Brewers. Like if you go 3-3, you might gain ground in this race at this point because of where it's at. So it does work out where like they're both playing, the Rangers are playing 2 good teams. Mariners are kind of 50-50 like you are, but the Mets are awful. Like a sweep in that series would be so nice. I just don't. That's why you got to go. I think you got to go 3-3.
Okay. Yeah. I just hope they have fun.
I don't.
I hope they go to. I hope that they had a good time driving their go karts, and I hope everybody had a good fantasy draft.
I don't care if they have fun. Not anymore.
It's not very nice.
They got to win games, man.
I had a commenter. I do the what's wrong with the Spotters lineup. I had a commenter saying they need to. He's been on this kick that they need to rest Yordan Alvarez.
Why?
He's responded every day for like the last 2 weeks that they need to rest Yordan Alvarez. I don't understand. Like, I think his argument would be, well, he's not hitting the home runs. He's not hitting for the power. He's getting on base 3 times a game because teams are still scared to pitch to him, and there's 31 games left in the season. You're a half game back, and they had a day off yesterday.
No one
What
rests.
do you mean you need to sit out Yordan Alvarez?
No one can rest at this point.
It's go time.
Yeah.
And he's producing. He's getting on every time he goes to the plate.
Yeah, now the rest of the lineup, what they do with it when they give him a free base is a problem.
Sure.
But because even for 3-3, to me, it's about the series after. Like, as bad as things are right now, and they're bad. Your GM just got fired. Your manager's getting fired at the end of the season. On August 31st, you start a 4-game series versus the Chicago White Sox, and you are 3 games back of the 2 seed right now. Like, they're still somehow in this thing to get a bye in the first round of the playoffs. It's a 4-game series coming up. Like, you go 3-3, the White Sox are still within striking distance, and you control your destiny at least a little bit when they come to town for 4 games. So you got to go 500 here. So like your season could end, or you could be in position to be the 2 seed by the end of next week.
And with the Astros, just flip a coin. Like,
Yeah.
it could literally go either way. Like, the Astros they've had these weird moments where they get hot and they beat good teams, and they have moments where they can't win a series for 7 straight series because they didn't trade for anybody at the deadline.
They go 4-2.
Flip a coin.
They go 4-2 in this next stretch. Everyone's feeling good as they leave New York, come home to play the White Sox, and go 1-3 in that 4-game series. And it's like, well, never mind.
Yeah,
they're a total wild card right now.
They're a half game back of that.
They are.
They're a half game back. They're a half game back of being a total wild card.
Yep.
They're also a half game back of being a total division leader.
That's true.
The Rangers killed the White Sox yesterday.
They did. And the Mariners, I think they killed the Phillies too.
I think DeGrom's pitching tonight for the Rangers. I didn't realize he was back. Anthony K. Yeah, Anthony K versus DeGrom. Anthony K went to UConn. The more you know, but Jeremy and Joe. Yeah, I'm going to go 2-4 bare minimum. You're going 3-3. Brian, you have any other answer? 2-4. He got annoyed that I made a move.
5-1.
3-3. I would say.
All right. Let's see how it goes for the How much confidence do you have in Ethan Pecco tonight?
Very little. I mean, I don't know what to expect. Like, he was okay in his last start. It was 3 2/3, 89 pitches through that start. Like, that's not good.
No.
I mean, it's fine enough. But the problem with the Astros right now is their bullpen is gassed. They need these guys to start getting some length in these starts.
I mean, if we keeping a buck right now, we ass.
So, very little. Happy birthday, kid. Good luck.
I don't care that it's his birthday.
I'm just saying, good luck.
You're a grown man. Grown men don't celebrate birthdays. Brian, what's your favorite drop?
My favorite drop?
Correct. Why did he? You didn't hear me?
Because I'm buying my time for myself to think. I don't know off the top of my head.
I knew that he was doing that. That's like that's answering questions 101. Whenever somebody that you're asking questions to repeats the question, they're buying time.
Yeah. Or not listening.
Oh, I think it's probably.
Well, they heard you.
I think it's probably this one.
You always come in here with these down questions.
I like my Bill O'Brien ones.
D'Amico Ryan said Bill O'Brien the other day.
Yeah.
Let's do that next.
Okay.
Let's do that next.
Meatballs for me.
These meatballs.
It's my favorite.
How about the meatballs? I think mine's Boom Shakalaka.
That's good too.
Oh, actually, there was a late nomination, I think, for this one. It was just recently.
The waist down, that guy's big. No, there's a stutter there. There's a little hesitation. That's not smooth.
Did we pull the reporter? What did she say?
Oh, Gizo Pete's? No, I haven't added that yet. I'll get it.
That's
get it.
good.
Remember,
that's gonna climb pretty quickly.
Gizo Pete's. How about the Ginny Kavnar? Good boy.
There's a bunch of good boys out there.
Yeah.
Man, when he gets a hold of one, he sends it
Oh, man.
a long way.
I wish I was an A's fan just for Ginny Kavnar. I might convert.
I mean, things are going poor.
Yeah, if the Astros start being bad and the A's start becoming good, I just might be a Las Vegas A's fan.
So we're moving to Vegas?
Why not?
All right.
Can't
Just
believe
listen
none
to
of us
Kavnar.
mentioned all the Cal drops.
Yeah, those are all very.
But those
Never,
Cal is
never
more,
quit.
But
it's
those
more,
are like your kids. How are you gonna choose one?
Yeah, Cal.
Maybe this one.
Good. You having a little party?
That's good.
It's more the collection of Cal, though. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if there's
Welcome,
one
welcome.
that's way more better. I don't know if there's one that's way better than any others.
Yeah.
The holes are filled.
It's the entire catalog of Cal.
We have to for March Madness.
H-Town.
Cal catalog. H-Town.
We got to do it.
I
H-Town.
forgot about that one. It sounds like he's doing a commercial for a funeral home.
Yeah, because you can't read.
H-Town.
I love him so
Hey,
much.
give everyone a hug over there.
Oh man, it wasn't the drop. Remember with the the Indy Kaloo? Were you with us the last time we played in London? He retired 15 years prior.
He was only off by an entire Indy Clue career.
That might be my favorite, even though it's not a drop. All right, these, Joe, I think these are the Bill O'Brien Houston Texans.
Okay.
I hate to say, but I think these are the Bill O'Brien Houston Texans. We'll explain next. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe, last real good guy. I'm Branham, the Huntington Bank bad boy. I thought it was down.
Audition is down, not my drop.
Oh! I was trying to sneak it in so you couldn't scoff at me. Brian told me the computer was down. I thought I could get away with it.
That's high up there, too.
What? Oh, the
drop, yeah.
They can take it and shove it.
We need to make that.
I think that's like a 3 seed.
We need to make a Nick Caserio press conference game.
Sure.
It would require us to play a lot of Nick Caserio, though.
A lot of Indians. Nick
you
Caserio
can't
loves
say
to
that
in the
anymore.
end.
You can't say that anymore, Brian.
In the end?
They're the Guardians now.
He walked away. He rolled away. He's done with you.
Did it sound like what he said?
Yeah, but I didn't hear that until you said it. But now, like thinking back, yeah,
That's what it sounded like. He put it. He didn't put a gap between the words. He didn't take a breath in between the words.
Bunch of bullies on this show.
He just said he said it as fast as he could. Indians. It's like that's what he said. Indians. That's what he said. Indians.
Oh man.
Indians. No, we would have to do like 20 minutes of Nick Caserio. Like, how would we do that? How would we make that a game? Like, we couldn't just do the cuts. We would have to play it uninterrupted.
Yeah, which could be like 2 hours of audio.
Yeah, like when he talks, it's like it goes a long way. It's like 20 minutes at least.
Yeah, we could do scoffs.
Scoffs for sure. In the ends, Brian is right about that.
In the ends,
Brian is right about in the ends. In the ends, it doesn't even
not
matter.
answering a question at all.
This probably be, I think, just the scoffs and in the ends.
Okay, I was thinking bingo.
He says, "Oh, we play Nick Caserio bingo."
Yeah.
What?
He does all these things he does, and just it's like each one he does.
Yeah, that requires way too much work.
I mean,
you're gonna make bingo cards.
You don't think ChatGPT could do that for you?
That's
like
great.
Nick Caserio does all these things.
Yeah,
put it in a bingo card and then print it out here at work.
No, it could do that.
Yeah, it could.
You're right. It's a good point.
Thanks. It's a good point.
It's a good point. It is a good point. I forgot what we were talking about. 713-780-ESPN.
Bill O'Brien?
Junkie says that Brian's favorite drop is acid. AFC South champions, Brian. That's a pretty good drop, too. Do you have the one where Hannah says Cal says it all begins in the trenches? That's a good one. I forgot about that one.
Yeah,
that was them flirting.
Yeah. That was getting real awkward.
Cal always says that you got to be good in the trenches. I do say that. Somebody said the Jack Easterby fish drop. 1 fish, 2 fish, blue fish, red fish.
One fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish.
I love the little voice at the end after he's done. He's like trying to like gasp for air at the very end.
What do you think Jackie Boy's up to these days?
I think he's working for a college department. I saw Easterby last November in a Las Vegas casino.
Was he gambling?
No.
Oh, just like
no.
walking?
He hangs out with Buzz Williams.
Oh, is he working at Maryland?
I don't think so. I think he and Buzz are just tight. Like I've seen Jack Easterby since he's been fired by the Texans, 2 different places, and they were both because he was accompanying Buzz. I saw him at the NCAA tournament whenever Houston and A&M played in Memphis, and then I saw him at Vegas last year whenever Maryland was there.
Shout out to the fish.
I was like, "What's up, Jack?" And he gave me a little head nod.
Says he's a managing partner at Julia James LLC in North Carolina.
What is that?
I don't know.
Remember when we tried to get him on the show and Todd the Show sent him a message on LinkedIn and he called Todd the Show and they talked for 20 minutes?
Yeah, I do. He never responded.
That was awesome.
That's before me.
Yes. We were trying to effort Jack Easterby because I think Easterby did a podcast.
Yeah, sounds right.
I think he did a podcast. I was like, I wonder if he would be open to the idea of doing Houston radio, especially not the flagship, tell his side of the story. So we tried to get him on. And for some reason, Todd messaged him on LinkedIn, Todd the Show. And he called Todd.
Wow.
He called Todd. And they talked for like, not our Todd.
No,
Todd the Show. And they talked, he said, for like 15, 20 minutes. He sent me the picture of the phone call.
So interesting.
Yeah, it was his wife's name. It was like, I can't remember his wife's name, but his wife's name, Easterby. And then we got his number, and he was open to the idea of it. And he's like, yeah, just have him text me or whatever. And then when Brian texted him, he
just didn't respond.
Yeah, no response.
So he says like Brian.
Which is the story of Brian's life.
It's probably this drunk. I'm not responding to that guy.
Yeah.
Might be my new favorite bit on the show.
Mike Gundy, I'm a man. That's not really a drop we play, though. Jim Mora playoffs. Those are good drops, but not drops we play. You suck, too. Gundy ever get another head coaching job? I don't think so. I don't think Gundy will ever get another head coaching job unless he takes like just a random.
He'd have to go lower level, I feel like.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to work. I think he's done. I think he still lives in Stillwater.
He's working at ESPN, right?
Gundy is?
I thought I saw.
That doesn't mean he can't live in Stillwater.
No, but that's just what he's doing now.
Yeah, I don't know if he'd be good at that.
Let's see. This says.
Does he have a mullet there, I wonder?
He's set to join. Oh, he was on the coaches' film room for the playoffs.
Junkie, so I'm in the fantasy league. First timer. Is there a strategy to drafting? See y'all tomorrow on Friday. I would recommend just doing a bunch of those mock drafts and see what you do. I'm not going to give away any intellectual property here. What are you doing? I mean, we're playing for keeps here.
On the Sleeper app, there's a mock draft that you can do. with no one else. So you can it'll have your draft position so you can see what it's like.
Junkie says his favorite drop is Jeremy Branham is right. It's a good
Boom.
junkie.
There we go. Jeremy Branham's right.
Somebody was saying that they were talking about me the other day, yesterday morning. The bench was. They're saying
it was this morning.
What were they saying? Was it a rage baiter or something?
Yeah, it was something about breaking news, and they were just kind of making light of what happened last week. And it was all in fun, but they basically
How dare those guys?
They called you an engagement farmer, rage baiter.
Here's what I'm going to say in response to that. I respect my Hall of Famers. All right, Bill O'Brien's fingerprints are all over the Houston Texans, Joe. Foster Moreau, surprisingly good listen.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to his press conference the other. What do you mean? Mm-hmm? Did you listen?
No.
Why'd you hit me with a? Mm-hmm?
I just did.
BS flag. It took me a second for me to realize he said, mm-hmm. Good listen, though. He's got a big strawberry on his arm. I think he's going to be a coach someday. Here's my prediction. Cash or trash. Foster Moreau, future NFL coach. Or college. Future college or NFL coach.
Cash.
All right, good. So anyways, this is where, Bill O'Brien's fingerprints all over this team. Here's Foster Moreau on, the identity and what they're trying to do offensively. Was that smart, tough, dependable? That was the STD Bill O'Brien always talked about?
that it was.
Bill O'Brien used to talk about being smart, tough, dependable.
Yeah.
All the time, right? All the time. D'Amico Ryans the other day was asked a question about Lewis Bond. Twice. Foster Moreau also said it another time during his press conference, too.
Wow.
And look, he did play for Bill O'Brien, Boston College. He wants smart, tough, dependable football players. Everybody was saying it.
We're back to the Bill O'Brien way.
And look,
we're not down. The sun is up, and we're fighting.
And I think that the way they built this roster is like what Easterby would always talk about, like high character guys that love football.
True.
These are the Jack Easterby, Bill O'Brien, Houston Texans. D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio, are they winning with Bill O'Brien's and Jack Easterby's culture and philosophy? I'm kidding. Don't at me. Don't yell at me on the internet. But this is the funny part here. Is that they don't really love Aaron Wilson over there?
Correct.
Don't tell anybody I told you all that, but they don't really love Aaron Wilson over there. So Aaron Wilson asks D'Amico, "Is that Bill O'Brien's line?"
Is that Bill O'Brien's words? Smart enough. I don't know Bill O'Brien's words. I didn't talk to him.
What?
Because I don't know Bill O'Brien's words. I didn't talk to him.
But those are his words.
He doesn't know that. He doesn't know that those are his words.
So that means probably someone from the scouting department.
Those are Nick Caserio's words.
Nick Caserio's
Those are Nick Caserio's words. Those are, you know what those words are?
Yeah.
Those are Bill Belichick words. Those are New England Patriot words. Not that this matters. This doesn't mean anything.
That's
We're not
Bill
making a take here. But that's, yeah.
Well, you never know. Sometimes guys come home. What if Nick Cayley gets fired?
I saw some people kind of throwing that around.
About bringing Bill O'Brien back?
Yeah. Not seriously. Like, it was like fans. Like,
huh.
Yeah.
That would be so interesting. That would make the Texans a gajillion times more interesting than they already are.
He would do his weekly press conferences.
Oh
he'd be better one time a week than 8 times a week, though.
Yes.
One time a week, he'd be fine. Like, I actually listened to some Bill O'Brien, he was on that Edelman Amendola podcast. He was kind of like.
He's been more media friendly since he got to BC.
Really?
I think he's trying to pump up the image a little bit.
Oh, probably.
As they try
he's gonna have a great image.
Turn that thing around.
I know when we were at the other station, like when you got him away from the podium and just talking football, like when the show I worked on would have him out at like a live remote, he was great.
Yeah, I heard that.
If you got away from the podium, he was great.
I think he hated the podium aspect.
Yeah,
which a lot of coaches do.
I don't want Bill O'Brien back, but I do want him yelling on a microphone behind a podium so we could have fun with it. He was. I mean, Deshaun Watson was great.
I have something I want to tell Jeremy, but he's just going to make fun of us.
What?
Okay, so in our college football dynasty video game.
Why did you say that?
I'm sorry. At least one person in our league made it their mission to hire Bill O'Brien as their OC.
That's pretty funny.
It was Josh Beard.
Did he get him?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you should be listening to Foster Moreau.
I got fake Bill Belichick.
You should be listening to Foster Moreau, not playing video games.
You're going to tell me what he says.
That's true. Please make it stop, not the Bill O'Brien STDs. Sorry. They said it 4 times that day. D'Amico said it twice about Louis Bond. Foster Moreau said it twice about their offensive style. The Bill O'Brien philosophy is back. They want smart, tough, dependable football players. Junkie, you can win with their philosophy, but you need to be good at it. That's true. That's the best way to sum that up. Another Junkie best drop, Lance's high-pitched scream the bench uses for breaking news. That is terrible. Oh, I get a headache every time I hear that.
That's going to be a 1 seed.
What do you mean it's going to be a 1 seed?
Our March Madness.
I thought it was only going to be cow drops.
No, I think we should do all of our drops.
Why do I hate that one?
I think all of our drops make it.
I hate all of the Lance drops we have. I love Lance. I hate the drops. I don't like the little Asian one that you play, and I don't like the high-pitched scream is the worst. Hate it.
That's why I like it.
Is there one of the unfair whistle I have for you guys that you like or dislike the most?
I think you do me dirty.
Yeah, I think you're dirty. But
I think you do me dirty.
The
He's really good at reading the holes and penetrating through them. Talking football.
That's a good one.
That's what we do on this show. We talk football.
Right in the butt.
I don't want to see wieners.
I forgot.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
It just never comes up, so.
Got to coach better, got to play better. Lance's faux German is the best. It's faux Asian.
Faux German.
I heard German.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Who is your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. Junkie of the day. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 975. Who's your junkie of the day? 713-780-ESPN. Soccer matters. Coming up after. We lost our soccer bet today, by the way. We had Valencia and Real Jerome Bettis at a plus $225 value. We had the draw, and they won think it was real Jerome Bettis that won. Yeah. Real Jerome Bettis scored a goal in the 83rd minute.
Mm-hmm.
Pablo Garcia. Yeah, so we lost.
I do not know this man.
I know. We could have won that one. So we lost that. So we're down to this week, little under 2 units because we had a big day yesterday. And on the year, we're up 7.3 units.
Okay.
So
we got day baseball tomorrow.
Oh, we do?
Bunch of options.
U.S. Open tennis.
Cool. I don't know.
Coco Golf won us some money last week.
Just tell us who we're betting on, Jeremy.
Is Coco playing?
In the U.S. Open?
Isn't there a women's version of the U.S. Open?
It's just called the U.S. Open, Joe.
What is he talking about?
I'm dumb.
It's just called the U.S. Open
Then
either
we're
way.
betting
It's
on
not
Coco.
the U.S. Open and the women's U.S. Open.
I don't know. There was like 2 league names. They were on the same screen.
That is true. There are 2 different
same
leagues.
courts.
2 different tours, WTA and ATP.
I don't know anymore.
The more you know with Jeremy and Joe. Joe's going to be firing off. If you send us your email for that fantasy league, Joe's going to be the last 12 spots. This is our 6th league, and it's going to start the European soccer model. You win Premier League, you lose, you probably get kicked out.
The bottom 2 teams are getting kicked out.
Bottom 2 teams are getting kicked out for new blood.
So whoever's in the toilet bowl.
For new blood. Now, if you get kicked out, you can be back in.
Yeah.
But you have to go through the process again.
Yes, you got to.
You're not just a fixture.
No.
You got to go through the process again. You got to get to the back of the line. That's why you got to win. You got to. We don't support losers on this show.
We're winners.
We're a bunch of winners. The challenge is a Tuesday night show or a Wednesday night show?
Wednesday night, so we're going to have to watch it late.
I thought it was on tonight. Okay.
Disappointing.
All right, that's good. I can sleep tonight then after the game, after the Stros play. Was I going to say something? Oh, Nick's place tomorrow.
Yes.
If you're in the league, you don't have to be there, but we highly encourage you come hang out with us tomorrow. We're going to be doing the show live at Nick's place. I'm going to get the Philly cheesesteak. 3 until 6 tomorrow.
I feel like you should have to get meatballs.
At Nick's place. And then we're going to hang out, do the draft there. The draft will begin at 6:30. Joe's going to buy the first bucket. I'm going to buy the second bucket. So come on out. Hang out with us. We'll have to hide the beer from Brian. All right, Junkie of the Day. Who is your Junkie of the Day, Joe?
Okay, so this one is, I don't know yet. Because I think you've been telling us information that's been incorrect.
Me?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
You've been saying that Colby Rasmus's daughter.
No, I said niece.
Niece?
Yeah.
See, then I'm the Junkie of the Day because I don't listen to you. I self-nominate. I just self-nominate.
Is funny.
Yeah, because it's Corey Rasmus.
I thought
pitcher.
it was Kinsey.
No, the pitcher, Corey.
Oh, so are they brother sisters?
No, Corey's the dad. It's Colby. It must be Colby's brother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so he's the coach?
His dad, Corey Rasmus, the former MLB pitcher. It's his daughter is the one playing the Little League World Series.
I didn't know that Colby had a brother named Corey.
That's why I'm not totally sure they're related.
No, they're related. I've read an article.
Okay.
Yeah, it was in the Houston Chronicle.
Okay, so I just don't listen to you. So I just self-nominate.
So you thought I was saying that Kinsey was Colby's
Yeah.
dad? No, daughter.
Yes.
No, I said
So
niece.
I'm self-nominated for not listening to you.
That's
then.
funny.
That's why I said I don't know.
That's hilarious.
So I self-nominate.
That's funny you're trying to throw me under the bus and you were wrong.
That's why I went in with a fair mind there, an open mind of who was wrong. It just was me.
Junkie Real Madrid tomorrow. Oh, great. That'll be good. Another junkie are the all best ball leagues. Yeah, we don't want to do roster management because there's a lot of stuff. I know how you're doing I like how you're doing the European soccer model that me and my college friends have been doing for the past 20 years. Great minds think alike. It's a good thing.
Who you nominate?
I'm going to nominate the Jags rivalry uniforms. These are ugly.
Duval.
They have a teal helmet with a gold Jaguar, gold face mask. They have white jerseys with black numbers and letters, and then they have leopard pants.
Oh, I didn't
They have
see the
leopard pants. I guess Jaguar pants, but they have leopard pants. It's like Lululemon put together their pants. This is the
Leopard pants
ugliest
nomination.
thing I have ever seen. Disgusting look by Jacksonville. The Floridians are going to love it, though.
They are. They're going to want those
It
leopard
feels like the
Jaguar
Jaguars
pants.
always have a terrible uniform
They do.
combination.
So bad.
I don't mind the helmet, but the full combination is bad. I agree
It
with
just
you.
doesn't look right.
I'll nominate. I don't know if I meant to mention this story yesterday. We didn't get to it. Did you guys see the story of the high school coach in California who threw the football and accidentally?
I think he kicked it.
He kicked it.
Oh, that's right. He kicked it. He kicked the football and accidentally bounced up and hit one of his players in the sun don't shine. My favorite part of the story is the quote from the coach afterwards. It's like straight out of Seinfeld. Talking about what happened, he says, I kicked the ball and I hit him right in the groin area, and instantly I felt like I was going to pass out, the coach said. I feel obviously a great deal of remorse for what happened. It's a 1 in a million shot.
He got fired.
Yeah, 1 in a million shot is what he says, which is straight out of Seinfeld. But yeah, like you said, he's fired.
He got fired, lost his job. I was a little surprised he lost his job over that. That's just good. That's just good old coaching.
Probably parents.
Junkie of the day, every single person I see using their phone while they should be concentrating on driving their motor vehicle. You're operating a piece of heavy machinery. Act like it. Good call.
Fair.
People are always merging into my lanes. Like, get in your lane, bro. Brian, Junkie of the Day nomination for using problematic team names.
That's right.
False.
Is there different strategies for best ball drafting? You're basically the same. You have to Google it, dog. Bill Barnwell says, I suggested the leopard pants to the Jaguars. I love that Bill Barnwell texted into our show. We had a Bill Barnwell in our rundown today, but didn't make the cut. Maybe tomorrow. All right, what's winning?
Leopard pants.
Yeah, Jeremy.
I think that Joe trying to throw me into Junkie of the Day, and he was wrong.
Joe had one, and I can't remember the details of it. It ticks me off.
Was it ever he cashed his own cash?
Yes, that's what it was.
Maybe that's my new bit.
There's nothing better than the great question. That will never be topped.
What a great question.
That will never be topped. All right, so the leopard pants.
Yeah, leopard pants.
Leopard pants and Duval. All right, does it for us. Come hang out with us at Nick's Place tomorrow. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. Talk to you tomorrow from Nick's Place. Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters, right now on ESPN 97.5.
All right, welcome in, everybody. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm, is on the air. We got a rundown of all the Premier League action from the opening weekend. Excited about that. We will talk a little bit about the NCAA record attendance. Georgia against James Madison University, 25,433. I was fortunate to be a small part of that on the SEC Network broadcast. Unbelievable, and it was an exceptional idea, and we'll get into it tonight here when it comes to growing the sport of soccer. John Nelson of Soccer Down Here will join us in the second hour. Buzz Carrick of thirddegree.net. We'll talk to him about some World Cup things. We'll find out what's going on in the Dallas area with not only FC Dallas, but now the competition of Atletico Dallas, who have signed Chicharito. And we might even examine a little bit, is Houston a market that could handle a USL team in a place like the Woodlands or a place like Pearland or Galveston or Katy or in a different area? If somebody had that type of an idea to do it differently, be community-based, maybe use more local players. If you came up with a blueprint, enough population here, and you put the paperwork together and you put the numbers together and you see how it looks, could be something very, very interesting. And the competition for sports is only going to continue to increase because I do believe Brian McDonald, producer extraordinaire, we have Houston Comets coming back, right?
Yeah, they'll be here for the next WNBA season, and either Houston or Austin will be getting an NHL team.
Yeah, I would say.
Which will be a few additional years away.
So you think of how the intensification of the competition for the sporting dollar on the sporting landscape in Houston is going to be. It's intensifying. But there's also, 10, 12 million proper here?
I mean, Harris County is bigger than some states.
Yep. We can tell because of the traffic, too.
We can, yeah.
That's how I gauge what the rate of people coming to Houston and Texas is. All right, let's get after it. We'll start it off here. Big weekend. Premier League started it off. Let's start with Arsenal and Coventry City. Now, Arsenal gets a comfortable 3-0 victory. This is at the Emirates. They are the chased. They are the hunted. They are the defending Premier League champions. Complete control in this one. They dominate possession. It's an easy 3 points. Coventry is coming up from down in the they're coming up, their promoted team. Haji Wright, the U.S. international, did not play. They fought, but sometimes when you get promoted, you'll have people and players that have helped you gain promotion, but maybe are not cut out for playing in the Premier League. And I want to say that in a great way. By the way, Frank Lampard, the manager of Coventry. So there we go. Let's pick off one of the great Arsenal goals in this one.
Van Eervik, doubled up upon. Good work from Chullis. Calafiori to Kai Havertz to score the opening goal of the 2026-27 Premier League campaign. The champions picking up just where they left off.
So Kai Havertz, who exited the World Cup with Germany, you saw him maybe score one of the goals, or he might have gotten two, I think, against Curacao in the World Cup for Germany right here in Houston at Energy Stadium, now Reliance Stadium, which at that time was called Houston Stadium. So Arsenal off and running. They're in the pole position. They don't have a new coach. They don't have a lot of turnover. There's a lot there to think that they could run the table again. All right, so that was Friday. We go, and that was the opener. So let's go to Saturday. Promoted Hull City against Manchester United. Shock win for Hull City. They stunned Manchester United at MKM Stadium. Semi Ajayi opened the scoring in the 17th minute. Mendy gets one to wrap up a big victory. United, it's a rough start for Manchester United fans. And the Tigers defend heroically to win this one 2-0. Here is the Ajayi goal.
They've got good presence in these situations, Hull.
Oh, that's dangerous, McBurney! And it must be for Shimmy Ajayi!
You got to love this. I mean, these are provincial teams, Hull City. And in segment 2, Phil Spencer from Middlesbrough. He's a journalist over there. He does podcasts. He's worked for TalkSport. He's going to join me. I don't want you to miss this interview because it's a great comparison, the English championship teams and a team like Middlesbrough to Major League Soccer, because you always get that question, which league do you think is better? Who would win if they – I mean, it's conditional, right? I mean, who would win if they're playing in England? Who would win if they were playing here? It's very different. You know, MLS teams are not playing in rain and cloudy weather, and it's just very, very different. And by the way, we have 3 American players over at Middlesbrough too. So Phil Spencer's going to join me. It's an interview I did earlier in the week, actually yesterday. But I think you're going to really like this interview. I certainly did. It's the kind when you walk away after doing an interview, you go, okay, this has got some good credence. This is a nice interview. There's something in there for people, as opposed to, am I going to run this or not? Because I've done a lot of those interviews, and I've actually not run some of them because people don't want to say things anymore. And I don't know if you agree with me on that, Brian, but everybody's so guarded.
It's always a roll of dice, especially when you get like an active athlete on that you've never had on before.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get the, 3-word responses, and it's just like, okay, well, this interview is going to go 5 minutes, and we're going to have to bail.
Yeah, you bail on it. That's all. If the player doesn't want to be there, then yeah, why go through the suffering? You can do better things with the minutes you have, and that's part of the radio game. All right, Everton 2-0 over Crystal Palace. The Toffees kicking it off. Great fashion for them. Kiernan Dewsbury-Hall scores an amazing goal in this one. Here's what it sounded like.
They have it back. Armstrong for Dewsbury-Hall! There is no stopping that one. Everton's first goal of the new season. There's a rocket from Kiernan Dewsbury-Hall.
Yeah, it was. That's a spectacular goal. If you haven't seen it, you should try to go take a look at that one. That was right before halftime. Chris Richards, the U.S. international, playing for Crystal Palace. Man, they weren't up for the moment. They just looked limp. There wasn't a serious push to get back in this game. It was almost like they were timid. And then Everton would get a late insurance goal in this one. And there was a watch party down in Edo for that. And there were a lot of watch parties this weekend, by the way, again, to remind people, for all these different Premier League teams, everybody's back out there. They're going to their favorite pubs or bars. We had, Senate Avenue Brewing doing stuff, Hugh O'Connor's pub with Liverpool. So a lot going on now in that whole genre of watch parties and getting together socially with your supporters group. And they come in all shapes and forms and all different leagues. All right, Ipswich Town 2-1 over Sunderland. Ipswich gets points after returning to the Premier League, so good for them. Emerson, a debut goal. Sunderland tied it up through Angulo and looked like it was going to be a draw. And then the Black Cats' Jack Clark breaking the visitors' heart. A 90th minute winner. So we're already getting late game-winning goals. Nottingham Forest 0. Leeds 1. Big victory, away victory. Anton Stock becomes the hero, smashes home a goal in the 88th minute. Forest, they're going to feel frustrated, empty-handed. They matched the physicality for most of the match, but Leeds United gets the vital goal and the vital 3 points. Brentford 3-0 over Tottenham Hotspur. Now this is one that's sticking hard for Spurs. Keane Lewis Potter got the ball rolling early in this one. Janelt, Coyote, 3 goals. Spurs 0 answer for the Bees. Intense pressing and high tempo counterattacks all afternoon, and we're seeing a lot of counterattacking football, intense pressing football. And let's hope we see more up and down and open play. But, opening weekend is always, a lot of times it's hard to play very conservative. I mean, guys are just ready to jump through the moon. Brighton, 4-0 over Aston Villa. Jeez, what a rough result for Villa. Ruthless. They ran riot. Hinchelwood taking the headlines in that one for Aston Villa. He had 2 in the first half. Completely unravels for Villa. Joao Gomez sees red before the interval. And by the way, Villa, Newcastle are teams that have been depleted of a lot of their best players because they had to sell. Speaking of Newcastle, despite that, and a new cash influx of $318 million in the transfer window, Newcastle 2-2 with Liverpool, and they share the spoils in this one. This is a great game. This was up and down St. James Park in the north of England. Newcastle, Geordie fans going crazy. Back and forth, trading blows, physical encounters, cards. Liverpool rescue a point in this one. Here is one of the Newcastle goals.
And now Newcastle can go the other way with Willis Sula. Elanga wants it. Elanga has it. And Anthony Elanga scores! The opening goal of the Premier League season on a special day at St. James's Park.
Oh, and that was a special goal. That was one end of the field to the other. Perfect transition football. Exciting as can be. All the right choices and decisions made in transition. And that was a super exciting goal. But penalty, and a legit penalty at the end of the game, puts Szoboszlai and Liverpool to the spot to tie it up.
And after an eternal wait, Szoboszlai levels for Liverpool.
By the way, this penalty is hit with immense power. It's upper corner. It's just like, whoa. Just hit with power, upper corner, an absolute blast. And then we had Chelsea taking on Fulham with the new Xabi Alonso era kicking off. Thrilling 3-2 victory. That one over Fulham. West London derby. That was at Craven Cottage. Joao Pedro scores 31 seconds in. Morgan Rogers scores on his debut. Cole Palmer. Now think of those 3 guys that Chelsea has. 3 exciting young talents. That is something to build on. Rogers, Palmer, Joao Pedro. Wow. Exciting stuff. That's their new attacking trio. They're going to be dangerous. We're going to see how they kind of flush out here as the season goes on. But they showed a lot of potential in this game. Fulham didn't go away. Josh King is another great young talent in the Premier League to keep an eye on. Josh King, remember that name. Gonzalo Garcia scoring, and, they pushed Chelsea, no question, to the final whistle. Anthony Robinson, the U.S. international, had a really great opportunity in this game to, I think, equalize at that point. But the takeaway is Chelsea looks exciting, aggressive, dangerous going forward. Palmer, Rogers, Joao Pedro, these are players to keep an eye on this year. Let's see what the Blues do after some of the moves they have made. But Fulham looked a little bit frail defensively, had some struggles in goal with Robert Sanchez as well to help Xabi Alonso in his opening era for Chelsea. Barcelona, let's go to La Liga. 5-0 demolition of Elche. Rafinha and Fermin Lopez twice. Adeyemi also finds the net. Barca looks sharp, fluid. They look like Barca, relentless. Anthony Gordon comes off the bench, makes an immediate impact, the English international, 2 assists. Dominant night. Gavi did leave with, I don't know what the report was, with something with his knee. But absolute demolition of Elche, and it happened fast. By the way, former Dynamo designated player. Now, this is amazing. You go from playing in Major League Soccer And in the blink of an eye, after not scoring a goal this year as a designated player, you're moved. You're playing in La Liga and you're playing against Barcelona and guys that won the World Cup for Elche. And you're saying, well, why would Elche take a zero goal score? Because not everything's done on merit anymore, and he had played there before, and probably was an inexpensive buy for them. Today was a tough day, I think, for a lot of people because a very legendary performer, but even better human being. I've done a lot of reading about Dolly Parton over the years, and we lost Dolly Parton at 80 years of age. This is one of her great hit songs. Came from extreme poverty. We're going to talk a little bit later about her, but really special lady and crossed all divides and all lines, no separation. Many, many people love this woman, and boy, did she do things for humanity. So we'll talk about it a little bit later. Thanks for pulling that very quickly, Brian, because I was actually in Cactus Music, and one of the employees, and they all knew music down there, and they all love music, just goes, oh, my God, we lost Dolly Parton today. So sad. All right, Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Hugh O'Connor's Pub, I-10 in the Marquee Entertainment Center. That is the home of the Liverpool Supporters Group. Get out there, great beer, wine selections, whiskey selections. They got all the traditional British food. You want that British game-watching experience, and you want to feel like you're in an English pub? It's Hugh O'Connor's Pub, I-10 Marquee Entertainment Center.
You're listening to Soccer Matters,
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Let's get a little uplifted here and listen to a little hot chocolate. Everyone's a winner. Very cool band. You can get the vinyl down at Cactus Music. Such a cool song. All right, so let us get into our interview. Now, I spoke to you about Phil Spencer. He's a dedicated Middlesbrough fan since he was a kid. You'll hear this in this. He's got a podcast called Bonkers for Borough. We've got 3 American players now playing at Middlesbrough, which is a hardworking provincial town. They do not care about Star Wars night. They do not care about gimmickry. They go there to watch their team play football authentically. And as a lot of blue-collar, hardworking people, they demand that out of their team. So we go back and forth here on a couple of things, but really this is great stuff from Phil Spencer, and here he is. something special there in that interview. Now, if you want to just think about that for a second, most of the world of football, even though we see Man City, Man United, Real Madrid, Barcelona, most of the game played on continents around the world are more provincial, like that interview. And you just really heard the description of Middlesbrough and what the fans are like in a smaller city like that. Fascinating interview. Great stuff from Phil there. These guys are coming in about a week. AC/DC, Energy Stadium. You going, Brian?
No, I don't have any tickets.
Okay, I'm thinking about that.
What?
Okay, just thinking. I know you like music. AC/DC's coming. Going to take a break here before we go to break. Lamont Brands, all your printing needs, T-shirts, Soccer Matters hats down there. Tell them you heard it on Soccer Matters. Value Service Products. It is LamontBrands.com. Phil Spencer, you can sign up for his podcast. It's Bonkers for Burrow. Bonkers for Burrow, wherever you get your podcasts. Big thank you to Phil. Excellent journalist. Really, really good in-depth idea of what it's like to be a fan of an English championship team right there. All right, we're going to take a break. Nico's Greek and American Cafe, Woodlands, Beltway, I-10, and the original in Montrose. Get your gyro and souvlaki on, chicken kebabs, lamb shank, spanakopita, domus, hummus, moussaka, great chicken soups, coffee and pastries. It is the legendary Nico's Greek and American Cafe.
You're listening to Soccer Matters,
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Senate Avenue Brewing, award-winning craft beer, 16,000 Dillard and Jersey Village, 290. Take the Senate Avenue exit. Andrew Mitchum, the mayor, loves soccer up there. They're doing Houston Dynamo watch parties. They also have other matches on as well. Amazing patio for the good times. They had a great time up there during the World Cup. Now, we did miss mentioning Manchester City and their 2-1 victory over Bournemouth. They kicked it off with Enzo Maresca and their new era there. They got past a very resilient Bournemouth